Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott, Chapter 1, Cordelia Faces a Problem. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don Sutton. The four young women at the table in their secluded corner, all about 22 or 23, made a group such as any illustrated Sunday supplement of a New York paper would have been exultantly proud to have starred in the very center of its page of society beauties. Small wonder, then, that the people at the other tables in the big restaurant of the Grantham Hotel stole glances at these four favorites of fortune, pointed them out to friends less well informed, and gave gossipy facts in eager, subdued whispers. They had known each other all their lives, had these four, said the gossipy whispers, had gone to the same school, had been debutantes in the same season, had always done everything together. That one there, the vivid, sparkling beauty, with glinting reddish-brown hair, and with that pleasant, confident smile which showed that she was equal to anything, that was Miss Cordelia Marlowe, best known of the four, the most striking figure in society's youngest set. Didn't she really look everything that people in the papers said of her? Didn't she look that name which had somehow fastened itself to her, Cordelia the Magnificent? Just look at her, didn't she? The others? That spirited brunette across from her was Mrs. Jacqueline Thorndyke, whose smart wedding 2 years before to Murray Thorndyke was still being talked about. And that vivacious little blonde was Mrs. Aileen Harkness, whose husband was that Peter Harkness who was just now making a sensational splurge down in Wall Street. And that proud-looking girl, if she were arrogant, wouldn't any girl be so in her position, was Miss Gladys Norworth, an orphan these many years, and in her own right the richest girl of the group, and one of the richest heiresses in America. But the one to look at was Miss Marlowe. Wasn't she a beauty? And just looking at her, couldn't you just see why she was so popular? So undeniably a leader in her own brilliant set? Cordelia sensed very well the substance of what these tables were whispering about her. She was accustomed to being admired, to being talked about, not only by a mixed crowd such as filled the Grantham, but by her own great world. Though the good-humored smile of her oft-pictured face did not change under this present admiration, the face of her mind puckered into a wry, twisted smile at the irony of the situation. How very differently these people, and all the people who knew her or knew of her, would talk when they learned all the facts. That morning, when the thing was fresh upon her, Cordelia's dazed impulse had been all for breaking this luncheon engagement. Jackie, Gladys, and Aileen, even though they had long looked upon her as their leader, could easily have handled all matters relating to the 5th reunion of the class of 16 of fashionable Harcourt Hall. But Cordelia had wanted to see Jackie, her roommate at school and closest friend during the years since then, and tell Jackie confidentially the stupefying, the unbelievable thing that had just befallen her. And being here, such was her control of herself, she was outwardly the charming, humorous, pleasantly confident Cordelia her friends had always known. All through the luncheon, the four girls, nicknamed in their first year at Harcourt the Faithful Four, had chattered about this and that, interrupting each other with the license of old friends. But it was not until after the finger bowls were before them that they really settled to the business that had brought them together. "Of course, the biggest thing we've got to do is to pick the chairman for the class reunion," said Jackie Thorndyke. "We know the person we want, and the person the whole class will want, Cordy Marlowe, and she's practically promised to serve. We're all agreed on that, yes?" "Of course," said pretty Aileen Harkness. "The class would be sore at us if we dare pick anyone else." "Cordy, of course," agreed Gladys Norworth. "Then it's all settled," declared the brisk Jackie. "And since that's about all the real business we have—" "I'm afraid it's not settled," strongly interrupted Cordelia. "I suppose I should have told you before, but I didn't know the thing myself much before this. The fact is, I'm not going to be at the reunion." "Not be there?" the three chorused in dismay. Then Jackie demanded, "What's the matter, Cordy? Why not?" Cordelia's good-humored, ready smile did not change, except that there was now a provoking hint of mystery in it. "I've suddenly changed all my plans," she answered. "Changed your plans?" cried Aileen. "How?" "I'm not telling you just now," said Cordelia, still smiling. "You'll all know all about my plans in a few days. Wait till then." "You must have something big on," breathed Jacqueline. They did not question her further. They knew from old that there was no use quizzing Cordelia when she had announced she would give no answers. But they sensed mystery here, perhaps romance. Certainly something big, as Jackie had said. Certainly a surprise. Cordelia read what was passing in their minds, and again she smiled her wry inner smile. They would be surprised, all right, but what a different surprise from anything they might be imagining. "But I say, Cordy," Gladys Norworth burst out in sudden concern, "you promised to come out to my place right after the class reunion and stay for the summer. Your new plan isn't going to interfere with that." "I'm sorry, Gladys, but I'll have to call that visit off altogether." "But, Cordy, when I'd planned—" "What is it, anyhow, that you're up to?" Cordelia was still smiling. "It's just as I said, Gladys. I can't say any more just now, and you'll know everything in a few days." There was a moment of surprised silence on the part of Jackie and Aileen. Gladys having asked Cordelia out to Rolling Meadows, and Cordelia having accepted. Here was something else to wonder about. There was no further questioning of the smiling, enigmatical Cordelia about her altered plans, and the business of the committee of the 5th reunion of the class of 16 of Harcourt Hall went on and was quickly finished. The matter of the chairman was settled by the insistence that Cordelia accept the nominal chairmanship, with Jackie as vice chairman, who would be prepared to assume all duties in case Cordelia really could not appear. Gladys and Aileen then departed on shopping expeditions, and at last Cordelia had her wish of being alone with Jackie. "You certainly sprung a lot of surprises on us, Cordy, old dear," began Jackie. "You needn't tell me a thing you don't want to, particularly about your changed plans. But Gladys asking you to come out to that big place of hers, that was certainly a jolt. Why, since she came back from France 2 years ago, with her stepsister and that French war orphan the two of them adopted, Gladys hasn't had a soul out to see her." "That's exactly why she asked me," returned Cordelia. "I don't know all Gladys's reasons, of course. She said her keeping to herself so much since she came back from France was the effect on her of her 2 or 3 years of war work in the hospital of that Countess de Crécy." "So that's it! The way she's heard it to herself and behaved generally has had me guessing. Had all of us guessing." Gladys said she now believed that her keeping out of things had been bad for her, and from now on she was going to entertain a lot. She put it up to me as a favor, and said she wanted me out at Rolling Meadows to help put life into things. "She certainly could not have asked anyone who could do the thing better," declared Jackie. "At keeping a lot of guests in proper spirits, you're a world beater. You're what might be called social insurance, Cordy. And certainly Gladys needs someone, with that awful temper of hers and her conceit, both likely to burst out any time." "But her picking you, Cordy? With her always having been jealous of you, and especially just now with the two of you? I guess I don't have to say that, Cordy. I suppose you're referring to Jerry Plimpton?" "Jerry Plimpton, yes. I spoke straight out to Gladys about that when we were all out at your place last week. We had a bit of a row, and she'd flared up about Jerry. Just as nice as I could, I told her there was no sense in our fighting about Jerry Plimpton. I said I wasn't saying that I liked Jerry, or that she liked Jerry, and if Jerry liked either of us, that was pretty much his own affair, and I guess he'd make up his mind to suit himself. And I told her that if he made up his mind that he liked her, and if she liked him, I'd be right there saying, 'God bless you, my children.' I went on and said a lot more things, all along the same line." "How did Gladys take it?" "You know how Gladys is. When she has a good impulse, it's as swift as her temper. She broke down. Said she'd always resented me, because people liked me. That's why she's been so nasty. Said she had lots of acquaintances, but no girlfriends. Not a real girlfriend. And how she did need a girlfriend she could depend on. It all sounded mighty sincere. That was when she asked me to come and stay with her." "Perhaps Gladys was sincere for that moment," said Jackie skeptically. "But even so, she was unconsciously thinking of little Gladys. And if she wants a real girlfriend, one that she can depend on, how about that stepsister of hers? The little I've seen of Esther Stevens, she's always seemed to me a mighty decent sort, and the two used to be getting along together well enough for them to go to Paris the month after Gladys graduated to work in the hospital of that Countess de Crécy. I said much the same to Gladys. Her explanation was that there was too much difference in their ages for them to be real friends." "I don't believe her. Gladys is 22 or 23, and her stepsister's only 5 or 6 years older. There's some other reason. I'll lay you a little bet on that. And as for you, Cordy, she's asked you out because she thought she could use you. And I'll bet it all has something to do with Jerry Plimpton." Cordelia still wore her smile. "Whatever Gladys's real reasons may have been for asking me, I guess they don't make much difference at present, since I'm not going out to visit her." Suddenly Jackie's hand slipped across the tablecloth and gripped Cordelia's wrist. "Speaking of Jerry Plimpton," she breathed, "there, coming out of the grill room. Cordelia slightly turned her head. Jerry Plimpton's course lay past their table, but as yet he had not seen them. He was 29 or 30, tall, well-built, with high-bred, handsome features, easy confidence in his every movement, altogether an outstanding figure in any company. Since the death 10 years earlier of his mother, who had admittedly been the social empress of New York City, there had been no more important question to ambitious mothers with queenly daughters than whom Jerry would select as his consort to try to fill, in her younger way, the place untenanted in society since his mother's death, and likewise fill the great house on Upper Fifth Avenue, the Newport House, and the other Plimpton places. Jerry sighted them and bore down upon their table with an eager smile. The greeting was that of old friends. "If I didn't have a confounded business engagement with my lawyer," he grumbled pleasantly, "I'd invite myself to sit with you for a while." "If you did, I'd have to tell you you couldn't stay," returned Cordelia, "for I'm having right now a confounded business engagement with Jackie." His gaze fixed on Cordelia. "That sounds to me like an order to hurry along. All right, Cordelia, but I'll be seeing you tonight at the Grastons?" "I'm sorry, Jerry, but I won't be able to make it. I was going to phone you." She had promised him several dances for that night, and his face showed keen disappointment. "Well, if you can't, you can't. Then I'm not to see you till that little party we've arranged for Friday night?" "I'll not be able to make that either, Jerry. I've just changed all my plans." "Changed your plans?" he exclaimed. "In what way?" She regarded him with her same easy, unperturbed smile. "I can't tell you just yet, Jerry, but you'll know all in a few days." Puzzled, Jerry went on his way. "You should have seen how the people in here were looking at you and Jerry while you were talking," whispered Jackie. "All of them, including me, were saying just one thing: 'What a stunning couple they'll make.' I'm backing you with all I've got against Gladys." "And I, if I had anything to bet," returned Cordelia, "would put it all on Gladys." Jackie stared at this. "I wish those few days you mentioned were over so I could know what all this business is about." "You won't have to wait, Jackie. My chief reason for coming here today was to get the chance to tell you at once what it's all about." Despite the privacy of their corner table, Jackie leaned far across and gazed breathlessly at her old roommate. "Yes?" she whispered. "You must promise not to repeat a word of what I tell until it all becomes public." "You can count on my promise, Cordy." "Here goes, then. First of all, so you'll understand the full meaning of the thing, I'd better remind you how poor we are. These last 10 years, since Father's death, Mother has had a mighty hard time to keep things going with Lily and me on her hands, and only a little over $30,000 a year to do it all on. As for that, I guess things weren't a lot better when my father was alive, or even in my grandfather's day. We Marlowes never did have much money." "Everybody knows you haven't much money, Cordy." "That doesn't make any difference with such a family as the Marlowes. It's enough for us all that you're just Cordelia Marlowe. There's not another girl who has your standing, your popularity, who gets the invitations you do." Cordelia smiled wryly, half humorously. "Perhaps you've never guessed it, Jackie, but my popularity has been part of my capital. those invitations a large part of my income. A weekend party, a yachting party, a guest at this house for a week, at that house for a month. I'm always booked up. I'm a successful guest, and I work hard at being a guest. That's been my business. Don't talk like that, Cordy. Everyone's always tickled to get you. I suppose they have been. At least I've tried to please. But if I hadn't taken my living expenses off Mother's hands in this way, I don't see how Mother could have managed at all these last 5 years. So much for that. Now come to the present situation. Here it is all at once, Jackie. We're wiped out, Jackie. Utterly finished. Finished? Echoed Jackie. In what way? In every way. You mean especially money? If we haven't any money at all, well, I guess money includes everything, doesn't it? Cordy, how did it happen? No use bothering you with many details. It's a common story anyhow. I'll bet that never before did so many families go on the rocks as in this awful year of our Lord 1921. I didn't know anything about our mess till last night. Then Mother and I had a long session, and she told me some things she'd been keeping from me. With the high prices since the war, she found it harder and harder to live on our income. Result, she kept drawing on her capital by selling off bonds. Result of this was that the income from her remaining bonds was so inadequate as to make her feel they were hardly worth keeping. She saw only one chance. Desperate, she decided to sell the bonds and speculate. Mother picked out oil, and everything's gone. Everything, Cordy? Everything except a $2,500 annuity from one of my father's life insurance policies. Mother said she tried to borrow, but nobody, not even old friends, would loan in such hard times without the best security, and of course we haven't that. I'll loan you money, Cordy. Thanks. You're a dear, Jackie. If it were a small amount, I'd take you up. But nothing less than 30,000, and 30,000 every year, would be worthwhile. I wouldn't take that much from you, even if you could spare it. Cordy, what will it mean? Isn't that pretty plain? As my mother put it last night, it means that the Marlowes, one of the best families for generations, must necessarily sink out of their world into poverty and dingy obscurity. I'm sorriest for Lily. She's only 15, and was to have entered Harcourt Hall in September, but now Lily will never have a chance. As for myself, well, now you see why I can't be chairman of our class reunion, why I'm not going out to Gladys Norworth, why I'd back Gladys against myself so far as Jerry Plimpton is concerned. I'm out of my old world, out of your world, out of their world, out of it forever. Cordy, breathed the dazed Jackie. Cordy, my God. Cordy still tried to smile into Jackie's staring face, but nonetheless she was feeling something of the poignant dismay that had pierced her and dazed her when her mother had broken the news of the family disaster. She knew no other world except this into which she had been born. She loved it, and now she had lost it. She had indeed been a social star, and now all that glory was lost. She liked Jerry. Subconsciously, all her important plans had been basing themselves upon the growing possibility of being Mrs. Jerry Plimpton, and of having the splendid position that would belong to his wife, and now she was out of his world, their paths would never cross. Now all that was lost. "I guess you realize now what it means, Jackie," Cordelia said mechanically. Then she added, "The only reason for keeping the thing secret is my mother's wish. She feels the disgrace and is crazy to avoid it. Mother said that since the rent for our apartment is paid in advance until the 1st of July, it will be cheaper for us to live on there than any place else. She hopes there may be some kind of a chance that something may still turn up, and if something does, then the world need never know what's happened. She wants to keep the thing quiet on that chance." Jackie nodded. "But you, Cordy, what are you going to do?" "I've thought it all out, and the only thing is for me to go to work." "Work?" Jackie was scarcely less horrified and sympathetic than at Cordelia's original announcement. "Cordelia Marlowe go to work?" And then Jackie's face lit up. "It might not be so bad after all, Cordy. It's something new. It might be an awful lark. What are you going to do?" "That's what I've been wondering about, though I've not yet had time to do any real thinking." "I'll tell you what," Jackie cried inspiredly. "Let's have a look at the want columns of a newspaper. They tell me one can find everything in these want ads." For the moment the vivacious Jackie had forgotten the seriousness of the situation and was seeing the affair as an exciting adventure into an unknown country. So when the waiter set down Cordelia's iced tea and her own horse's neck, she ordered him to bring in a newspaper. Jackie quickly swallowed 2 inches from her tall glass. "A little something from the hip will pep this Volstead stuff up so I can do some heavy thinking," she whispered, and drew a silver flask from her handbag and filled her glass to the brim. This she stirred with a long spoon and sipped her reinforced beverage. "Ah, that's something like," she sighed. "Somehow my booze tastes a lot better these days since they've told me I can't have it." The waiter returned with the newspaper, and the next moment the two of them were scanning the columns headed "Help Wanted Female." They finished these pleas for assistance and regarded each other glumly. It was Jackie who spoke the thought of each. "How monotonous! Nothing wanted but cooks, maids, scrub women, nursemaids, stenographers, and still more cooks and maids. Not a thing that's in your line." "No." Simultaneously their eyes fell upon an adjoining heading, "Positions Wanted Female." Again Jackie had an inspiration. "I say, Cordy, why don't you put in a want ad for a position? Miss Harcourt was always saying you were the best Harcourt Hall ever turned out." "That might be just the thing," exclaimed Cordelia. Then she asked, "Advertising to do what?" Well, you're a wonderful dancer, you know, but not good enough to be a professional on the stage, and I don't know how to be a teacher, and I don't think I'd like to be one either." "Well, there's your swimming." "Same answer, Jackie. I don't know any girl who can sail a boat better than you." "Same answer again." "There's your tennis. Don't some tennis clubs have professionals, the same as golf clubs?" "Not women professionals. There's no money in tennis for me." "You're a regular whiz at driving a car." I've been in your roadster when you were coaxing over 90 an hour out of it. How much demand is there for a woman chauffeur? Or should I say chauffeuse? And with my record for arrests, who would take me on as a careful family driver? Well, but here Jackie came to a pause. I guess you get all of my situation now, Jackie. Yes, Jackie said slowly. You're broke, and you've got to earn money. You've got every accomplishment, but you can't do a damn thing that's useful. Not a damn thing that you can sell. That's exactly my situation, Jackie. And as you just said, Miss Harcourt used to call me Harcourt Hall's best. The two looked at each other solemnly, even glumly, for a long moment. Then a smile started on Jackie's piquant face and slowly became a challenging grin. What's up now, Jackie? I dare you to do it. Do what? I'll tell you in a minute. Cordy, we've been following the wrong line. How? In trying to compete with these people. Jackie excitedly tapped the want columns. They all either want to buy or sell the commonplace, the useful. What are some people often most eager to get and pay big money for? Uncommon things that are not useful. Diamonds, for instance. Beginning to get the idea? I'm beginning to get excited. Go on. Don't advertise yourself as a lump of coal. Advertise yourself as a diamond. There's my idea. I dare you. A reckless gleam had flashed into Cordelia's eyes, and she laughed. Into the two girls had come the spirit of old. Again they were a couple of wild harum-scarum girls hatching an escapade at Miss Harcourt's. I'll not back down on a dare, cried Cordelia. I'll advertise, but I'll tell the exact truth. The more truth, the better. We'll not waste any time getting busy on this. Here, use the ads in this paper as a sample and dictate to me. I'll write the thing on the back of this menu card. I'm all set. Now shoot. Laughing at the absurdity, the daredeviltry of the enterprise, so much akin in spirit was the thing to one of their school-day larks, Cordelia began to dictate. After elaboration, condensation, revision, and frequent reference to the newspaper for the proper form, the completed want ad on the back of the menu card read as follows. American girl, 23, strong, considered good-looking, best social standing, expert at swimming, riding, tennis, dancing, and can drive racing car. Has other accomplishments, but no useful training. Desires position with adequate remuneration. What have you to offer? Jackie summoned the waiter and paid the bill. Just so you won't have a chance to renege, Cordy, I'm going to take this right over to the Times and pay for it. Come on. Laughing, Cordelia followed Jackie out of the hotel and over to the Times office, where Jackie copied the advertisement upon the blank provided and handed it in. The clerk counted the words, added R113 Times, and handed Jackie a slip of paper. This Jackie gave to Cordelia. There's your lottery ticket, old dear. R113. Sounds like a lucky number. The clerk said you might have a bunch of replies by Wednesday morning. You must tell me what happens. Jackie, you dear fool, you. Nothing is going to happen. You just wait and see, prophesied Jackie. But even Jackie did not guess what a good prophet she was. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MrsLSid. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 2. The Making of Cordelia. Since this history is primarily a record of a brief period in the life of Cordelia Marlowe, then to understand the striking, gay, impulsive, confident creature that Cordelia was at 23, one must be equipped with some further knowledge of her family and of Cordelia's history. The Marlowes were for generations one of the bluest families in that unnumbered group which tradition has baptized under the numerical name of the 400. The family had once upon a time been wealthy, though the Marlowes had never been wealthy upon the scale by which present fortunes are considered. The later males of the Marlowe family, however, had lacked the ability to retain what the earlier Marlowes had acquired, though there had always been sufficient to maintain the family name as one of the best in New York City. But Cordelia's thoroughly likable father, that almost famous polo player, had, in an even greater degree than any of his forebears, the gift of letting money slip through his hands, so that when a galloping pony stumbled with him, and he was picked up dying, this was when Cordelia was 12, the lawyers had to report to his widow that the estate had almost passed out of existence with its last proprietor. There was something left, however, and Bernice Marlowe, who had always had everything, saw no reason why she should still not have everything, or at least the appearance of everything. There followed great internal economies, of course, and some borrowing, of which affairs it was not the world's business to have any knowledge. So the long-legged Cordelia was kept on at her very exclusive private school. Lily, 8 years younger, was as yet no such economic problem. After which, as parents who are somebody do with their daughters, and as also do parents of recent wealth who want to be somebody, Cordelia was sent at 14 to one of the hundreds of girls' finishing schools which find the vicinage of New York a rich soil for their growth and prosperity. Harcourt Hall was, of course, one of the most, if not actually the most exclusive of these schools. Miss Harcourt, for the prestige of her establishment, tactfully did her very best to restrict her enrollment to girls who came from families of established social position. Miss Harcourt recognized and deplored the growing fact. She never saw the fact in the light of social phenomenon of American life with consequent social problems, that never before were there so many Americans with new-made fortunes, and never so many new families who were trying to promote their daughters to higher social spheres by sending them to schools where they might mix and establish valuable relations with the daughters of the socially elect. This practice was abhorrent to Miss Harcourt, and it may be said to the credit of her watchfulness that few indeed were the upstarts who escaped her scrutiny and got within her walls to soil her carefully chosen group and mount ambition ward upon them. Harcourt Hall sits in withdrawn dignity upon one of Long Island's main highways, some 30 miles out of New York City. To the neighbors, to motorists who pass and repass it, to the members of the nouveau riche who would enter, it offers to the eye no more than a long stretch of high brick wall, a lofty pair of wrought iron grates with a porter's lodge on guard beside them. Watchful observers see these gates swing open only when big cars with liveried chauffeurs come on Friday afternoon to whisk away young ladies, and then return these young ladies Sunday night or Monday morning, or when of an afternoon, the day's toil done, the gates emit a speedster with a girl at its wheel, on some afternoons several such cars, on the errand of clearing away the cobwebs of study by racing against the winds of Long Island. To the initiate there is presented a very different view, a park that is carpeted by meticulously shorn lawn, ribboned with drives of white gravel that curve in and out among noble elms and glistening copper beeches. In the heart of this splendid seclusion sit 3 spacious buildings of closely related architecture, for all are of red brick, and their trim of white woodwork has something of the majesty of the colonial, the gymnasium, the dormitory, and the administration building, the latter containing most of the classrooms and the office of Miss Harcourt, whose sanctum is finished with a rich austerity as might have been the room of a not too unworldly abbess. It was a wonderful place, Harcourt Hall. It taught a girl sureness of herself, the proper manner to carry herself through the great world. At Harcourt Hall Cordelia shone, but not because of excellence in her studies. While the curriculum of Harcourt Hall, as published in the elaborate yearbook, was rather extensive, even including business courses which none of the girls took, regular application to study was not required. Miss Harcourt was very considerate in this respect. It was enough if her dear charges did just as much work as they wanted to. Their careers were to be those of ladies. Cordelia had a jolly time during her 4 years at this model school for young ladies, which has so many duplicates and imitations teaching their tens of thousands of girls the ways of gentility. She was popular not only with the other girls, but with a very proper Miss Harcourt, whose invariable wear was black silk, and who might have been of almost any year above 45, for Miss Harcourt knew all of the secrets of preserving the appearance of an imposing middle age. Miss Harcourt fully realized that Cordelia was not rich as the other girls were rich, but then Cordelia had tremendous family, and was in every way an ornament to the school. "My dear, I am just sending off the very best report to your mother," she said in her grande dame manner in Cordelia's last year. "You are one girl, I may say the girl, Harcourt Hall will always be proud of." And indeed, when Cordelia graduated, which was when she was 18, she was easily the star of Harcourt Hall. She was the school star at swimming, tennis, riding, and basketball. Also, she drove a car with the daring, if not with quite the skill, of a professional racing driver. She knew the periods when the traffic officers were off duty, and so could let her car out with the minimum danger of arrest. Also, she was an instinctive dancer. A love of a dancer, the girls called her. And very incidentally, she knew enough of the modest academic requirements of Harcourt Hall to graduate not quite at the bottom of her class. Aileen Harkness ranked next below her, and both Gladys Norworth and Jackie Thorndike had too much money and standing not to be given their diplomas. Cordelia's debut a year afterwards at Sherry's, then an institution, and not as now a memory, though modest as to cost, was everything it should have been as to its appointments, and the best people were present. Her mother had carefully seen to these matters. After her debut, Cordelia's mother patiently and in silence waited for her to marry any one of the several nice rich young men who paid her court. Cordelia would swim with any of them, and outswim them, play tennis with any of them, and give any of them a man's game, and would dance with any of them or all of them till morning. But not one of them would she marry. She got rather bored with saying no, though always she felt genuinely sorry for the perfectly tailored, heartbroken young men she had to say it to. During the year and a half America fought in the Great War, Cordelia of course threw herself into the work of entertaining the untrained soldiers encamped near New York, as did most of the girls of her set. This was most exciting. The boys in their blanket-fitting uniforms were such dears. What the young fellows liked best was to have her drive them about, and at times her imported sports car, she still drove the same smart racer, scuttling through country roads, could scarcely be seen because of the very large portion of the American Expeditionary Army which was attempting to adhere to it. But presently the war was over, the soldiers were demobilized, and Cordelia declared peace, though the official government was less prompt, and turned to other matters. When some 2 or 3 years had thus been spent in war relief work, and in having a good time socially, and in being a brilliant sportswoman, and in rejecting proposal, Jerry Plimpton had not as yet developed into a serious consideration. And when at the end of this period Cordelia was still unwed and even unbetrothed, her mother at last lost something of the patience she had been exercising with such difficulty. Mrs. Marlowe, with affectionate, deprecatory insistence, demanded that Cordelia marry one of the several desirable suitors, and backed up this demand by revealing something of the Marlowe financial circumstances, which until then she had protectingly withheld. $30,000 a year, they'd been reduced to that, and the strain of making ends meet on that figure. Well, Mrs. Marlowe simply could not stand it much longer. Cordelia was sorry about the finances. She would do her best to keep down her expenses, but she was not ready to marry. Perhaps a little later she might. Almost any time a man might come along whom she really loved. Cordelia had never known any sort of life but this which she lived, and it simply did not enter her consciousness that any other sort of life was possible. But after this talk with her mother, Cordelia did all she saw practical to reduce expenses. There are innumerable ways of living cheaply, and at the same time appearing to live otherwise, which are open secrets to many women of Cordelia's world, and likewise to many men. Of course, the Park Avenue apartment meant cash, $9,000 a year. But though Cordelia always looked smart, she managed so that her clothes cost as little as possible, and she managed so that her food cost her in cash nothing at all. There was always a luncheon party, a dinner party, a weekend party, a yachting party. As she had told Jackie, she was a guest at this big house for a week, and that big house for a month. There was hardly ever an empty hour in her engagement book. She was welcome everywhere, sought for on all sides. She was so clever she instinctively put life into the other guests. She was so good at every sport, and what counted most of all with the women, though she was immensely popular with the men, she lacked utterly the instinct to take another woman's man away from her or to monopolize male attention. She was a brilliantly successful guest. She worked hard at being a guest, and so spontaneous were all her social expressions that she worked without ever knowing she was working. Such was Cordelia Marlowe, made what she was by birth, home traditions, school training, and the practices of the world into which she had naturally been projected, distinctly herself, altogether different, yet in many ways typical of the 10,000 plus, or 100,000 plus, other girls turned out by Harcourt Hall and its peers and its struggling imitations. Magnificent became attached to Cordelia's name in much the way that most of the nicknames of everyday life and the much more formal sobriquets of history became attached to their owners. Through some minor incident, through the color of the hair, size of a body, a limp, a crooked back, a terrible temper, a splendid manner. In Cordelia's case, it had been her manner. Her very handsome and very popular father, when she was newly born, had paid her only the casual attention which is the common attitude of fathers until their offspring begin to emerge from that mere generalization which is infancy into an individuality of their own. Besides, during those early days, Mr. Marlowe was either very busy practicing to make the American polo team, or as equally busy at some of his various clubs, discussing America's chance of bringing back the cup from England. But when Cordelia was between 1 and 2, and her father had failed to make the team, he was a brilliant performer, but he liked his whiskey, and the good fellowship of his clubs too well to be a dependable player, he began to take more adequate notice of his firstborn. Already, he noted, she had the true Marlowe air, the air which had made him so popular, made him accepted as a leader among his fellows, an air composed of genuine good nature, pleasantly imperious self-confidence, an implicit belief that of course she was going to have her own way, and that of course her way was the best way. A true Marlowe, he ejaculated proudly. God, but she's a magnificent child. Magnificent. He liked that word, magnificent. In his pride as a Marlowe, in his pride as a new father, it seemed to him that magnificent exactly hit off his daughter. The word had a fine flavor upon the tongue, and he used it again and again. Like so many chance words, chance phrases repeatedly uttered by fond parents over their young, this word adhered to Cordelia. It remained with her through childhood, through her school days, and even through the years that followed, though the father who had bestowed it had then long been resting under a very handsome monument. Her father had been quite right. She had the manner, the dash to carry off the word. Nowadays, in her young maturity, the word, whenever it was used lightly and half-humorously, but never with irony or contempt, as might have been the case had Cordelia herself taken the word too seriously. She seemed to regard it as an inescapable but good-natured jest, trailing her from childhood. Most people, however, in their hearts, seriously believed Cordelia deserved the title, and down in her own heart of hearts, Cordelia was inclined to believe the same. Physically, this title seemed a garment made for her. She was above the middle height, was strongly and splendidly built, and withal was rarely light and graceful. And her face deserved the attention that the photograver section of the Sunday papers had for years been giving it, regular in its dark beauty, with an aliveness of mind and spirit, with a high good-natured confidence which removed all danger of that monotony which so often is the fatal accompany of beautiful facial regularity. The kind of vital, sparkling beauty that is most properly crowned with just such glinting reddish-brown hair as was hers. She would hardly have been normal or human had she not privately believed in this appellation of her childhood. She had always been a brilliant star, and popular as such even among her girlfriends. She had never faced a situation which she had not carried off with ease. That is, not until this situation had arisen, which she had just outlined to Jackie Thorndyke. End of Chapter 2.
Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 3. How It Paid to Advertise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don Sutton. When Cordelia and Jackie parted, Cordelia drove her smart roadster to the Marlowe apartment on Park Avenue, still humorously regarding her want advertisement as an absurd adventure. But beneath this amusement at herself, there was a very real, excited expectation. Who knew? Indeed, something might happen. However, the following morning, her mood was to discount entirely the humor and the expectation of her advertisement. The thing was just a bit of folly of two extremely foolish girls. Her eyes fell upon a stack of unopened envelopes on her writing desk, and in Cordelia's mood, those envelopes seemed the concrete symbol of her present situation. Indeed, the chief and bitter fact of the Marlowes' existence. They were bills. Some were more than bills, were duns, even threats of action if there should not be prompt payment upon account. The first of every month saw just such a stack. Bills, forever bills. Cordelia sighed. That was life's direst tragedy, meeting bills. She forced her thoughts to her more immediate problem, making a living, and tried to consider it practically. But Cordelia knew no more about the practicalities of earning money than if she were the daughter of some distant planet blissfully exempt from toil. She knew that the young women who waited on her in the shops, and the young women she had seen entering office buildings, must be paid for their work, and in the first instance must have used some method of gaining their positions. But how much were they paid? And how they secured their places she could not even guess. She considered many kinds of possible work, and out of the great number of undesirable possibilities, she tentatively decided that a private secretaryship might be the least undesirable. But she had to have information. Information was something Jerry Plimpton might be able to give her. "I've just had a letter from an umpty seventh cousin, Jerry," she was presently saying over the telephone. "The girl wants to come to New York to be a private secretary. How much is a private secretary paid?" "From nothing up to 15 or 20,000 a year." "How good is she?" "I don't know. Suppose she's just fair." "A girl has got to be mighty skillful and reliable to get as much as 30 a week." "Perhaps she doesn't know anything. What's the best way to start in?" "Tell her to go to a good business school, and then get experience with any decent concern that will give her a chance. But how about this evening, Cordy? Won't you let me—" Cordelia evaded the invitation. $30 a week? But $30 a week, considered merely as $30, had no meaning to Cordelia. Obviously, its meaning had to be expressed in terms of what it would buy. Board and lodging, for instance. She had to know about this. Half an hour later, Cordelia was in a house over in the West 70s, the address of which she had found in a newspaper under the heading Boarders Wanted. Mrs. Gregory led her up 2 flights, opened a door, and began. "One of my best rooms, very private. The bath only 2 doors down the hall." To Cordelia, the room looked stiflingly small, and was stiflingly hot this June day, and she could see little else in it besides an iron bed. Next, Mrs. Gregory led her to the dining room in front of the basement, a low-ceilinged dungeon, it seemed to Cordelia, with a view through grilled windows of passing legs, all uniformly amputated at the knee. How much?" Cordelia managed to get out through her muffling handkerchief. "Only $15 a week, and the accommodations cannot be equaled at the price in the city." "Thanks, I'll tell my cousin," murmured Cordelia, and hurried out to her roadster and back across Central Park. Half of her salary for such accommodations? And she wasn't even earning that salary yet. She drove back to the Park Avenue apartment. Her mother had fled the city to visit a distant cousin, taking Lily with her, and spent the rest of that day and most of the night going over and over her situation. She had to go to work, that was settled, and $30 a week became fixed in her mind as her first economical goal. She simply had to earn at least $30 a week. But how was she going to finance herself until she was able to earn that much? Say, by learning to be a private secretary? There was only one way. That was to sell her car, her beautiful imported roadster. But while she thus planned through the night, a dizzy nausea seized her every time she thought of her swift and appalling descent from her pleasant, her magnificent world. From her wonderful world to the dingy, smelly oblivion of Mrs. Gregory's boarding house or its kindred. The next morning, more out of obedience to her implied promise to take Jackie than out of any reawakened expectation, Gloria went to the advertising office of the Times and presented her receipt. Here she had her first great surprise. The clerk handed her a twine-bound packet of what seemed 100 letters or more. Her second great surprise came when, locked in her room at home, she tore open the top letter of the parcel and read, "Dear little R113, your advertisement listens mighty good to me. Let's get acquainted. You sound like just the girl I've been looking for. Call up the telephone number below, ask for me, and we'll arrange to have a nice little dinner together and size each other up. After that, well, if we make a hit with each other, I think you'll be satisfied on the point you made about adequate remuneration. I have enough money and you'll find me no tightwad, eagerly awaiting your ring." Cordelia gazed in utter astoundment at this letter. Then, as its obvious meaning penetrated her numbed consciousness, she gave a gasp, went hot all over with rage, and tore the letters to bits. How dared anyone so insult her? Breast heaving, she regarded the pile with horror. Then she forced herself to read another letter, and another, and another. Each she tore up as she read it. With each her horror and her hot rage mounted. They were different from the first only in text. The purpose behind every one was identical. Cordelia read no more. She simply could not understand the thing. How could she possibly have laid herself open to such insulting overtures? Then she bethought herself of her advertisement. She had saved a copy of the paper containing it, and this paper she now secured and read the lines she and Jackie had concocted over the tea table. She slowly read the advertisement through 2 or 3 times. Then she turned as cold as she had been hot. She gasped again, and with a different kind of horror, as she realized the unsuspected significance that existed in the innocent advertisement drawn up by 2 confident, worldly wise, yet unworldly wise, young women in a larker spirit. To men of loose minds, the thing, of course, read like a veiled invitation, and she had written it. For a space she was of a mind to destroy the rest of the letters unread, but the very fascination of her horror drew her on, and one after another she read some 24 more. They varied in expression as much as the men might have differed in their physical appearance. Some were delicate, some direct, some leering, but every writer had read her advertisement, as had her first correspondent. At length she came upon the following, typed upon heavy, expensive paper, the firm's name embossed at the letter's top. My dear Miss R113, if you will apply in person, show this letter, and ask to see Mr. Franklin. It is possible that some work may be arranged for you with our firm. Very truly, Kedmar and Franklin, per M.G. This letter brought her up with a start. Its impersonal formality, its brevity, its typewritten signature were coldly refreshing after the odious familiarity of the letters which had preceded it. Kedmar and Franklin. The name sounded familiar. Who were they? The austere letterhead conveyed no hint of their business. Oh, yes, she remembered now. They were a firm of lawyers. Big lawyers, too. For dimly remembered newspaper accounts connected the firm with many important cases. And oh, yes, they were the chief counsel in helping Mrs. Henry Arnold win her sensational countersuit for divorce. She hesitated. What help could she possibly be to such a firm? Then suddenly she made her decision. They had asked her to come. There would be nothing lost in seeing them. So she locked in her desk the torn heap of repulsive letters, to be more fully destroyed later, and started for the firm's address on Lower Broadway. An express elevator shot her up to the 13th floor. Here was an impressive line of doors, labeled Kedmar and Franklin, one of which was marked Entrance. As she stepped through this door into an outer office of quiet but rich appointments, a young woman of her own age arose from a typewriter and courteously asked her how she could serve her. I wish to see Mr. Franklin. Please give him this letter. The young woman passed through a side door and almost at once returned. You are to come right in, please. With her heart in almost painful wonderment as to what she was about to experience, Cordelia followed her guide through another office, which instantly gave an impression of quiet distinction, to a third door which the young woman opened. "You'll find Mr. Franklin waiting," she said. Cordelia stepped through, and the door closed quietly behind her. Her quick eyes took in a large room of yet more simple distinction than the others, with windows that looked downward upon the whole northern and eastern stretch of the city. A man at the flat-top desk in the center of the room stood up. She saw he held the letter she had sent in to him. "Will you please have a chair?" he invited in a low, courteous voice, motioning to a chair beside his desk. She obeyed, giving him a swift glance. Mr. Franklin was perhaps 35, clean-shaven, quietly but smartly dressed, of athletic build, of easy bearing. He gave her an instant sense that here was a man of power, a man who would achieve great things if he had not already achieved them. He resumed his chair after she was seated. "And now, Miss..." He gave a start as he now saw her features more clearly. "Pardon me, but I believe I already know you. I do not recall ever having seen you before," Cordelia said with some stiffness and in surprise. "You are correct, we have never met, but I frequently glance at the photogravure sections of the Sunday papers, and no one more frequently appears there than yourself. You are Miss Cordelia Marlowe." Yes, Cordelia had to admit. She had planned to use her mother's maiden name, at least temporarily. Now, with the admission of her identity, she felt with dismay that the possibility of keeping the Marlowe disaster a secret, as her mother wished, was instantly and entirely gone. "You wrote the advertisement to which this letter refers?" "Yes, indeed." He regarded her thoughtfully for a moment. "Excuse me just 1 second, please. A little item I had overlooked." He pressed a button beneath his desk, though there was a double row of pearl-top buttons in view beside his telephone, and scribbled upon a pad. He folded this, and apparently waited for someone to appear, meditatively tapping his pencil upon the rich mahogany. But no one entered. "I guess this other matter will have to wait after all," he remarked, turning his keen, steady gray eyes again to Cordelia. "Would you mind telling me, Miss Marlowe, just why you wrote that advertisement?" "The advertisement itself answers that question. I want work." "But why should Miss Cordelia Marlowe want work? Is my reason important to you? Seems to me that the important consideration is whether I am suitable for any work you may have in mind." "That is partly correct, Miss Marlowe. But I think you will admit that it is somewhat unusual to have one of the best-known young women of New York's smartest set advertising for work, and any sort of work at that. We are a responsible firm, Miss Marlowe, and therefore must necessarily exercise care regarding our personnel. I think you will agree that we are not exceeding our legitimate requirements in wanting to know what prompted so unusual a procedure on your part." Cordelia had to admit to herself that he was in the right, and she gave a brief account of the family reverses. "Strange that I hadn't heard of this," mused Mr. Franklin. "No one has heard as yet." "No one?" "No one except my mother, myself, and my best friend, Mrs. Mary Thorndyke." "Do you object to telling me why this misfortune has been kept a secret?" "It was Mother's idea. You see, rent for our apartment is paid in advance, and it would be cheapest to live there for the present. So since we are not compelled to make a change at once, it occurred to my mother that there was a desperate last chance of something turning up which might save us and make it unnecessary for the public ever to know what our predicament had been." "I see. And if nothing does turn up, what will happen to your mother? How will she feel about it?" "She's a proud woman, and you know what has always been our family position. I think you can answer your question for yourself." "I think I can." "And your sister, what will become of her?" "I don't know. She's the one who will really suffer most, for she will not have had a chance of any kind." "Thank you for your information," he said quietly, and then after a moment, "Just what did you think you might do for us?" "I had not thought. My advertisement was plain enough in stating that I could do nothing useful. If you have work for me, it will be for you to decide what I can best do." Mr. Franklin nodded. "What sum had you in mind when you mentioned adequate remuneration?" "I was hoping for something that would pay me $30 a week." Mr. Franklin slowly shook his head. "At $30 a week, I fear we could not use you." Almost unconsciously, as the conversation had continued, a very eager hope had been growing up in Cordelia. Consequently, Mr. Franklin's quiet words had the effect of almost flattening her. Why, she stammered. "I thought I would be worth at least that much. I don't see how I can live on less." Then hesitantly, 25? "We could not use you at 25. Cordelia stood up dully. "Then I might as well be going. I suppose I should thank you for your kindness in seeing me. Goodbye." "One moment, please. I am not quite through. Won't you be seated again?" That even voice had a compelling quality. Cordelia sank back into her chair. "Since you have already permitted me to be inquisitive relative to your personal affairs, I hope you will answer just one more question. How much a year has it cost you to live? I mean for the entire family, and in the manner in which you have been living." "I don't know exactly, but around 30,000. I should say at least 30,000 to live the way you were living, and at that you must have found it hard. I've listened to your proposition, Miss Marlowe, and I now ask you to listen to my proposition. My offer to you is 30,000 a year." "30,000?" gasped Cordelia. "It being expressly understood as part of the agreement, if we do agree," the quiet voice went on, "that you and your family are to continue in the exact manner in which you have been living. There will, of course, be other conditions." "30,000?" repeated the dazed Cordelia. "30,000 when you wouldn't pay me 30 a week? I don't understand." "It's very simple. $30 a week presupposes that you have dropped from your present position and are just Miss Smith. As Miss Smith, you are not worth $30 a week, and besides, you would not particularly interest me, for I can get 10,000 Miss Smiths to do the Miss Smith kind of work. But as Miss Cordelia Marlowe, holding your present position, you are not one of 10,000. You are of a very small number, and as such, you are easily worth 30,000 a year to my firm." "Doing what?" she inquired. He shifted slightly, and seemed to be keenly watching of his carefully chosen words upon her. "You must understand that much of our work is of a highly confidential character, and is performed for wealthy clients. Many of our clients belong to your own set, or else come in contact with it. Frequently a delicate situation arises, and we must protect our clients' property and honor. We can best do this if we are in a position to secure information other than through our regular channels concerning the conditions which threaten our clients. A person belonging to your set, and moving on terms of intimacy in it, I can easily secure bits of information which, added to what we already know, would prove of great value to us. Am I to understand that you are proposing that I am to act as a spy upon my friends, and that I then pass on this keyhole information to you?" She said this in a voice of incredulous indignation. He studied her flushed face a moment before replying. "This is what I was intimating, yes. Then you may get someone else for your work." She started to rise. "Please keep your chair, Miss Marlowe. I made that intimation solely for the purpose of testing you. Had you said yes, we could not have used you. We require a person of utmost honor, and if you were a person to sell out your friends, you might also sell out us." "Well?" she demanded. "The general nature of the work is much as I have outlined it, but you would be requested to do nothing that would not be pleasing to your honor and good taste. Further, you will have the privilege of refusing to participate in any case that does not appeal to you. As a matter of fact, I believe that most affairs would so engage your sympathy that you would be happy to be of service." "I don't know," Cordelia said doubtfully. "The arrangement will obviate all the unpleasant features that would attend your sinking to the level of Miss Smith," he suggested. "I judge that you are not exactly eager to give up your present position and your present friends?" "No." He pressed this point gently but firmly. "Also, it would obviate the fate of your mother dreads for herself, and would solve the problem of your sister." "Those are good arguments," she said. "But before I can answer, I'd like to know what are the other considerations of which you spoke." "Certainly. We must require that you never let a single soul know the true character of your relations with our firm. Your explanation for seeing us, if ever an explanation is necessary, is that we are your personal attorneys." "I understand. What else?" "You must never let anyone know the real source of your income. For the public to learn this would mean that the public had also learned of your family reverses, and that might in some way impair your own and your mother's position. Since the general public does not know what your predicament has been, you need explain nothing to the public. The public will never know the difference. As for your friend Mrs. Thorndyke, tell her your mother's fears were premature and groundless, and that all is now well. And as for your mother—" "Yes, my mother. How will I count for the money to her?" "She must be kept in ignorance of what you are doing. Here is an instance where we may properly use a bit of deception that you will agree is legitimate. You spoke of your mother having some speculative stock which is worthless. Get that stock into my possession, and I will handle it in some way which will make her believe she has recovered her lost fortune. The money which you earn will then come to you through your mother." "I see. What are the other conditions?" "We have covered them all. I am now waiting for your yes or no. I can only say yes to such an offer, especially when it leaves me free to decline any work you may propose. Though," she added, "your proposition doesn't yet seem real to me." "I am glad you are to be with us," he said. Even now his voice did not alter in its courteous, businesslike quality. "And you will soon find that the proposition is real enough." "When do you want me to begin? And on what piece of work?" "I wish you to begin at once, if possible. I have one case in hand in which I am certain you can render the greatest service, but the circumstances are not yet quite ripe for you. May I ask what were your own plans prior to the time your mother gave you her bad news? I had accepted an invitation to visit a school friend, Miss Gladys Norworth. Of course, I have cancelled it." "Gladys Norworth!" exclaimed Mr. Franklin. "The great heiress? That Miss Norworth?" "Yes." Mr. Franklin's gray eyes held a surprised brightness for a moment, then were as calm as before. "Since I am not quite ready with the case I referred to, I suggest that in the meantime you make your visit with Miss Norworth as originally arranged." Cordelia blinked at this. Mr. Franklin hesitated an instant, then continued, "I think it might be well for me to say a little more. Very shortly I would have asked you to go to Miss Norworth anyhow. Her affairs constitute one of our cases. I think you now begin to see the value that our connection with you will be to us. You have the natural entree to the kind of people we must keep in touch with." "Gladys Norworth, one of your cases?" exclaimed Cordelia. "I said her affairs," corrected Mr. Franklin. "Miss Norworth knows nothing of our firm being interested in her, and I wish you to take care not to let her suspect it. If she did, our efforts might be useless. We are confidential counsel to the trustee of her estate. Her trustees believe something is seriously wrong with her affairs, but they themselves have been baffled as to what it is. That is why they have secretly entrusted us with the matter. We have gained some facts and have some suspicions, but we have not yet penetrated the mystery. That is what I wish you to do. Help us get to the heart of this baffling matter. You will please notice everything and report every detail to me, no matter how unimportant it may seem to you." "That is exactly what I said I could not do. Spy upon my friends." "I thought we had covered that," Mr. Franklin said patiently. "You are not acting as a spy, at least not in the repugnant sense of the word. You are in reality your friend's protector, though she does not know it and must not know it. You are really trying to help save your friend. That is something very different, is it not?" "Yes," Cordelia admitted. "Then you will go, as soon as arrangements are made?" "Yes." "But would you mind telling me something about the situation? I cannot without a breach of good faith toward the trustees. Besides, there is no need for you to know much. What you need you will learn for yourself. Further, I will very frankly admit I do not understand the thing myself, except that something strange is going on behind the surface. And now, Miss Marlowe, I believe that is everything, except the discussing of financial plans involving your getting into my hands your mother's oil stock." 30 minutes later that discussion was over, and Mr. Franklin opened the door for her with a courteous bow. As she shot down the elevator and walked as in a dream up Broadway, within her was a chaos of wonderment and thrilling exultation, a whirling chaos that had 3 chief elements. This Mr. Franklin, clear-thinking, never hesitant for a word, always courteous, could he possibly be other than the polished gentleman, the discreet repository of other people's confidences and worries that he seemed to be? What was this strange thing that was going on in Gladys Norworth's affairs? Now that a point had been made of it, it did seem that Gladys for a long time had been behaving oddly. What was she, Cordelia, going to find out? What was going to happen to her? But more thrilling than either of these thoughts was the change that had come in her fortunes. An hour before she had been a pauper, seeking work at a miserable wage. And now she was her old self again. Her mother was saved. Lily was saved. She was saved. The family position was unchanged. She was to remain up in her own world, the world that loved her, the world she loved, and the world where she and Jerry Plimpton would be meeting as before. End of section 3.
Chapter 4 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MrsLSid. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 4. Fortune's Other Face. Cordelia would have wondered even more had it been possible for her to have remained invisible in Mr. Franklin's office, and thus been able to see and overhear. The moment Mr. Franklin was back in his chair after seeing Cordelia out, he remarked in a slightly raised voice, "Come in, Kedmore." A door at the side of the office opened, and from a little private corridor that led to the adjoining office, there stepped forth a stockily built man of perhaps 55, with a pinkish bald head. His clothes had doubtless cost as much as Mr. Franklin's, but their wrinkled and baggy appearance suggested that they also served him as pajamas. Seen in repose, he looked a very unimportant figure, but those acquainted with the higher courts of New York knew that, given a case with a woman in it, no matter what its other ingredients, Josiah Kedmore would win that case before the most callous jury ever impaneled. His was the gift of the golden voice, the apposite word, the bugle call to tears. In the privacy of his partner's company, something seemed to have dropped from Mr. Franklin's face. Nothing so tangible as a mask, perhaps merely that careful control which was his face professional attire. At any rate, his features were more alive, expressive. The toe-toned even, persuasive quality of his voice had given place to vibrant incisiveness. "You got my signal?" Mr. Franklin queried when his partner was in the chair which had so recently held Cordelia. "Sure." It was a relaxation to Mr. Kedmore to be inelegant when the occasion did not require dressed-up English. "Then you saw and heard her? What do you think?" "That she's a peach. Lord, man, I almost passed out when I learned who she was. Cordelia Marlowe. To think of Cordelia Marlowe writing an ad like that. Lord!" "She's just the kind that would do it. Worldly wise and self-confident, and because of that as ignorant and easy as they come." Kedmore nodded his big pink head. "Just so. Lord, if it wasn't for those swell schools, and what they do teach and don't teach the dear girls, and if it wasn't for swell society and what it does teach and doesn't teach, where the dickens would we poor lawyers be? What? Lord! Then you think she'll do? She'll be a wonder, if you can manage her. You saw this afternoon's performance. I was as much surprised as you were when I learned who she was. I never guessed a real society person was behind that ad. Considering my surprise, I think you'll admit I handled her pretty well." "Yes, that was clever work, Franklin. Damned clever." "Lord, yes. But for a minute I thought your foot had slipped." "When?" "When you suggested to her that Maggie the blackmail queen thing and she flared up." "I had to sound her out, didn't I? To find whether she was already of a mind to go in for something of the sort?" "And when I learned she wasn't, I guess you'll admit I made a quick recovery." "Yes, your mind is quick on its feet. Lightning quick, I'll say. But where did you get that idea, not hesitating a second of sending her out to that, what's her name? Gladys Norworth? And are being privately retained by Miss Norworth's trustees to make an investigation of certain matters. How did you come to send her to this Gladys Norworth person? You certainly had me buffaloed, and it still seems a mystery." If you listened carefully, you will recall that Miss Marlowe was the first to mention Gladys Norworth. I'd not even thought of Miss Norworth until Miss Marlowe spoke of her invitation to visit Miss Norworth. So I decided to send Miss Marlowe where she already had an invitation. Almost every rich family has a closet with a skeleton or two in it, and I thought Miss Marlowe might as well start with these Norworth people, where she has an opening, as with anybody else. It's all the same to us. Of course I did recall vaguely a few things about the Norworth situation, and that helped. If Miss Marlowe doesn't find the key to the Norworth closet, or if opening the closet she finds no skeleton, then I shift her to some other family. And that's all there is to that mystery. Simple as taking a litter of kittens out of your grandmother's silk hat after you've been shown how, commented Mr. Kedmore. You've sure got a brain, Franklin, up where some people only keep a custard pie. Thanks. You understand I don't care a damn about this Norworth outfit. That is, not unless something big is turned up there. What I care about is landing a young woman like Miss Marlowe. That's the big thing. Sure, I understand. But Lord, man, offering her $30,000, that's quite a piece of change, you know. Seems to me you're mighty free with our dough. It's just as I told her. She will be worth that or nothing to us. And you know she would be worth nothing to us unless she stuck to her place in society. I suppose so. How are you going to get that money back? You let me worry about that. It's going to be easy. The tips she'll hand me, without ever knowing what she's done, about the things that are happening among her rich friends, why, there'll be a fortune in them if we follow them up and use them right. But you can't expect to keep a girl like Miss Marlowe in ignorance forever if what she's actually doing. Lord, no. When she takes a tumble to the real game, how are you going to handle her? By that time, I figure she won't need any handling. She'll be willing to come in with her eyes wide open, provided we keep on covering up her work. Don't I know that sort of woman? The woman who's about to topple from her place in the big world and who don't want to fall. New York, every big city is full of 'em. String those women along for a little while, keeping them just balanced at the top, and then they'll be willing to do anything to keep from going down. You know that as well as I do. That's been our experience. I know, but we've never before handled a woman that's had the real class of this Marlowe girl. Suppose when her waking up time comes, the girl refuses to go ahead. Franklin's mouth tightened. That event will be provided for. If she refuses, she will find herself so involved, without knowing beforehand that she is involved, that she will not dare do anything except go ahead. Kedmore raised a hand. Say no more. Never tell me what you're up to. I'm only the vocal cords of this organization. I'll handle any case in court that you've got fixed so that the law cannot reach it. But it's up to you to do all the thinking and fixing. Too much knowledge is likely to be a damn dangerous thing for me. So let me have the bliss and safety of ignorance. All right, you needn't worry. And man, think of the other side. How much we'll make when I've made her what I want her to be? I tell you, Kedmore, I'm going to make that girl, willing or unwilling, the ablest woman in this line that New York ever knew. You just see. I hope you do it, but it may be some job. I'll make her that, you just see, repeated Franklin, his eyes glowing. These ladies' maids who want to sell compromising letters, these women on the fringe of society who hang on by their little retail trade in scandal, all of them together won't be a tenth of what Miss Marlowe will be when I've got her ready. He became tense in his certainty. She's going to be a wonder. A year from now, it will take time. It will require patience and adroitness. But a year from now, and that girl will be everything I've said. I believe you, Franklin. You have an admirable trait of putting your plans across. The pink head nodded slowly in meditation. But I wonder now. I just naturally wonder what your Miss Marlowe would be thinking about if she knew this minute what she is destined to be in a year. To this, Franklin made no reply. Of course she'll succeed, the heavy, meditative voice of Kedmore rushed on. But that girl had a look to her that does make me wonder. She's no cinch. It'll be mighty interesting, Franklin, watching how she develops under your hands. Mighty interesting. After his partner had departed through the private door through which he had entered, Franklin swung around and gazed down on the far reaches of the city, his brain feverishly exultant, eagerly darting into the future. Robert Franklin was a type of lawyer that existed ever since law has been practiced as a business, but which has only mounted to the peak of its success with the development of modern wealth, of modern society and modern business, and the rich opportunities these have provided. At the beginning of his practice, he had chanced upon a rather scandalous secret and had been paid his price for suppressing it. That incident had determined his career. Such money comes so easily and comes in such large sums. Money made by clients for helping them hide something. Money paid by clients for doing something illegal in such a way that the law, even if awakened, cannot touch client or lawyer. Money paid for a closed mouth. and it is all so very safe, if only one is clever and careful enough. Today it was Franklin's practice to watch for every little domestic rupture among the respectable rich, to listen for every rumor of an indiscretion that might develop into a profit, to wait quietly for developments, collecting notes of every detail, adding to these, ever adding to these, until finally a crisis was reached in some affair in which reputations were at stake, and in which those concerned were frantically eager for nothing to leak out, and he was the only outside person who had all the dangerous facts. These affairs were his great chances. In such great direction had the main portion of his law business developed, as many a law business, in part at least, has developed. Such then was Cordelia's savior at the age of 35, a perfection of his type, respected in his profession, and suspected by no one to whom he did not care to give his confidence. Prosperous, a finished man of the world, he wore and knew how to wear the best of clothes. He was a member of good clubs, and he was today far more ambitious than in his fiery early years. His practice of watching every chance, however small, every slip of folly and ignorance, every mistake of vanity and pride and judgment, had finally brought him Cordelia. He had never felt more exultant, more sure of himself than now. She was made to his hand, and of her he was going to make a wonder. Thus mused Franklin, who was accustomed to the belief that he could see into the far future and pull the proper strings to make that far future fit his own desire. But Cordelia, setting forth upon her mission, ignorant of the true purposes that had prompted her orders, was not more ignorant of what was to be the outcome of this planning and striving than was the astute, sky-soaring Robert Franklin. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MrsLSid. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 5. Rolling Meadows. On Monday afternoon of the following week, Cordelia, at the wheel of her spirited maroon roadster, a large black suitcase strapped on its afterdeck, her trunks had been sent in advance by express, was skimming easily over a Long Island road at a third her engine's speed, but many miles over the speed permitted by the state law. She was palpitant with the suspense of the adventure whose portals she was now entering. She had taken part in many daring matters before this, but in none had the stakes been so important to her and to others. In none had the outcome seemed so unforeseeable, and in none had her personal situation been so strange a one. Behind her she had left business affairs settled upon much the basis Mr. Franklin had first outlined to her. There had been many interviews with him in his office from which one looked down, as from a watchtower, upon the far-flung city and its toiling, scheming, idling, suffering, loving millions. Mrs. Marlowe had been prevailed upon to come to this office and leave with Mr. Franklin her unfortunate securities. She had been greatly impressed by Mr. Franklin on her first visit, and her respect had grown 100-fold when 3 days later he announced to her that she had been the victim of fraudulent practices, and that he had succeeded in getting a settlement out of her brokers and the companies in which she held stock, under the terms of which settlement she was regularly to receive $2,500 monthly. He had handed her a cashier's check for the amount of the first payment. She had been most grateful, but extreme tact had been required in handling her indignant demand for criminal action against those conscienceless brokers who had tried to ruin her and who so nearly had succeeded, and she had driven away, the saving check triumphantly clutched in her handbag, with never a suspicion that she had been an unconscious actor in a carefully prepared bit of private theatricals. Of course, Cordelia had promptly sent off the ordered note to Jackie Thorndyke, telling that her mother had been premature in her fears of financial reverses, and telling Jackie that their affairs were as sound as ever, and that therefore she, Cordelia, would not have to undertake any of those foolish schemes they had discussed. Jackie had replied with enthusiastic congratulations and had promised silence. It had hurt Cordelia a bit to tell this fib to a good old friend like Jackie. And of course there had been payments made upon those awful bills. There were flies buzzing about the sweet ointment of her secret rehabilitation of the secret failure of her family. Was she going to be found out? If so, what would happen to her? And then there was that sense that she was acting rather like a spy, coming to Rolling Meadows under such circumstances. But this last fly she brushed away with the mental gesture that she was coming to protect, not to betray, though at intervals this fly returned to its buzzing. As she drew nearer her destination, her excitement grew more intense. She did not know Rolling Meadows. She did not know the stepsister or the other persons who might comprise the household. She knew only Gladys. She was about to enter a new world, a world that she now believed contained a mystery, possibly a menace, a mystery that she, always unsuspected, was to help discover and clear away. Presently the maroon roadster turned through the gateway of Rolling Meadows and swung over the low undulations, now lush with hay that would soon be ready for the mower, toward the house which sat upon a knoll that had the splendid exclusion bestowed by a quarter-mile's removal from the highway. It had been the gently curving lines of the sweeping acres which had inspired the parents of Gladys to call the estate Rolling Meadows when, 20 years earlier, they had chosen this as the site of their country home and had ordered architects and landscape gardeners and builders to do their best. Since she was the first of Gladys's friends to enter Rolling Meadows, Cordelia looked with an explorer's interest at the house she approached. Her first vision, of course, could not take in details, but she was aware of a 2-story red brick house, containing possibly 20 rooms, trimmed in white and with cool, wide porches upheld by white fluted columns, the whole mounted upon the low pedestal of a brick-walled terrace. 200 yards from the house the hay left off, and a lawn began whose nap was as perfect as that of a putting green. Cordelia had a consciousness of long rose arbors in flamboyant bloom, of a sunken garden at one side, of a thick pine wood as background to the entire picture, with Long Island Sound on one side glistening in the distance. Then she halted her car at the steps from which Gladys had been eagerly waving to her. "I'm so glad you were able to come after all," Gladys cried, and after Cordelia had lightly sprung from the car, Gladys threw her arms around Cordelia and kissed her. That was only Cordelia's second kiss from her old school friend, and it seemed uncomfortably strange. A man in formal clothes came rapidly and noiselessly down the broad steps of the terrace, crossed to the car, and began with quick, practiced hands to unstrap Cordelia's bag. Cordelia, obeying the instructions given her by Mr. Franklin, swiftly studied this newcomer, obviously Gladys's butler. He was young for a butler, perhaps 28 or 30, was above the medium height, rather lightly built except for an unusual width of shoulders, and had that clean-shaven, impersonal mask of a face which Cordelia instinctively associated with male house servants of the higher order. If she had been asked at that moment to characterize him, she would have had to say that his outstanding characteristic was his perfect conformity to his class, his colorlessness, his lack of any individuality. And yet, despite this perfect usualness, Cordelia had an instant sense that his appearance belied the man's real quality. Bag in hand, the butler turned to Gladys. "What time shall I serve dinner, Miss Norworth?" "You can be ready in half an hour, Cordelia?" asked Gladys. Cordelia nodded. "Dinner at 8, Mitchell." Cordelia's eyes followed Mitchell as he moved easily away with her heavy bag, and she noted that Gladys's eyes were also fixed upon the impersonal butler. As they went up the steps of the terrace, Gladys again threw her arms around Cordelia in a clutching embrace. "Oh, I'm so glad you've come," she whispered. You'll help so much." "How?" asked Cordelia, rather bewildered by Gladys's unaccustomed show of emotion. By just being here." Gladys quickly recovered her self-control. "You're so strong and sane, you know." She started to lead Cordelia into the house. "I'll show you your room. Your trunks are already there. Wear anything you like. Dinner's going to be very informal tonight." "Aren't you going to let me meet your stepsister now?" "Esther is helping with Francois." "Francois? Who is he?" "Our child. Esther's and mine. The French war orphan we adopted." "Oh, yes. In the excitement of getting here, I'd forgotten about your war orphan." "He had a little indigestion this evening and didn't want to go to sleep. Esther offered to help his governess quiet him so I might be free to meet you." By this time they had crossed a big hall, mounted a wide stairway, and had come to a door which Gladys opened. "These will be your rooms, Cordy. Annie here will take care of you." Gladys went out, and Cordelia gave her keys to the waiting lady's maid and examined her quarters. There were a large bedroom with bath, and an enormous sitting room with eastern windows which looked over the green billows of the estate, and with northern windows from which she could look down from the hill-poised house over the stunted Long Island trees and see the smooth Sound burnished by the low coppery sun. There might be something wrong in this house, as Mr. Franklin had said, but certainly Rolling Meadows did not lack in comforts for the body and pleasures for the eye. At 8 o'clock Cordelia entered the dining room, and there met Gladys's stepsister, Esther Stevens. Cordelia tried to make swift appraisal of this new member of the household, as she had tried to appraise Mitchell. Esther Stevens was the direct antithesis of the colorfully handsome, imperious Gladys. She was 28 or 9, pleasant of face and manner, though no radiant beauty, self-contained, self-controlled, with a quiet graciousness, and obviously in no awe of her rich and dominating sister. She gave off a sense of reserve power, and a sense that for all her quiet control, hers was a nature capable of deep emotion. Alert to record her impressions, Cordelia noted how instantly she had been struck by the wide difference between these two sisters, and she wondered how they got on together in private, and how they had been getting on the many years they had been together. She felt she was going to like this quiet Esther, if Esther would let her. There was no conversation at the dinner that Cordelia afterwards recalled in detail. She retained only her impressions. Gladys's attempts were all towards gossipy personalities concerning their friends. Esther said little, but what she said was pleasant and unobtrusively gracious. It increased Cordelia's liking. Cordelia's most distinct yet indistinct impression was of Mitchell. The butler alone served the dinner. Such was his ability to efface himself that he hardly seemed to exist. Yet there he was, serving noiselessly, seeming to anticipate every want before it became conscious in the minds of the three women, and in consequence requiring no word. In his non-existence, in his swift efficiency, he seemed to Cordelia the most perfect butlering mechanism she had ever met. A little incident happened at the end of the dinner that gave Cordelia further glimpse of the flawless versatility of Mitchell. He had served the ice, and they were in the midst of it, when a childish voice sounded from the main doorway. "Mother Esther, can't I have some ice cream?" Cordelia turned. There in pajamas and bare feet stood a handsome yellow-haired boy of 4, sturdy and manly, blinking sleep-heavy but bright eyes at them. Esther and Gladys were out of their chairs at the same moment, but Gladys chanced to have sat the closer to him, and she seized him sharply by the shoulder. "You naughty boy, Francois! Why aren't you asleep?" "Don't want you, Mother Gladys," declared the boy, trying to pull away from her. "Want Mother Esther." Esther Stevens was now on her knees beside him, her arms about his small figure. "I left you asleep with Jeannie watching, Francois," she said gently. "How did you get down here?" "I woke up, and I wanted you to tell me another story, Mother Esther." "Wasn't Jeannie there to tell you another story?" The boy shook his head. Then he sighted Cordelia and pointed a tiny finger at her. "Who's that, Mother Esther?" "You mustn't bother us, Francois," interrupted Gladys. "You must go right back to bed." "He'll go in just a minute, Gladys," said Esther. "Come on, Francois, and meet your new friend." Gravely she led him pattering across to Cordelia, and gravely went through the introduction. Gravely the boy held out a hand to Cordelia. "Are you going to be another one of my mothers?" he demanded. Cordelia felt a swift inward glow. "I will if you will let me." "Can you tell good stories?" he cross-examined. "Perhaps she'll try tomorrow, dear," said Esther, starting to draw him away. "Come upstairs and Mother Esther will tell Francois a story now." But at that moment the non-existent Mitchell materialized on the opposite side of Francois, holding his other hand. "Pardon me, Miss Stevens," he said, "but won't you finish your dinner? I'm entirely through here. I'll take him up to the nursery." And to Francois, "Don't you want Mitchell to tell you a nice story? And let your mothers finish their dinner?" "Yes, yes, Mitchell," the boy cried eagerly. You tell the nicest stories of anybody." "Then say good night, Master Francois." "Good night, Mother Esther," and he put an arm around her neck and kissed her. "Good night, Mother Gladys. You haven't kissed me good night tonight, and you didn't kiss me last night." He held up his face to Gladys, and the flushed Gladys gave him a quick kiss with, "Now hurry off to bed with Mitchell." The boy said good night to Cordelia, then trotted off gravely with the butler. It seemed to the watchful Cordelia that Esther was not entirely pleased. The reason for it Cordelia could not guess, to have the child go away in Mitchell's charge. The butler puzzled Cordelia. The servant question is one of the established commonplaces of conversation. One may discuss it without seeming inquisitive, as one may discuss the weather or prohibition. So Cordelia felt she could ask questions about Mitchell without arousing suspicion of the curiosity behind the question. "That seems a rather remarkable butler you have, Gladys." "Yes, Mitchell is good." "How long have you had him?" "About a year now." "How did you happen upon him?" "Oh, he just turned up as servants do and applied for the place." "He seems to be almost without personality," Cordelia chatted on. "Nothing in his nature to attract one to him. Yet I noticed that Francois seemed very fond of him." "Oh, that is just Francois's way. He takes to everyone." With her next sentence, Gladys changed the subject. Cordelia had a vague sense that Gladys had purposely changed the subject, that for some reason she preferred not to talk about her butler. There was little more said during the dinner. Left to her own thoughts, Cordelia could not help considering the members of this household into which she had been brought by invitation and the instructions of the cool-eyed Mr. Franklin. Gladys, Esther, Francois, Mitchell. She could not then have explained why, but more than about any of the others, she wondered about Mitchell. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brittney Lynn. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 6. Shadows of Secrets. Dinner over, Esther Stevens went upstairs to see if all was going well with little Francois. Cordelia took advantage of her departure to say how pleasantly impressed she had been with Gladys's stepsister. "Yes, Esther is a dear," agreed Gladys. "A perfect dear." Even had Franklin not given orders to learn all she could, Cordelia's human curiosity would have prompted her to be inquisitive concerning this stepsister and her purpose in being at Rolling Meadows. As it was, Cordelia had two motives for asking questions, and she asked them. Gladys was willing enough to talk and led the way up to the privacy of her own sitting room. Cordelia already knew something of Esther, and the account she now heard was added to by bits of facts and deductions which she picked up during the following days. Gladys's father had died when she was 10. When Gladys was 12, her mother had taken as her second husband Mr. Stevens, a rich and daring Western speculator, recently left a widower, who had just come confidently to the East to promote some large mining enterprises. After his marriage, he had decided to settle in New York and show Wall Street that it possessed no monopoly of financial genius. Esther, then 18, had been so outraged by her father's second marriage, regarding it as an affront to the memory of her mother, who had been with her only a few months before, that she had flatly refused to come East and be a part of her father's new family. 3 years of trying to outwit Wall Street had resulted in Wall Street collecting to itself every dollar Mr. Stevens had brought as a challenge from the West. A few months thereafter, he had collapsed from a bad heart and had died within the hour. Esther had been in California, and there had been no time for her to come to his funeral. He had never touched a penny of the great fortune of Gladys's mother, which included the large fortune left by her father, and on her mother's death, when Gladys was 17, in school at Harcourt Hall, the fortune had passed on intact to Gladys under a will, its character due largely to the suggestions of Mr. Stevens, which provided that the entire estate should be in the control of trustees, save only the income, until Gladys had married or reached 25, in either of which events the principal was to come to her in unhampered possession. The trustees were also named as guardians of Gladys's personal well-being. The death of her stepfather and later of her mother had left Gladys without a single blood relative, and the 3 tired and busy trustees, bethinking themselves of the stepsister and desirous of avoiding every responsibility that could be evaded, had written Esther a pleading note presenting the care of Gladys as a charge which would have been Esther's father's had he lived. Time and her father's death had softened Esther's resentment, and out of sense of duty to her father, she had resigned her position as English teacher in a Los Angeles high school to become mother, aunt, older sister, chaperone, whatnot, to the 17-year-old product of the socially ambitious mother and of Miss Harcourt's widely admired institution. If Esther Stevens had different ideas about a young girl's upbringing, she had entered Gladys's life at too late a period, and with too little authority, to have tried to put those ideas into practice without arousing the defiance of her charge. So perforce Esther had accepted the situation as she had found it, trying to do her father's duty, and during the first months taking a lot of snubbing that tried her patience, and when, after her graduation in 1916, Gladys became captivated with the idea of becoming a nurse in the very smart hospital of the very chic Countess de Crécy, then in America campaigning for funds and volunteers, Esther had also gone as a nurse and remained in France with Gladys for 3 years. While there, she had co-jointly with Gladys legally adopted the infant Francois, whom they had taken from one of the many Paris institutions that war was constantly overcrowding with parentless children. Gladys had made her work as historian of her stepsister as brief as possible. She was eager to get to her own affairs. "Cordy, as I told you, I have been hurting myself too much these last 2 or 3 years, and I feel I've been all wrong. Oh, of course, I had good reasons," she justified herself. This last came out with tense suddenness, but she did not enlarge upon her reasons. "But I can't stand things that way any longer. I've got a new program scheduled. I'm going out a lot, and there's going to be some life at this place. Lots and lots of people. That's what I want you to help do. Put life into this place." To do just this had long been Cordelia's business as a guest. "You can count on me to do what I can, and I think you are right in deciding to have your friends about you. I've spoken to a few already." She hesitated. "Jerry Plimpton has promised to come, but when he promised, he of course knew you were to be here. What I said about him that night out at Jackie Thorndyke's still goes with me, Gladys. You and I are not going to have any difficulty about a man." Until almost midnight they discussed plans for the social revolution at Rolling Meadows. Long after she was in bed, Cordelia lay thinking about this household, which for its own good, she believed, she had been set to study and to watch. Esther Stevens, the unobtrusive, ever-present Mitchell, the child Francois, and yes, Gladys. Some puzzling questions emerged from her patient thinking. Why should Esther Stevens, good-looking enough, by nature independent, competent, any real or sentimental obligation she may have owed Gladys now fully paid off, remain here in what was practically a position of dependence? For Gladys had again made plain that Esther had not a cent of her own, and Gladys herself, now that she was concentrating upon the matter, wasn't it more odd that Gladys had maintained a rather distant attitude towards her friends all these years? At length, wearied with self-questioning, Cordelia fell asleep, only to find herself after a time sitting up in bed, suddenly awake, with the sense that she had just heard the sharp cry of a woman. This was followed instantly by her definitely hearing the commanding voice of a man. The words she could not make out. She sat for a long moment straining her ears, but after that dominant male voice there was only silence. Obeying an impulse, she quickly got out of bed and into a dressing gown and slippers. She crossed to the door and cautiously peered forth. The hall was lighted but empty. She stepped through the door, silently closed it, and remained in a moment's indecision as to which direction her search should take her. As she so stood, around a corner toward her came the noiseless Mitchell, dressed in the formal clothes he had worn at dinner. Startled, she shrank back against the door, but he showed no slightest surprise as he approached her. "Is there something I can get for you, Miss Marlowe?" he asked in an even voice. She had recovered enough to already have a fib explaining her presence abroad. "No, thank you, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd go out for a little air. Francois has been having a restless night. I was just going to see if I was needed," he said. With a bow he passed on. To turn her fib into the semblance of truth, Cordelia went down and stood on the porch for several minutes. Then she slipped back into her room and into bed. The man's voice she heard had undoubtedly been Mitchell's, but the woman's voice, if there really had been a voice, had it been Gladys's or Esther's? She wished Mr. Franklin had been more open with her and given her more of his knowledge of the situation in the household, of his client and her friend. It was difficult to help Mr. Franklin straighten out this situation, starting as she was in utter ignorance. But Mr. Franklin was right in the main fact that he had told her. There certainly was something strange here. She thought and thought. Morning was beginning to break before her tired brain slipped into a swoon of weariness and she slept again. And when she woke, her mind instantly returned to that outcry of a woman, the man's commanding voice, Mitchell prowling about fully dressed. And again she considered Gladys, Esther Stevens, the attitude of which toward their partnered son, the boy's ready acceptance of the care of the neutral-tinted butler. For a brief space she had an impulse to go to Mr. Franklin, in compliance with his request that she report upon every slightest detail. But she decided against this course. As yet she only had the faintest of shadows, and one cannot transport or communicate a shadow. For the present, she would just wait and watch. Watch without seeming to notice anything. She must be very adroit. Always very, very adroit. On this second day, in the casual manner one may use in discussing servants, Cordelia again asked Gladys about her butler. Again, Gladys quickly veered from the subject, as she had done the previous night at dinner. This was further confirmation of Cordelia's suspicion that there was more to Mitchell's place in the household than merely being its butler. Cordelia made a careful survey of the other 15 servants at Rolling Meadows. They all seemed no more than just the better class of servants that are to be found in rich obedience, for they recognized him as an able, experienced domestic commander. None of them, Cordelia judged, had any part in the mystery she suspected. The same conclusion she reached concerning Jean. Jean was just a high type of the well-trained French governess, nothing more. So all of them Cordelia dismissed from her consideration. Mitchell, of the servants, was in this mystery alone, if mystery there really was. And every day her interest was more and more intrigued by the butler. Was that butler's face of his merely a mask? Did the mask ever slip off? What sort of person would be revealed if ever that mask did slip its strings? This increased interest was due partly to her sense that from the first day Mitchell had several times been watching her. She could feel his eyes intent upon her. She throbbingly wondered if he suspected her, suspected that she suspected him. But when she quickly turned toward him, he was busy about some butler's task and not even facing toward her, or else he was approaching her, his face in its usual butler's mask, with the offer of some trifling butler's service. She never once caught him gazing at her, never surprised on his feature an un-butler-like look. And yet she was certain that he was observing her, thinking of her. Why should Mitchell be studying her? There was another item that added to her curiosity. On that first night when Francois had gone off so gladly with Mitchell, Gladys explained his willingness by saying Francois took to everybody. Cordelia noted that this was not the fact. The boy got on well with all the servants, but Mitchell was his preference over them all, even over his governess. He would even slip away from Gladys and Esther to be with Mitchell. To this study there came a brief interruption, the reunion of the class of 16 of Harcourt Hall. Cordelia went to this with warm eagerness. Without her being fully conscious of the fact, the school had been the strongest single influence in Cordelia's life since the death of her father. The reason for this is fairly obvious. For 4 years, except for vacations, which she had mostly spent with school friends, no other place in which she had been had had a like quality of permanence. Except for those 4 years, she seemed always to be visiting. Even her stays at home had the character of brief visits. At Harcourt Hall alone had she really unpacked and settled down. In consequence, it seemed more of a home to her than the expensive apartment on Park Avenue, which her mother maintained as the most important item of that family appearance, which she had to show the world. Besides Gladys, Jackie Thorndyke, Eileen Harkness, and a score of other 16 girls were present. In every detail that day was a triumph for Cordelia. As presiding officer, she knew just how to handle these willful young women, and for their part, they fairly smothered the heroine of their school days in their enthusiasm. It was "Good old Cordy," and "Just as ugly as ever, old dear," and impulsive flinging of arms about her all through the day. It was all so splendid to Cordelia. It flushed her with warm affection for her friends, and with confidence in her own powers. She felt she could do anything. At the end of the afternoon, she had a few minutes alone with that thoroughly staid figure of dignified portliness that was Miss Harcourt, whose manner toward her was august but deferential. Once in an impulsive moment during her last school year, Cordelia had kissed the rarely kissed cheek of Miss Harcourt, and had thereby almost unposed that lady. But although Miss Harcourt was still an important person to her, and although Cordelia was warmly alive with good wishes for her former preceptress, Cordelia made no attempt to kiss Miss Harcourt now. "I'm so glad you were with us today, Miss Cordelia," Miss Harcourt said in her model of drawing-room graciousness. "I have designs on you. You know I still consider you one of the best products of Harcourt Hall. In fact, the very best. And I am always talking about you. Can't you run out again tomorrow? I'd like to arrange a little affair for you to meet some of my younger girls informally. They have heard much about you. They are very eager and will be highly complimented." Cordelia herself was highly complimented. "I'm very sorry, Miss Harcourt, but my engagements won't permit my coming." Miss Harcourt was also deeply disappointed. Little more was said, and there was no time for it. Cordelia congratulated Miss Harcourt on the success of the school during the year now ending, and wished it an endless succession of successful years. Miss Harcourt thanked her, and when Cordelia started away, she said, "I hope your sister will make as good a name for herself here as you have, and I hope that she will be as happy here." "I'm sure she will be. Goodbye, Miss Harcourt." "Goodbye, my dear," replied Miss Harcourt, in that voice that was a model of dignity and deference. "And remember, Miss Cordelia, any time you can come, and it will be an honor to us." Outside, Cordelia experienced difficulty in breaking away from her school friends. As her car rolled away, Jackie turned to the group on the veranda steps and cried, "All together, fellows! 3 cheers for Cordy Marlowe!" The cheers that instantly followed almost choked Cordelia, and there were tears in her eyes as she turned and flung a kiss. It was a wonderful place, good old Harcourt Hall. The gracious lawn, the stately trees, the drive that curved among them all moved her deeply. And when she went through the iron gates, the precise old porter, who had known her since her hair was in a braid, raised his cap to her with a permissible smile of friendship. She was almost impelled to fling him a kiss. Yes, Harcourt Hall was really a wonderful place. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brittney Lynn. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 7. The Reward of Vigilance. The days of adroit watching that followed brought no new incidents and revealed few new facts. But they confirmed Cordelia's first impression that there was a hidden something at Rolling Meadows, and confirmed and enlarged her first impressions of the people. Gladys was fitfully generous and gay, fitfully cross and impatient. Now that Cordelia was seeing her intimately, she noted that Gladys seemed constantly under a nervous strain, for which the planning of the coming party seemed hardly an adequate explanation. The more Cordelia saw of Esther Stevens, the more she liked the quiet stepsister. On several occasions, Esther spoke in amusement of herself. She had been engaged before the war and had been jilted for a handsomer woman with a handsome inheritance. An old maid had to do something with her broken heart, so she had brought the fragments to Gladys. She was congenitally lazy, she said, so she had remained with Gladys ever since. To Cordelia, she seemed so competent that Cordelia could hardly believe she was here just for a pensioner's ease. The outstanding fact Cordelia noted about Esther was her love for the adopted Francois. Her love seemed far greater than that of Gladys. Had she been the boy's actual mother, she could not have shown greater concern in every detail that affected him. And Francois plainly loved her better than his other mother, really liked her better than he did Mitchell, despite his delight in being with the butler. Perhaps this delight, so guessed Cordelia, was due merely to the fact that Mitchell was the only man about the house to whom the boy could turn. Cordelia could hardly understand the devotion of Esther to the adopted orphan. Had she been wiser in human nature, she might have surmised that the strongest element in Esther was the maternal instinct, and, denied outlet upon a child of her own, this great maternal feeling had turned its full power on the foundling. Cordelia's freshest experience these days was with the little Francois. From the first he adopted her as his third mother, and she fell in love with him. This was altogether novel for her. She had never really come in contact with a child, much less played with one. The 8 years' difference between her and her sister Lily had been a chasm which had never been bridged. Of course, she had always had a real affection for Lily, but nearly 10 years she had been almost constantly away from home. So now it was that Francois was the first child that had vitally entered her life. And what a dear Francois was. As for her own part in this problem, this mystery, Cordelia considered herself as entirely outside it, except in so far as it was a problem which she was to solve. Of course, this affair meant, in its secret financial aspect, her remaining up in her splendid world, in the world where she was going to meet Jerry Plimpton as she had been meeting him. Also, she felt excitement in the adventure, gratification in the exercise of her faculties for succeeding in anything she tried to do. She was going to solve this problem, somehow, no doubt of that. Also, she wished to extricate Gladys, or whoever else might be involved in the mystery. But beyond these considerations, excited and intrigued though she was, Cordelia did not feel herself personally involved in the affair. She was entirely outside the picture, looking for what the moving figures within the frame might next do, and trying to learn what might be the motives that prompted their actions, and what might be their various relationships. It never occurred to Cordelia that this particular mystery might not be a thing apart to itself, that it might really be, for her, no more than a minor element in a far more important mystery. In her unsophisticated sophistication, Cordelia did not realize that Gladys and the household at Rolling Meadows perhaps represented merely the ordinary mystery, if there was a mystery, of relationships that are carefully kept secret. Just a few facts which are temporarily concealed, and whose mere discovery may make an end of all that is mysterious. This belief that she was not personally concerned, together with her exuberant confidence in herself, prevented her from suspecting that she and all her destiny might already have been subtly drawn into this affair, and that this story had grown to be primarily her story.
And this belief, this confidence, and the blindness with which life shuts off the realities of our future from us all, prevented her from perceiving that this business upon which she was so impersonally engaged was, more than any other series of experiences of her existence, to shape and determine the answer to life's most dramatic theme and question. What kind of person was Cordelia Marlowe going to turn out to be? What was her fate? Despite Cordelia's trying to note every look, every inflection of tone, every act of these people, it was not until she had been at Rolling Meadows a week that she gained her first clue to the realities of the situation. Toward 11 o'clock one night, she caught a swift questioning look, which Gladys gave Esther, and saw Esther's almost imperceptible nod. Instantly, Cordelia's every sense was on the alert. She pretended a yawn, said she was going to get a book from the library with which to read herself to sleep. With the book, she ascended the main stairway with the tired manner of one to whom a few pages will be an infallible sleeping potion. Inside her room, she dropped the book, slipped outside again, locked her door, and carefully made her way down the hall toward a little-used stairway in the western wing. Fortune favored her, for she gained the porch unobserved.
Standing in a corner of the porch in the black shadow of thick wisteria, not even feeling the chill that had come with night, Cordelia waited in rigid expectancy, peering in every direction into the gloom-flooded lawn. She had an insistent, pounding sense that something was about to happen, something about to be revealed to her, and she felt a conviction that the something, be it big or small, was not going to transpire in the illuminated walls of the big house. Minutes throbbed by. A half hour. An hour. Then, from the shadows of the house there emerged a vague figure and hurried away to the right, avoiding the path and keeping to the silent lawn. It was a woman's figure, no doubt of it. Gladys. Its blurred outlines swiftly faded into the night. Cordelia still waited. More minutes passed. Then, hurrying from the house through the gloom of the lawn, Cordelia saw another vague figure. This was also a woman, and indubitably Esther Stevens. She dissolved into the night at about the same point Gladys had entered the blackness. Undoubtedly they were headed for the same spot, and according to agreement. But what was there that these two had to say to each other that they could not say as safely in the whispered privacy of one of their rooms? The obvious answer was that they were to meet a third person, or possibly a fourth. With mounting tensity, Cordelia waited for another shadowy figure to cross the lawn. Minutes passed, but no figure traversed the darkness. And then it came to her that the other person, or persons, might have been waiting over there in the unknown blackness before she had come out upon the veranda. She delayed no longer, but went swiftly down the steps and across the lawn in the direction taken by the other two. As she hurried, she wondered where might be the rendezvous. Almost any spot in the groping blackness of the pine wood, to find them there was well nigh hopeless. And then Cordelia realized the direction she was taking and suddenly remembered something. Near the limit of the lawn, and sitting almost in the edge of the pine woods, there stood a playhouse built for Gladys when she was 10 years old, and used by her for 2 or 3 years when in the occasional mood for playing at keeping house. It was really as large as many a comfortable summer cottage, and had cost the indulgent mother of Gladys above $15,000. When Gladys had outgrown the toy, its chambers had been converted into bedrooms for the use of guests when the big house's weekend hospitality was overflowing. In recent years there had been no occasion for such use, but it had been kept in order. Cordelia recognized, since she was headed straight for it, that the playhouse was the logical place of meeting. She moved carefully around to its farther side, for she remembered that the windows of the living room faced toward a little clearing in the pines. There were no lights. She crept up toward the heart of a great syringa bush, which grew against the house. Cautious as she was, she rustled the leaves slightly, and her over-acute ears magnified that shuffling of leaves to the clatter of cymbals. Her heart grew suddenly still. She was sure she had been heard, but there came no sign from the house. More cautiously, she crept further in and tried to make herself a part of the syringa bush's arching branches. Then a leaping thrill went through her like a current of electricity. She had guessed right, and luck was still with her. A window was open, and through it came lowered voices. In her excitement she did not catch the first words, but the voice was Gladys's, and it was angry, loud. The first words she really heard were in a man's voice, a cool, steady voice. "Soft pedal your talk a bit, Gladys," said the voice. "You're not using the best sense in the world crying out like this. And the way you did the other night when you got Miss Marlowe out of bed. I don't mind it so much, but it's not particularly safe for you." Cordelia almost gasped aloud as she recognized this quiet voice. It had the quality of authority, of assured mastery over those it addressed. It was the voice of Mitchell, the self-effacing, ever-present, soft-toned Mitchell, that perfect butler. "You don't expect me to take any such talk from you calmly," exclaimed Gladys in a lower tone. "You must acquire better control of your nerves, my dear," responded Mitchell. Though assured, his voice had an easy, pleasant, affable quality. "I must say that you have lost a lot in the matter of nerves in the last 5 years. And I must say that you're making things rather absurd when your nerves make it necessary to arrange to slip off to a place like this when a private talk is necessary. Esther here has far better control. You should try to copy it, my dear." "Will you please stop my dearing me?" cried Gladys in exasperation. "I'm tired of it." Anything to please you, Gladys, though I can't give any bond for my tongue. It's got a frightful memory.
And another thing, the exasperated Gladys went on. I want you, and so does Esther, to stop making up to Francois.
Do you, Esther? Mitchell inquired. If Esther made any reply, it did not come to Cordelia's ears.
Anyhow, what is it behind your always trying to make Francois so fond of you? Gladys demanded.
I like the boy, and I like to make him happy, as I told you. Isn't that reason enough?
Not reason enough for you.
Well, of course, there might be other considerations prompting my kindness. His tone was meditative, still pleasant. Cordelia could guess how provoking that pleasant quality was to Gladys. Who knows? I may be thinking of the desirability of someday kidnapping Francois.
I wouldn't put it beyond you to try.
And if I should try, it would make the business very much easier and less dangerous, now wouldn't it, my dear? Beg pardon, Gladys. I forgot I wasn't to call you my dear. Much less dangerous, if Francois came along of his own accord because he liked me so much. A neat plan. I rather fancy that plan. Neither of the two made response to this. Or, who knows, perhaps I am thinking of something else. For example, that I am getting ready to claim him as my own son.
You wouldn't dare, burst Gladys in a choked voice.
Mitchell, you're not in earnest about any such claim, breathed Esther. Cordelia could not tell whether he was in earnest or merely taking his pleasure in exercising his power over these two. He responded to neither of them, and went on in his pleasant, meditative tones. That last idea was decidedly good. It would make a most convincing and affecting newspaper story. Father enters domestic service in search of son lost in war chaos of France. Relationship proved by the instinctive affection between the two, a slightly different version of the ancient Solomon and two mothers stunt. Yes, indeed, most affecting and convincing situation. On the whole, I believe I like this plan much better than any I have thought of. It's safer, and there may be much more in it. Yes, when I get good and ready, I think I'll claim my son.
You'll never get him away from me, said Esther. Try that and I'll fight you, exclaimed Gladys.
Fight me, oh, will you, Gladys, my dear? Mitchell said softly. Now, will you? I do wish you'd try that course. It would be most interesting to match evidence with you in court, my dear. Most interesting. Neither of the women spoke. Yes, said Mitchell in his soft, meditative tone. I think I like this plan best. I'll claim Francois as my son. There was silence for a moment more. Cordelia was sure that, in her tense eagerness, she had rustled the syringa bush. But if so, there was no immediate sign that she had been heard within. Esther was the next to speak. Suppose we change the subject and get to the matter Gladys wanted to talk about. Just as pleases the two of you, said Mitchell. But before getting on to that, Gladys, how about the money you were to give me?
You've had altogether too much out of me as it is.
You'd have given me ever so much more if I'd only asked for it, my dear, returned the pleasant voice of Mitchell. Oh, ever and ever so much more, and you know it.
See here, you listen to what...
Gladys began hotly, but was interrupted by the equitable voice of her butler. My dear, if I've got to listen to much more, I believe I'll first close the window. It's getting chilly, and there's a draught, and the draught must be directly upon Esther's back. The window came down with a soft thud, and Cordelia heard no more. She wondered what they were saying within, but she had already heard enough to astound her. The subservient Mitchell, on a basis of equality with Gladys and Esther, perhaps superiority over them. What could it mean? What was the true relationship among the three? She recognized that her own immediate problem was to get back to the house unobserved, but the trio within might finish any moment and start for the house. The safe course for her, if she would avoid all danger of discovery, was to remain where she was until the three had departed. So she stood in the enfolding arms of the syringa bush, palpitantly wondering, fearing to breathe fully, waiting until the way was clear. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 8, Near the Heart of Mystery. She stood, a motionless dryad, among the branches for half an hour, until each stiffened leg had changed into a column of prickling anguish. But at last she heard the three leave the house, one after another. She waited on despite the torture of limbs that had gone to sleep, until finally she judged that her path was safe. She parted the branches and attempted to step outward, only to have the paralyzed legs collapse and send her toppling to the soft earth. For several moments she lay there, a helpless, agonized cripple. That was an absurd anticlimax to such an adventure, her legs asleep. But the discomfort of that condition was a mild sensation compared to the dismay she felt when, after swaying tinglingly across the lawn, she found that all the doors of the darkened house were locked. She had never thought of this contingency, so had not brought her latchkey, and Mitchell, after his return, had seen to his butler's duty of securing the house for the night. She was locked out. What should she do? Her legs still unsteady beneath her, she leaned against the door jamb, considering. She thought of ringing the bell, but no, that wouldn't do. It might in some way lead the three to suspect that she had been eavesdropping upon them. She thought of sleeping in one of the guest rooms out in the playhouse and returning to her own room when the servants opened the house in the morning. But this would not do either, for such a procedure might rouse just as much suspicion as ringing the bell. She was even thinking of getting out her car and driving into the city when, all the while that she had stood there thinking, she had been mechanically fumbling at the knob of the main door, unconsciously rattling it. And now, suddenly, the overhead porch light went on, and this body of hers she had been so frantically thinking how to conceal was now no more of a secret than a statue stark against the sun. The door swung open, and before her stood Mitchell. There was no surprise or other emotion in his face. It was that butler's face in which she had as yet seen no alteration. "Pardon me for locking you out, Miss Marlowe," he said in his impersonal servant's voice, so unlike that cool, assured voice which had been coming to her through the open window. "I thought everyone was in." She was afraid she had been caught. Also, she felt very absurd. She had to attempt some explanation, since she had publicly announced 2 hours before that she was going to bed. But the only words she found in her mouth were those same words that had stumbled awkwardly forth that first time she had slipped from her room in the middle of the night and had encountered him. "I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk in the air." Her words sounded most unconvincing to her. He seemed to accept them. "There's nothing better for sleeplessness, Miss Marlowe," he said. She stepped inside on her still uncertain legs. He closed the door. "It's rather late, and perhaps you are hungry. Shall I get you a little something?"
"No, thank you, Mitchell. Good night."
"Good night, Miss Marlowe." She started for the stairway, and then her tingling, undependable legs buckled under her again, and the next moment she was sitting on the floor. Instantly he was on his knees beside her. "You're hurt! You're sick!" he cried. For the first time before her, his butler's grave impersonality had left him. Face and voice were alive with quick concern. Even though Cordelia had just been listening to him when he had certainly talked like no butler, she was nevertheless startled by this swift transformation, by this glimpse at someone else. She tried to cover the absurdity of her posture on the floor with a little laugh, and in explanation she told a half-truth. "I'm not sick or hurt. I got tired walking and sat down on the ground. My legs went to sleep, that's all." She tried to struggle to her feet. That other person that Mitchell had been departed as swiftly as he had come, and Mitchell was, once more, the butler. "Let me help you, Miss Marlowe," he said, slipping his hands beneath her arms.
"Oh, I can make it all right."
"You really need assistance," and he lifted her to her feet. and I'd better help you to your room." She protested, but with his servant's formality he insisted, and so they went up the stairway, she clinging to the banister with one arm, his 2 hands beneath her shoulders with one arm across her back. There was no more attempt at familiarity in those hands than if they had been the hands of a traffic policeman helping a woman across a slippery street, or than if she had been a faltering lady of 80. But Cordelia was, for some reason, acutely conscious of those hands, not helping her too much, but alert for her to topple and strong as steel if she should need such support.
"Thank you very much, Mitchell," she said at the door. "Good night."
"Good night, Miss Marlowe." But as she started in, he spoke again. "I beg your pardon. I wonder if I might venture to tell you something, ask you something." At this, her heart raced wildly and she stared at him. But his expression was exactly as before, impersonal, respectful.
"Of course you may. Go on."
He seemed to consider for a moment. "After all, perhaps I'd better not, Miss Marlowe. Thanking you just the same. Good night."
"Good night, Mitchell."
She slipped through her door, locked it, and stood leaning weakly against it. 2 dominant questions pulsed through her. What was the thing Mitchell had been on the point of telling her, or asking her, and about which he had decided to remain silent? And did Mitchell suspect what she had really been doing that night? What was her real purpose at Rolling Meadows? Presently she managed to get into bed, and she lay there excitedly thinking, trying to arrange in order the fragments she had discovered that night, and from the fragments trying to reconstruct the whole. This last she was unable to do, but 4 facts stood out, clear, indisputable. First, there was real mystery here at Rolling Meadows. Second, that adopted French war orphan, Francois, was somehow involved in the mystery. Perhaps was its heart. Third, Mitchell was the real master at Rolling Meadows. He had some secret hold over both Gladys and Esther, and through that secret he was able to demand money and get it. He was not merely the perfect butlering automaton. He was a clever man, a man of education. He had talked like a man of the world. He had seemed to be what is usually termed a gentleman, perhaps fairly decent, perhaps very evil, but undeniably a gentleman. And with all this, he was undeniably a trained butler. Fourth, Gladys had implied that she had known Mitchell for only a year. From the overheard conversation, it was clear she and Esther had known Mitchell for 5 years, and known him well, perhaps intimately, perhaps very intimately. That is, they had known Mitchell from about the time they had gone to France. So much was fact. The rest was conjecture, and what a world of conjecture Cordelia's mind traversed in swift excitement. Each question was in itself an unexplored continent. Who was Mitchell, really? What sort of a man was the real Mitchell? A semi-scoundrel, or a villain competent to conceive and manage a great scheme, and who was now managing it? What was the character of Mitchell's secret hold upon Gladys and Esther? Who was Francois, really? Could Mitchell be the father of the boy, as his light remarks in the playhouse might suggest? If so, that relationship might explain the boy's fondness for Mitchell. But, against this presumption, there were Gladys and Esther both claiming Francois as their adopted son. Could the explanation be that Mitchell had been secretly married, in France, to one of the two, and that Francois was a son of that marriage? No, such a conjecture was plainly preposterous. Gladys wanted to marry Jerry Plimpton, and the clever Mitchell must know of this matrimonial ambition. And as for Esther, the quiet, poiseful Esther did not behave in the least as if she had married Mitchell, and if there had been a marriage, there seemed no sane reason why such a person as Esther should hide both the marriage and her maternity. Cordelia could not find answers to these questions. But behind those questions was a relationship, a situation, that bulked big, tremendously big. She had made great progress in getting at this mystery, and she was going to clear up the whole of it, no doubt of that. At last, she had something worthwhile to report to Mr. Franklin. She would see him the next morning, as early as she could make it. Finally, Cordelia fell into a light, restless sleep. At 9:30, she was at the wheel of her roadster bound for the city. As explanation for the trip, she had mentioned casually to Gladys that she had an appointment in town with her mother that morning, and had protected herself by actually making an engagement by telephone to meet her mother at their Park Avenue apartment at 12. At 10:30, throbbing with excitement over her achievement, and also with suspense as to how Mr. Franklin would take her report, Cordelia was ushered into Franklin's office. The quality of professional reserve which had struck her on her first meeting as Mr. Franklin's outstanding characteristic vanished at sight of her. He greeted her with a frank, cordial smile, though not too cordial. She had an impression that he looked younger and more spirited than on her previous visits, though he had then looked no more than his actual 35. Perhaps years had been cut off his appearance by the fresh candor of his smile, perhaps by his smartly cut gray suit. "I have been hoping you wouldn't forget your promise to call when you were in town," he said as he pushed a chair into place for her.
"This isn't a call. Not a social one, anyway. I've come on business, to tell you what I've learned."
"Then you have learned something already?"
"I think I have, and something big. But you are to judge what it may be worth."
Excitedly, rapidly, Cordelia told of the conversation she had overheard the night before, of Mitchell's hidden authority in the household, of Francois, of the possibility of there having been a secret marriage, and she outlined the possibilities, repeated the questions that had come to her during the night. As he listened, Franklin was shot through with amazement. He had never dreamed of such results. But his surprise and exultation he concealed under a manner of pleased commendation. "What you have told me, Miss Marlowe," he said, "helps much towards filling up the many holes in my information. You are helping me a great deal in this case, a very great deal indeed." From the day she had accepted Mr. Franklin's commission, Cordelia had felt absolutely confident of her ability to succeed. Nevertheless, she relished this praise, and she would have liked it if the praise had been even stronger.
"You are sure you are not disappointed in what I have done?"
That brought her just what she was hungry for. "How can I possibly be disappointed in you, Miss Marlowe? I expected much from you, very much indeed, but you are doing far, far better than I ever expected. No one could possibly have improved upon what you have done." For a time they discussed the possibilities and the questions Cordelia had propounded. This discussion ended, Cordelia asked,
"Have you any particular directions you wish to give me for my further action?"
"I'd like to have you pay special attention to that butler Mitchell, and learn all you possibly can about him. He seems the center of things out there."
"I had intended watching him and studying him."
"Good. And of course you will do the same with Miss Norworth and Miss Stevens."
"Of course."
"I hardly need warn you that you must be most careful not to let a soul suspect you. Not a soul must know your mission there, much less guess your connection with me."
"I'll be most careful."
"Another point. Concerning that weekend party you said Miss Norworth is going to give." Cordelia had told him of Gladys's plan for a larger hospitality, and that Gladys's first function under this new program was to be a party over the following weekend. "I'd like very much to size up the individuals in this case, and I might have a better chance while a party is going on than when they are alone and on their guard. I presume you can secure me an invitation? As he hesitated. As one of your friends. It would be much better," he hastened to explain, "if they were not to suspect that I was there for a business reason."
"I can invite anyone I wish. Only the people there, my old friends, you know, may be a little surprised by my knowing you as a friend. You see, following out the spirit of your instructions, I have never mentioned you to anyone as a friend."
Franklin perceived that he had been trying to move too rapidly. "Perhaps, then, it would be wiser if I write to you toward the latter part of the week that I wish to consult you at once concerning your affairs. You, of course, cannot come into town, and that will give you an excuse to ask me out Saturday. I will then come out as your attorney, and not as a friend or guest. In a few hours I can probably gain all the first-hand impressions I desire." To this Cordelia agreed. "Won't you let me return this hospitality in advance, by being your host at lunch today? Your mother and sister are lunching with me, a matter of business." Cordelia pleaded another engagement. As a matter of fact, on her way to Franklin's office she had stopped to telephone Jerry Plimpton, and he had promptly asked her to lunch with him at the Grantham. "Some other time, then." Franklin rose with her. "One moment, please. I am still the only person who knows about your situation. Your financial situation, I mean." "Yes." "I'm glad of that. I must remind you to continue the same reticence, and must remind you that the success of our business arrangement necessarily depends upon your keeping your social position as Miss Cordelia Marlowe. I hope you won't mind," he smiled pleasantly, "my being a partner in your secret?" "Why, no," she said. It had not before occurred to her as a definite thought that he was the only person who knew her secret, and it did not then occur to her that his pleasant mention of it was a part of a skilful effort to develop in her a growing sense that they two were bound together. He saw her out with his gracious courtesy which did not presume too far. And then, before calling in Kedmore to give his partner the news, he walked over to one of his lofty windows, and excitedly gazed down at the broad panorama of this outspread city, seeing none of it. God, what a gold mine this was he had stumbled upon without ever seriously thinking it was there, and stumbled upon it through merely having sent Cordelia Marlowe to Rolling Meadows to fill her time till he found a worthwhile case to put her on. That just went to prove how right was the working principle he had so often outlined to Kedmore, that almost every rich and high-placed family had a skeleton in its closet. Just discover the skeleton, and the frantic family would pay anything to be allowed to keep that skeleton in the closet, and keep the closet locked. The family closets of the rich, those were indeed the world's richest gold mines, if carefully worked. And what a find, what a piece of luck was this beautiful, popular, self-confident Cordelia Marlowe, the ideal instrument for working such mines. But it was not over his particular Golconda, nor over Cordelia as an instrument for precious mining, that Franklin was now most excited. His highest excitement was over Cordelia just as Cordelia, over a somewhat different arrangement for her. In the days which had passed since he had first met Cordelia, and had conceived his bold plan for using her, that plan had become a dozen times bolder and more embracing. Instead of merely representing a hope for financial gain, his plan now represented the sum of all his hopes. New York City, that crowded goal of great and strange ambitions, contained no man with an ambition more calculated, more soaring, more multiform than Robert Franklin's. He wanted money, of course, and was getting it. Money was fundamental to all else. But more than money, he wanted wide public recognition, wanted standing with the best society. Hard and shrewd worker at law, his leisure had been devoted to an intense self-culture, including those superficial graces popular in a man. He was well up on all phases of art that were being talked about, was a devotee of opera, the horse show, the flower show, of all important first nights in the theater. His dancing he had developed under the highest paid teachers, and each fall he had his steps remodeled by the smartest experts to accord with the latest styles. He was as desirable a bridge partner as he was a dancing partner. He had made himself, and had made himself carefully, and he had gone very far. But for some time he had realized that the further progress of a bachelor of no family would be inchingly slow unless he could secure for himself the magic wings of a fortunate marriage. And so it had come to him as an inspiration that he should marry Cordelia. He was making enough money, at least enough for present purposes. She had incomparable position. What a combination! And his good fortune had brought her right to his hand. Of course he would be patient and adroit, and make the attentive love which every woman desires. And if this did not win her, well, if he skillfully played the cards she had unknowingly dealt him, and skillfully played the additional cards he was dealing himself, she would hardly care to refuse him. Of course he would not go to extremes unless extremes were necessary. His getting upon good terms with Mrs. Marlowe had been a clever thought, and he believed he had managed that business of going out to Rolling Meadows rather cleverly. The other guests there would undoubtedly regard him as Cordelia's friend, and would therefore be inclined towards accepting him as one of themselves. That would help. Yes, he had managed extremely well. In fact, marvelously well. As yet he did not perceive exactly how he was going to carry out his two seemingly contradictory ideas in regard to Cordelia, making her that amazingly valuable business ally which he had first planned that she should be, winning her for the wife who was to lift him to high position. But he would manage it, somehow. Yes, he would manage it. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 9 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brannon Brakefield. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 9. Cordelia's Place in the Sun. Mr. Franklin's pleasant manner had had its carefully calculated effect upon Cordelia. As she drove uptown, she was thinking what a gentlemanly, considerately appreciative man he was. It was a pleasure to do one's best for such a man. As far as she could, she was going to be nice to him. In a social way, too. Perhaps he would like that. Cordelia felt immensely pleased. Within herself, she was celebrating a national holiday that was all her own. The sense of power she had always had, the consciousness of her ability to do anything she set out to do, had just proved both its authenticity and its reliability. She'd achieved what she said she would achieve, and she would achieve all the rest. The memory of the dingy oblivion which had threatened her and her family only a week or two before now returned to her, and she smiled. For a little while that menace, by its strangeness and unexpectedness, had her floundering, but now she had risen to the emergency. How she had met this situation, saved it, and conquered it. People, of course, could never know how she mastered this emergency, but if they did know, they would certainly admit that she deserved in all seriousness that old half-humorous title of Cordelia the Magnificent. This day, on the whole, was one of the most satisfying days of Cordelia's life. She was going to have far greater days. She knew that. But on this day, she was filled with the glorious, expansive sense of being her full self. And so, with this sense of rich success of having earned a day off, she enjoyed every moment that she moved with the heavy, sluggish traffic up Fifth Avenue, frequently held stationary at the curb by the commands of the semaphore towers. Her slow progress was a subdued, discreet ovation, the unofficial parade of a first citizeness, just what she had long been accustomed to whenever she moved through a crowd. Shoppers in halted cars gazed across at her. Women on the sidewalk turned to stare and whispered eagerly to their companions. She knew just what they were all saying, even though their syllables did not carry to her ears. "Look, driving that red car. That's Cordelia Marlowe, the cleverest and handsomest young woman in New York society. You'd know her from her pictures in the papers. She certainly looks the leader they say she is." She was pleasantly conscious she looked her part. She liked these people, all of them. Yes, this was a wonderful day. Under this pleasant scrutiny, she was waiting in the interlocked traffic near 40th Street when a man stepped to the side of her car, his head bared, his face a close-up of delight, his mouth a fount of conversation. It was Kyle Brannon, the motion picture director-producer. Cordelia was glad to see him. This Kyle Brannon, in his youth merely a poor relation of a socially important family, that still very important lady, Mrs. Phepps Morse, was his aunt, had become a successful portrait painter of smart ladies. Then he had gone into motion pictures as an art director. He had been the right man at the right time, and now, still under 40 and looking even younger, he was reputed worth his millions and was president and director-in-chief of the famous Brannon Pictures. He had what few other of big motion picture producers possess: social position. His social position was perhaps of the second order, but such as it was indubitably genuine. He had a pink chubbiness of face, and he exuded vitality and confidence. If in manner he were a bit inclined toward the grandiose, that was doubtless the effect upon him of his glamorous business. Cordelia was again aware that the crowded street was staring, that the people were excitedly whispering that those two were the famous movie man, Kyle Brannon, and the famous society beauty, Cordelia Marlowe. And she sensed that Brannon was conscious of this public attention and that he liked it. She had an amused, flashing thought that he was sorry that one of his cameramen was not over there on the sidewalk shooting this effective picture. "This is a piece of luck, my meeting you," Brannon was saying in his brisk, confident, ingratiating manner. "I was going to write you and ask you for a talk about something my aunt, Mrs. Phipps Morse has wished on me. She's giving a pageant, big thing of its sort, at her place near Huntington early in September. She's trying to raise money for devastated France, or some French milk fund, or French orphans. Don't know just what. And I don't know yet what the pageant's going to be. She told me there was some fellow, some poet, writing it for her. My aunt asked me to put the show on for her. Be director general, and of course I had to say yes. But this much I do know about that show, Miss Marlowe. I certainly want you in it. And if it shapes up right, I'll probably want you for the lead. And if I'm any good as director, I'll see that you get my best. How about it? Cordelia could not help being pleased, used though as she was to being singled out. A charity show, a society show, staged by the great Brannon. That should be an event indeed. I'll be glad to. That is, if you think I can do it. Of course you can. Then that's all settled for the present. Kyle Brannon could not long keep away from what he at times called his business, and at other times reverently called his art. Tell you what, Miss Marlowe, why should you and I stop with this pageant? Ever think of going into pictures? Cordelia laughed. Pictures? I can't act. How do you know? I bet you could. And with me directing you, I know you could. He appraised her with admiring eyes. Why, with me directing you, picking your story, getting you the right cast, launching you with the right publicity, you'd be a knockout. Society star deserts social life to become screen star. Just think of that publicity. You'd be a surefire knockout. Cordelia was pleasantly flattered, but her response was a soft laugh of unbelief. There had been a playful quality in Brandon's words, for he knew that such a person as Cordelia would not seriously consider anything in his business power to offer. Nonetheless, behind his half-jocular proposition, he had a most serious and long-cherished idea. There would be publicity, wonderful publicity, if he could get hold of a famous society beauty who could also act. What couldn't he do with her and the smart society dramas which were one of his specialties? An actress who knew how to be a real lady when she acted a lady, and whom the eager public knew to be a real lady instead of those damned cursing temperamental ex-waitresses and ex-chorus girls. Oh, I hardly thought you'd take it seriously. Not with what you have before you, he conceded. But it's nothing to be laughed at. The money in's not bad. I'm not paying Mary Pickford salaries, but among my people there are 3 girls working for me. All really nobodies. Not one of whom had a fifth of those qualities to start with that you have right now. And of these 3, each girl cleared over $150,000 last year. So much as that, breathed Cordelia, mentally comparing the amount with her own income. Not bad, is it, for just letting someone point a camera at your face? It's worth thinking about anyhow. Perhaps even you may someday change your mind. I want you to promise me one thing in case you ever do. Yes? Promise to give Brannon Pictures the first chance at you. I'll offer you a better contract than any other producer. Again, Cordelia laughed. I guess I can promise that with perfect safety. You just bear this in mind. I have your promise. Listen now. And he smiled with that assurance, with that omniscience and omnipotence, which are the gift and aura of motion picture directors and presidents. If you'd come with me, you'd soon be a star, writing your own salary check, and the billboards everywhere would be saying, Kyle Brannon presents Cordelia Marlowe and her heart's desire. You would be a sensation. Wait and see. Cordelia laughed again. Traffic began to move. You're coming out to Gladys Norworth's for the weekend, she called. I'm staying there now. Then of course I'll be there, to sign you up. As she rolled slowly northward along the curb, Cordelia saw that which made her start. This was Mitchell, walking south. His gaze was fixed casually over her head. She was certain he had seen her, but he passed without meeting her eyes. She had thought herself prepared for anything from Mitchell, but she was none the less surprised to see the butler strolling along Fifth Avenue in smartly tailored blue serge with malacca stick and yellow gloves, and looking as much the well-groomed man of the world as she might see that morning upon the avenue. Yes, as Mr. Franklin had said, Mitchell was decidedly a man to be most carefully watched and studied. For a moment her mind went back to the little scene of that night before, his letting her in when she had thought herself locked out, the collapse of her palsied legs, her absurd sprawl upon the floor, the strong hands beneath her arms as he had helped her up the stairway. And yes, that's something he had started to tell or ask of her, and then had checked himself. What could that something have been? At 12 o'clock, Cordelia was in their closed-up Park Avenue apartment, talking to her mother. Miss Marlowe was a kindly, warm-hearted lady, and she had the greatest affection and concern for her 2 daughters. She was no more than 45, her carefully coiffed yellow hair scarcely showed its gray, and she might have appeared a much younger and more elastic person except for her formal bearing. All her life she had functioned within the rigid and narrow frontiers of what a lady can do who has been brought up in the profound respect of her own position and the position of a few others who were her equals. It had been hard work to maintain that appearance of unruffled stateliness these last dozen years. Hard work with unguessed cares, to maintain her daughters in such a position as would guarantee their going on in such a position. Miss Marlowe had been coming into town anyway that day, so Cordelia's message had not inconvenienced her. The talk of the two was almost wholly upon family matters. Miss Marlowe explained that she was in the city primarily on a shopping expedition, which was to equip her younger daughter with additional summer accessories. Dancing dresses were the main item, which Lily insisted were necessities for any girl of 15 who was really, according to their standards of her day, a grown-up young lady. Fortunately, so Miss Marlowe said, she could get these dancing dresses at one of the shops where her credit was good for a year or more, and thus the purchases would be no immediate drain upon the family income. This led to finances, that eternal Marlowe topic, and for a time they talked finance, and very naturally finances led to Mr. Franklin. Miss Marlowe was eloquent on the subject of Mr. Franklin. He had been most thoughtful, most reassuring, so kindly reassuring that she now looked upon the future without a single financial worry, except of course the care required to live upon such a straitened income as $30,000. It was a pleasure to have one's affairs in the hands of such an able and considerate gentleman. He had written her several extremely clear letters, and had been kind enough to come and see her twice when she had been in town and explain matters to her. Miss Marlowe was well pleased with the world and well pleased with herself. I hope you appreciate, Cordelia, what I have done for you in this matter. She continued her tone of self-approval. If I hadn't had the wisdom to see what Mr. Franklin could do for me, where would we all be today? And what would have happened to you? That was one of Miss Marlowe's little traits, to forget how matters started, and to assume that they had originated in her maternal care. Cordelia managed to keep a straight face. As for Miss Marlowe, she was certainly grateful to Mr. Franklin. That was why she and Lily were lunching with him that day. One could not show such a man too great appreciation. Mr. Franklin was the bright spot of Miss Marlowe's conversation. But she had her worry. Lily. It was a dance or something else every night with Lily. She had suddenly become unmanageable, and the way Lily had begun to drink. Miss Marlowe had always been accustomed to seeing wine drunk by ladies and gentlemen, as ladies and gentlemen should drink wine. But in all her life she had never seen such quantities of liquor drunk as her being drunk by the children. Drinking was becoming the most popular childish game. Why, Lily now carried her own pocket flask. The flask was a present. Miss Marlowe refused to give money or liquor to fill it, but her friends kept Lily supplied. And too, Lily did swear such an awful lot. It would be a relief when Lily was in Harcourt Hall, where she wouldn't be regulated by discipline. In the meantime, couldn't Cordelia do something? To Miss Marlowe, Lily seemed a brand new problem for which there was no answer. Cordelia went into the bedroom where Lily, having changed into a fresh frock, was now carefully applying lipstick. Lily was slight, with dark bobbed hair, and had that pert audacity, that shameless inclination to shock, which sometimes seemed the dominant instinct and delight of present-day feminine 15, Hello, Cord, old girl. Don't touch me, for I don't want to be mussed. Going to meet my best beau. See here, infant. How about all this boozing you're doing these days? Mother been telling tales? Never you mind. Better cut that stuff out before it gets you. Oh, don't be a damned pill. If a fellow doesn't drink her share, the crowd doesn't want her along. How much do you drink? Just keep step, that's all. Lily. Don't be a gloom, Cord. Besides, you just please remember that I've got a reputation to live up to. I'm the sister of the great Cordelia Marlowe, and that means I've got to travel, so there. Cordelia bit her lip. She wanted to slap the cheek of this pert piece of sophistication. Cordelia herself was a contemporary of the flapper, but some quality in her had restrained her from that self-possessed audacity, that unashamed erectness, that itch to shock the world, that practice of signaling the world to just watch her sow wild oats, which to Cordelia's mind characterized the flapper when fully developed. If Lily kept her present direction, what would the fledgling be when she reached the flapper maturity of 17 or 18? I can stop boozing if I want to, Lily continued. Can wean myself without anybody's help. Can taper off on one of these infants, what do you call 'ems? Rubber pacifiers. So there's nothing for you to worry your old bean about. Let's change the subject. I've got a new beau. Now what do you think of that? Even to Cordelia, this newest generation was at times breathtaking. Who is he? Can't claim yet that he's all mine. You may marry him, or Mother may beat me out. But I'd rather think he'll prefer little Lily. He's been mighty nice to me. He's our brand new good angel, Mr. Franklin. Cordelia swooped upon Lily, seizing her by either ear. Why, you brazen little imp, she cried. I'll put some sense into you. Ouch! You'll leave me alone, Lily squealed. I know what's the matter with you. Jealous. You want Mr. Franklin to yourself. At this last, Cordelia loosed her hold in exasperated amazement. Miss Marlowe, drawn by the outcry, came in and wanted to know what was the trouble. Lily winked and grinned in an aside at Cordelia, and spoke of having half murdered herself with a damned old pin. 5 minutes later, they were down in the street. All were lunching at the Grantham, but Lily refused Cordelia's invitation to ride in the roadster. She wasn't going to make a mess of her fresh dress by crowding 3 in that dinky damned little seat. And besides, she was going to look at hats before they met Mr. Franklin. So away Lily and Miss Marlowe went in a taxicab, and Cordelia rode off alone. She would certainly have to do something about Lily's precocious interest in men and drink. Was Lily really serious? Or merely trying to be glibly teasing and trying to give herself airs in what she had said about Mr. Franklin? But then Lily was young. Perhaps her manners and practices were no more than a pose. Perhaps she was merely passing through some brief phase of adolescence. Perhaps in a few years she might outgrow it all. Or something might happen to her that would tear her loose from, or lift her out of, all such things. Jerry Plimpton was waiting for Cordelia in the lobby of the Grantham. Cordelia hadn't seen Jerry since the evening before she had gone out to Rolling Meadows. Her heart pumped warm pride through all her arteries as he came eagerly, smiling towards her. He was so handsome, so easy of manner, so distinguished, such a splendid figure of the kind the world just naturally bows to. And when they had moved through the crowded dining room and the table he had reserved, she had an even stronger consciousness than on Fifth Avenue that eyes were following her admiringly and enviously. That people were whispering that there went that famous social beauty, Cordelia Marlowe, and that terribly rich Jerry Plimpton. And what a handsome couple they made. Just being with Jerry, though she knew nothing important was going to be said or done, seemed the proper culmination of an expansive, glorious day. While the luncheon progressed, and they talked gaily of nothing in particular, Cordelia definitely came to a decision. Some day she was going to marry Jerry Plimpton. He was personally delightful. He had all those splendid accessories which she knew how to use so well, and which would make all the years to come years of unbroken happiness and triumph. And she knew that no woman could fill the place of wife to him, a high place that of his wife, successor to his great mother's glories and traditions, with so much grace and distinction as herself. She knew that Jerry admired Gladys. That was nothing to be wondered at, for Gladys had real looks, she had real position, she had more money than any other young woman Cordelia knew, and her public manner was very agreeable. Only her intimates suspected that Gladys might have her little failings. The possession of Jerry Plimpton and the splendid things he represented indubitably lay between Gladys Norworth and Cordelia Marlowe. And Cordelia did not doubt that she would win out over Gladys, and she now let her full powers express themselves in the pleasant effort to attract Jerry. For the present, of course, it would not be wise to let an open courtship develop. That must wait until she was through with the important business she now had in hand, till she was free from the necessity of keeping on amicable terms the easily aroused Gladys, who had her own private dreams concerning Jerry. But Cordelia was in no hurry. It suited her perfectly to drift along for a time in this close friendship. Also, Jerry was not the man to be hurried. He regarded marriage too seriously to be likely to be swept incautiously off his feet by any sudden tide of emotion. Jerry would give his judgment ample time to consider any urgent recommendations of his heart. All in all, she was most happy with the situation as it stood. Of course, there was suspense, great suspense. But when she had decided that her time was ready, then there would be certainty. Again within her was a swift, overwhelming upward rush, as though the whole soul of her were a geyser of gratitude. How great had been her fortune, how great her skill and efforts, that had saved her from going down in disaster 2 weeks before, that had kept her up here on her old plane of existence, where she could meet Jerry Plimpton. At no time since her escape had her escape seemed so marvelous a blessing as now when she was sitting here smile to smile with Jerry. There came an interruption. Lily advancing on their table, followed by her mother and Mr. Franklin. Cordelia introduced the two men. They bowed and shook hands formally. "Just what Mr. Franklin is that, Cordelia?" Jerry asked when he and Cordelia were again alone. Cordelia told him about Mr. Franklin. Not quite everything, to be sure. "So he's that Mr. Franklin, and your family's new lawyer," mused Jerry. "He should prove a real help to you. I've heard quite a bit about him. They say he's an able citizen and a comer." At another table, the irresponsible Lily was whispering, "I say, Mr. Franklin, what do you think of that pair? I'll bet you Cordelia marries him." "Indeed," remarked Mr. Franklin. He glanced across at Cordelia and Jerry, and his pleasant expression did not change. "If appearances count for anything, Miss Lily, you'll likely win your bet, for they do look a well-matched pair." Cordelia's eye caught Mr. Franklin's gaze upon her. His pleasant look warmed into a pleasant smile. She smiled brightly back. Indeed, she was going to be nice to Mr. Franklin. Yes, this was simply a wonderful day. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 10. Mitchell is Investigated. Cordelia rode back to Rolling Meadows in soaring spirits after her gratifying day in town. Her thoughts were inclined to play about Jerry Plimpton and that brilliant future whose brilliance was to be jointly hers and Jerry's. But the practical aspects of her situation intruded upon these pleasant prospects, and regretfully she let practicality force fancy into subsidence. Before she could try to turn these dreams, which included Jerry, into a permanent reality, she had to clear up this situation at Rolling Meadows, and as her roadster sped on, she considered what should be her next steps in trying to discover the fundamental facts of the mystery. Again she wished she might go straight to Esther or Gladys and ask for and be given their confidence. That would be so much the finer and simpler way. But she realized that this direct approach was closed to her. They would make denial or refuse to talk, and with them thus put upon their guard, she would be able to learn nothing from observing them. There was no other course but for her to continue to be a spy. She hated being a spy, even a spy in a good cause. But espionage seemed the only hope for finding a remedy for, and bringing relief to, this situation. She felt no such compunctions over spying upon Mitchell. Mitchell, that semi-scoundrel or great villain, who held Gladys and Esther in his soft and supple but relentless hands. Mitchell, as she and Mr. Franklin had agreed, was the one above all others to be watched and studied. It occurred to Cordelia that even an investigation of Mitchell's room might reveal some enlightening facts concerning this pseudo and real butler. With Mitchell now in the city, this afternoon might afford her the ideal opportunity for an investigation of Mitchell's effects. But when, toward 6, Cordelia hurried up the terrace at Rolling Meadows, there was Mitchell, again in his formal black coat, starting into the doorway with a tea-tray. He saw her, and waited with that impersonal formality of his until she was upon the porch. "Shall I serve you tea, Miss Marlowe?"
"If you please, Mitchell. Have Miss Norwich and Miss Stevens had theirs?"
They finished just a few minutes ago. They are now playing with Master Francois." She thought rapidly.
"If I am to have tea alone, then bring it to my sitting-room."
"Yes, Miss Marlowe. I'll have fresh tea up there for you within 5 minutes." She hastened to her suite. This might be her chance, through adroit questioning, to learn something about Mitchell. But her questions had to be indeed adroit, seemingly without purpose beyond mere personal curiosity. Otherwise the man might take alarm, and his alarm might mean the end of all her plans here. She knew Mitchell had it in his power to secure the swift termination of her visit.
"I saw you in the city today, Mitchell,"
she began as he set down the tray before her. "Yes, Miss Marlowe. I had a few hours off, and I went in to attend to a little business."
"I thought you saw me."
"Yes, Miss Marlowe."
"But you refused to meet my eye, to speak to me."
"A butler who knows his place, Miss Marlowe, does not expect to be recognized in public by the guests of his employer." He stood respectfully before her, with the air of being entirely at her command. Never before had he seemed more the perfect butler, never more bounded by the rigid conventions of his position.
"But you do not seem like the average butler, Mitchell. You seem to be, well, something very different."
"I once hoped and intended to be something different."
"Then how did it happen that you became a butler?"
"It started in college when I—"
"Then you're a college man?"
"Yes, Miss Marlowe."
"What college?"
"If you will permit me, I would rather not say. My parents also expected me to be something different. I would not want their pride to be hurt by finding out what I am now doing."
"I see. You're trying to hide your identity?"
"Yes, Miss Marlowe. So long as I remain a butler. Telling you my college might somehow betray my identity."
"Yes, I see. Then I suppose Mitchell is not your real name?"
"No, Miss Marlowe."
"I understand. You started to tell me how you became a butler. Won't you please go on?"
"It's really a very commonplace experience, Miss Marlowe. My people were poor, and I had to work my way through college. For 4 years I worked in, and then managed, a college eating club. My first 2 summers I was a waiter in a big resort hotel. That was the best paying work I could get during summers. Then one summer I was chief steward on board a private yacht. The owner liked me, seemed to have confidence in me, and the next summer he put me in charge of his country house as butler. My parents needed financial help just then. I could earn more, at least could save more, as a butler than by doing anything else. So I remained with this gentleman as butler for over a year. I had managed to save more than my parents needed, so I started to take a special course in electrical engineering. But before I had finished my course, my money gave out, and I started to work for a firm of engineers. But when the war was over, and I was demobilized—
Then you were in service?
Yes, Miss Marlowe.
Under the name of Mitchell, or your own?
Under neither, Miss Marlowe. I joined in with the Canadians at the beginning of the war. I was afraid my enlisting might cause complications with my own country, so I took another name, just as many other Americans did.
Go on, please.
I was among the last to be demobilized. You will recall what a hard time the soldiers, particularly those who were last discharged, had in getting their old jobs back. I could not get mine, nor any other like it. No one seemed to want an ex-soldier, especially a sickly one, for I still felt the effects of being gassed. But there were plenty of chances in household service, so I decided to turn again to that. I learned that Miss Norwich needed a butler, and she gave me my present place. It's light work here, and I'm keeping the place until I get my strength back.
Miss Norworth and Miss Stevens were in France during the war. Perhaps you met them in Paris?
No, Miss Marlowe.
Of course, Mitchell, you do not intend to remain a butler?
I like it here. They are good to me, and a butler could have no better place. But, of course, I have other ambitions. With the experience I have had in managing household affairs, I have thought I might do better to drop the idea of being an engineer and start a restaurant in New York. That is, if I can find a partner with capital. A small restaurant, but with an appeal to a discriminating clientele.
You should make a success of it. I'm sure everyone will wish the very best for you.
Thank you, Miss Marlowe. Pardon me for having talked so much about myself. I'm sure your tea must have become quite cold. Shall I get you some hot tea and toast?
What you have told me has been most interesting. Don't worry about fresh tea, for I'm quite through. You may take the tray.
He had picked up the tray and was starting from the room when she thought of something else.
By the way, Mitchell, last night you began to tell me something, or ask me something. I suppose it was something important?
Yes, Miss Marlowe.
Important to you?
Yes, Miss Marlowe.
And perhaps important to other persons? She suggested.
Well, yes, Miss Marlowe.
Perhaps you have changed your mind, and would like to tell me as you first intended?
That impulse of last night was wrong, Miss Marlowe. I think I should not tell you. He waited for a moment. Is there anything else you wish, Miss Marlowe?
That is all, Mitchell.
After he had gone, Cordelia sat considering the things he had told her. She had trapped him in 2 lies. He had said that he had not met Gladys and Esther in Paris. She happened to know that he had known them in Paris very well indeed. He had spoken about still being weak from having been gassed. She recalled the ease with which he had lifted her from the floor the previous night, recalled the steely strength of the hands that had supported her up the stairway. What a liar the man was! And that rigmarole explaining how he had become a butler, paying his way through college by working in an eating club and in summer working in hotels and private families. All that long tale was just pure invention. Examining the details of the interview one by one, she could not find a single item which she felt she could safely regard as a fact. As an investigation, the interview had been a failure. As she sat thinking, a disquieting doubt filtered into her consciousness. After all, had she really been the person who had directed that interview? Mitchell's story, such as it was, had come out with surprising ease, requiring no urging at all from her. Instead of her having adroitly drawn his story from him, might the fact not be that he had been adroitly thrusting that story upon her? And if so, what was his purpose? And again she wondered what was that thing which he had been upon the point of telling or asking her. He piqued her curiosity more than ever. More than ever did she feel that the matter of first importance in her business was to get at the truth behind this man. The opportunity to go through his effects came after breakfast the following morning. Cordelia was in Esther's sitting room, and she and Esther and Gladys were playing with Francois, as was the custom while his governess had her breakfast. There was a knock, and Mitchell stepped in. "Excuse me," he said. "I have come for Master Francois." Esther looked up from the paper elephant she was cutting out and regarded him coldly. "You need not bother. Jean will be here in a few minutes." Jean wanted to look after Master Francois's laundry, and I promised her I would take him out for his walk. He turned to the boy. "Would Master Francois like to come with Mitchell?" "Yes, Mitchell," the boy cried, jumping and running across the room, his paper menagerie fluttering to the floor. "You'll tell me a story?" "After I've taken you for a walk and shown you the bunny I bought you in town yesterday. It came this morning." "A bunny? A bunny? Oh, Mitchell! A real live bunny that can really eat?" "It can really eat, Master Francois." "Come on, Mitchell, let's run." "Master Francois must first say good-bye." "Good-bye, Mother Esther. Good-bye, Mother Gladys. Good-bye, Mother Cordelia. Now come on, Mitchell." Francois seized the man's hand and excitedly led Mitchell from the room. Cordelia caught a quick flush in Esther's cheek and a swift angry flash in Gladys's eye, and she wondered again what was Mitchell's real purpose in courting the boys' liking. To show his velvet power? To taunt and tease them? Or might his impulse be a real affection for Francois? A father's affection? But this was no time to follow up these conjectures. Here was her chance. Mitchell out on the grounds, the other servants at breakfast. Cordelia excused herself, and, once out of the room, she hurried for the wing containing the servants' quarters. Mitchell's room adjoined the trunk room. If seen in this part of the house, her explanation would be that she had come for some article she had left in a trunk. Of course, his room was probably locked. Cautiously, she tried the door. It was not locked, and breathlessly she slipped in. Her quick glance showed her a room whose formal orderliness matched Mitchell's butler personality. She did not expect to find a great deal here. Mitchell was too shrewd a person to be likely to leave anything of real importance about. The most she hoped for was a bare clue either to his identity or to his power over the household. There were a number of books, not many. To her, on her present business, they were vaguely suggestive, rather than definitely informative. There were a number of volumes dealing with problems of electrical engineering, and a few novels, Tom Jones, Vanity Fair, Gil Blas, Don Quixote, Meredith's The Egoist. Rapid as was her survey, she retained a dim impression that the man's fictional preference was towards comedy and satire. She turned to his drawers and went swiftly through them, then through his closet, scrutinizing each garment and then replacing each article exactly as she found it. His clothes were all of the best, even of the quality a Jerry Plimpton might have worn. But aside from the makers' names, they were unmarked or bore the admittedly assumed name of Mitchell. Only 2 articles of any possible significance did she come upon. One was a bank book in Mitchell's name, showing a credit of a trifle over $300, the plausible savings of a servant. It made her think of a safe deposit box, where his real savings, the tribute he had collected here, and his important documents were doubtless hidden away, and it begot in her a desire some day to learn the secrets of that box. The second article was a letter which he found in the coat Mitchell had worn the day before in town. It was addressed Care General Delivery, New York City, was stamped as received on the previous day, and was upon the stationery of a Cleveland hotel, and address, contents, and signature were all typewritten, with many clumsy, amateurish erasures and corrections in the body of the letter. The letter read, "Dear Buddy, that last 2,000 you sent was a life-saver. A million thanks. Perhaps I've been trying to expand the business a little too rapidly, but the profits will prove this has been the right course. Of course, I could have done nothing without the help of your money, and you are going to have half the profits even if you don't take a partnership in the business. I'm still keeping my name out of the firm, still sticking to Excelsior, so that we can use your name if you change your mind and decide to come in. Of course, I don't blame you for not wanting to come out here and buckle down to this routine drudgery when you are cleaning up so much coin in New York. I wish you would open up and tell me how you were making all that dough. I don't know that an outsider had a chance against those New York business sharps, not unless a fellow went into the bandit or bootlegging business. You are certainly the best and squarest pal a guy ever had. But say, boy, For a clever businessman, you are running a big risk in sending your remittances to me in the form of drafts payable to cash and bearer. Any professional mail looter would give 3 silent cheers to get his hands on one of those. Better be more careful. I'm beginning to get the hang of this damned vest-pocket typewriter you made me lug around to write my letters to you on, though I don't yet quite see the idea of your wanting all my letters to you typewritten, and typewritten by my own 5-thumbed hands. May the goddess who adorns the dollar continue to regard you as her favorite child. Yours till Gabriel toots for the final demobilization, J. Cordelia returned the letter to the pocket from which she had taken it, and a minute later she was hurrying away in feverish thought. Who was this J? Also she asked herself the 2 questions which J implied. Why was J required to write on a typewriter? And why was money sent payable to cash or bearer? In a few moments Cordelia had the answers, or at least she thought she had. These were obviously measures to prevent names appearing elsewhere on paper that might later disconcertingly appear as evidence, and to prevent betrayal by an identifiable handwriting. This letter, which had told so little that was definite, had made Mitchell a still more intriguing personality. Evidently Jay liked him, admired him, trusted him. Mitchell must have a lot of qualities she had not guessed behind that expressionless butler's mask of his. Obeying a subconscious purpose, she had, all the while she had been thinking of this letter, been moving about the grounds in search of Mitchell. And now, in a quiet spot shut off from the sight of the house, she glimpsed Mitchell and Francois and the rabbit which could really eat. This was still another Mitchell she now saw. Not he of butler's coat, not he of smart Fifth Avenue garb, nor he of that voice of taunting quality which had come to her in the darkness from the open window. He was seated on the grass, the wrapped Francois on his lap, both watching the really live rabbit nibbling at a lettuce leaf. And Mitchell was talking, and his face had an eager, good-humored smile, almost a boyish smile, which matched that of Francois. And when he laughed, his laugh seemed to have as much the ring of spontaneous, carefree happiness as that of the boy. Mitchell was undoubtedly having a gorgeous time. Cordelia slipped away unnoted. Who, and what was the real Mitchell? End of Chapter 10. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 11 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 11. Cordelia Seeks a Way. Cordelia wanted a place where she could think undisturbed upon this puzzle of contradictions that Mitchell had become, and upon the other problems of her business at Rolling Meadows. She remembered the child's playhouse, which was being set in order to accommodate the overflow of guests at Gladys's weekend party, but which at the present moment was unoccupied. She crossed the grounds, entered the playhouse, and seated herself at the same open window which looked out upon the syringa bush beneath which she had crouched listening 2 midnights before. Less than 36 hours had passed since Cordelia had discovered the dominating position of Mitchell in the household at Rolling Meadows, and during this period she had been too much concerned with her information and her actions to settle down quietly and attempt to apply sober reason to the facts she had acquired. To this task she now gave herself, and if Cordelia in all her life had ever reasoned carefully, flawlessly, she believed she was now so doing. The secret, whatever it might be, was apparently known to just 3 persons: Gladys, Esther, and Mitchell. There were probably no documents or papers of any kind containing the secret which the closest search would enable her to lay hands upon. Such valuable and dangerous evidence, even if it had ever existed, was destroyed or else hidden away beyond possible finding. This meant that the only sources from which the truth might be learned were the lips of the 3, and this conclusion very naturally suggested in turn the business of virtuous eavesdropping. From the popular literature of detection, Cordelia had some vague knowledge of dictaphones and other devices for bringing the cautious ear into proximity with incautious lips, but a little further thought caused her to dismiss entirely the stock-in-trade strategy of listening. Even should she manage again to hear the three in conversation, she would probably learn no more than she already knew. The facts behind this situation were probably so old, so thoroughly accepted by the three, that they would never mention them. These old facts, the entire story, this was what was wanted. And then, the only possible way came to her. She had to secure the full story directly from the lips of one of the three. That was indeed a difficult task. It would be difficult enough just to unseal any pair of those lips, and it was made more difficult by the necessity that her act should not seem the result of intention and should not arouse suspicion. One by one she considered the three, beginning with Mitchell. Mitchell had shrewdness, poise, self-control. He was making a profit out of this secret. To give up the secret would mean to him to give up his profit. She could not imagine the butler ever being so thrown off his guard that he would involuntarily let slip the truth. And he would not tell voluntarily unless he saw that telling would be greatly to his profit. Mitchell, she decided, was out of the question. Further thought also removed the lips of Esther. Esther also had too much self-control, though of a different order from Mitchell's, ever to be startled into any unpremeditated disclosure. If she ever told, it would be because she had come to a reasoned decision to tell. That left Gladys. Gladys was the one who was paying money, the one most desperately determined to keep the unknown facts unguessed. She was the central figure, and from the standpoint of Cordelia's purpose, she was the weakest figure of the affair. For the autocratic, self-centered Gladys had never been schooled to control of any kind. Anger, selfishness, whatever strong feeling rose in her, possessed her utterly for the minutes or hours that the storm might last. Cordelia decided she would get the secret of Gladys from the lips of Gladys. Just what was that secret, probably? Among all possible secrets, just what was the one possible secret that an unmarried, socially proud young woman would most desperately desire to keep hidden, would pay most readily and lavishly to keep suppressed? Cordelia felt no great surprise when, by swift elimination, she reached the answer. For the answer had been lurking unphrased in her mind since she had overheard the voices 2 nights before in the playhouse. An illegitimate child, of course. Francois was Gladys's son. The story of his being a French war orphan, the elaborate business of his French and American legal adoption by Gladys and Esther, all this was just careful camouflage to protect the proud name and high position of Gladys. Francois had been born in France. Mitchell had known Gladys and Esther in France. Therefore, Mitchell probably had first-hand knowledge of the facts. No wonder he had power over Gladys. Of course, it was possible, as she had before thought, that Mitchell was the boy's father. That would explain his apparently real affection for Francois. He might even be the husband of Gladys. No, on further thought, his being Gladys's husband did not seem likely. With a husband living in her own home, Gladys would hardly care to pose as single and to be matrimonially interested in Jerry Plimpton. But these speculations were at best no more than speculations. She had to have facts.
How was she to get facts such as she suspected from the lips of Gladys?
Her end was laudable, to help Mr. Franklin free Gladys from her entanglement, and any means was justifiable. She thought long, and at length she decided that her best procedure would be to play upon Gladys's great weakness, her lack of self-control. Aroused to anger, to fear, Gladys might entirely lose herself, and suddenly incited by just the right happening, or even just the right phrase, the fundamental facts might come tumbling forth from her momentarily unguarded lips. Of course, the exact procedure that Cordelia would use would have largely to be determined and shaped by opportunity. Of this meditated quality of Gladys's temper, Cordelia had an almost immediate illustration, for at this point in her thoughts, Gladys walked into the playhouse. There was hot color in her cheeks, and an angry light in her green eyes. "I thought you were going to help me settle that trouble over the orchestra for Saturday night's dance," she said almost sharply. "So I am. I was just starting back to the house. Come on. 1 minute. Gladys caught Cordelia's arm. Eileen Harkness just called up a minute ago about the party. She said she saw you and Jerry Plimpton lunching together yesterday. Is that so? Yes, why not? Jerry and I are old friends. You were behaving as though you were a lot more than just old friends. Cordelia began to grow hot at this ungoverned arrogance. Gladys, say right out just what you mean. You know what I mean. I told you that, well, you know that there is almost an understanding between Jerry Plimpton and me. And that night at Jackie Thorndyke's, you the same as promised not to cut in. Are you trying to double-cross me? Gladys Norworth, do you want me to pack my things and go home? Not if you aren't. Say anything more like what you've just said, and I'll slap your face. Now let loose of my arm. Gladys glared, hesitated, then obeyed. But her eyes still gleamed with her sullen anger. Cordelia quickly regained her self-control. A break would mean her leaving Rolling Meadows before the mystery here was solved. Don't be silly, Gladys. I have a lot of friends who are also your friends, and every time I accept a courtesy from one of them, you shouldn't construe it as an act of conspiracy against you. Well, I didn't mean to be unfair, Gladys said grudgingly. But you know what I think about Jerry Plimpton, and you know, or you've guessed, that it's mainly because of him that I'm giving this party. I'll see that at your party you have the right of way with Jerry, as far as I am concerned. Now let's see to that orchestra. Her mission here at Rolling Meadows was none too easy, Cordelia mused wryly, with the two of them both having intentions towards Jerry Plimpton. Rivals! Well, as she had decided while lunching with Jerry the day before, she'd have to avoid danger by keeping Jerry at a distance till she was well out of this business. She thought much of this flare-up of Gladys on Jerry Plimpton's account. Could this ever-ready resentment be so inflamed and played upon that it could be made to lead to the revelation she sought? As the days passed, she considered other possible means and qualities that might be used to sweep Gladys into the necessary frenzy of uncontrol. Her temper still seemed the best, but Cordelia could settle upon no definite procedure. On Friday, the guests began to come, and by Saturday afternoon some score had answered the roll call of hospitality. There were Jackie and Murray Thorndyke, Eileen and Peter Harkness, Jerry Plimpton, Kyle Brandon, and a small host who have no individual place in this history. Cordelia tried to keep her promise to Gladys by avoiding any semblance of a tete-a-tete with Jerry Plimpton. She noted that Jerry was surprised by her behavior, and she was secretly pleased thereat. Gladys very openly absorbed him. He seemed to enjoy her attention. Perhaps pique at Cordelia may have had something to do with his apparent pleasure. But then Gladys was at her very best in Jerry's company, and Gladys, when she tried to be her best, was second in attractiveness to few indeed. Charm plus beauty plus position plus great wealth. Here is a feminine total almost irresistible. On Friday evening before dinner, according to an arrangement Gladys had made in her invitation, up in Gladys's sitting room there was another of those little reunions of the four old Harcourt chums, Cordelia, Gladys, Jackie, and Eileen. Rather promptly, Gladys excused herself from the gathering. She had her duties as a hostess, she explained.
Her real reason was that Jerry Plimpton was waiting down in the library.
The talk of the three friends who remained was, as was the case at their meetings, almost entirely about themselves. The pretty, eager, gay Eileen of the tireless and talented feet was agush with Peter's recent successes in Wall Street. Though a broker and theoretically supposed to make his money from executing commissions, Peter played the market on his own account. His profits for the last few months, said the flushed Eileen, had amounted to over $250,000, and that week they had bought the Fernwold house just off Fifth Avenue in the 70s and were redecorating it throughout. It was not going to be anything elaborate, It couldn't be, for altogether it was only going to cost $300,000. But it was going to be very much nicer than what they now had. They could entertain ever so much better. Cordelia was pleased to learn of Eileen's and Peter's good fortune. They were lavish spenders, both of them. They liked to keep pace with their richest and smartest acquaintances, and sometimes their friends feared that their combined inheritance, none too large for such living, was being severely strained by their prodigal inclination. It was indeed splendid that Peter was doing so well, that they did not have to worry about money, and Cordelia congratulated Eileen heartily upon her good news. Her tale completed, Eileen left them, giving her reason frankly, with her sparkling smile. There was to be a small, informal dance that night. One of the men was an exceptional dancer, and she had promised to meet him before dinner to talk over some exhibition dances they might give. Dear big old heavy Peter was no dancer, and he good-naturedly let her do just as she pleased about partners. In fact, the spirited, tireless, pretty Eileen did just as she pleased about almost everything, and almost everyone. Particularly all the men seemed pleased to have her do it. Eileen was a sprite, a darling. When Eileen was gone, Jackie drew closer to Cordelia and said, "I'm glad to have you all to myself at last for a minute or two, Cordy, old dear. I want you to do something for me." "There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do for you, Jackie." That was exactly as Cordelia felt toward her roommate at Harcourt Hall, her especial chum of their special quartet. "What is it?" "You've been visiting Gladys long enough. I want you to say goodbye to her and come along home with me and spend the summer." "I can hardly do that, Jackie. I've already promised to stay the summer with Gladys." "Gladys doesn't need you, and I do need you." The abrupt emphasis of Jackie's last statement made Cordelia start. "You need me? Why?" Jackie slowly knocked the ash from her cigarette, lifted her white shoulders, then composedly looked Cordelia straight in the eyes. "I rather believe you guess why, Cordy, so there's no reason I shouldn't put it into plain words. Murray and I don't seem to be as popular with each other as we used to be. I'm not seeing a lot of Murray these days, and it's a bit lonely being a married widow." Cordelia was aware of this situation. She liked the restless, generous, impulsive Jackie, and she liked the easygoing Murray.
And she had felt genuine regret over this development.
"And I rather think you know why Murray isn't about the house very much," Jackie continued. "A lot of people seem to know why. It's that French dancer Ziegfeld brought over and put into his last review." Cordelia knew this also. "What are you going to do about it?" "Oh, we're keeping up the appearance of a happy home. But, Jackie, if you really tried, I'm sure you could keep Murray away from all the dancers in the world." Again, Jackie lifted her beautiful shoulders. "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But that's not the business before the present meeting. The business is I need you, and I'm asking you to come. Are you coming?" "I'm sorry, Jackie, I've just told you why I can't come." "Well, then, at least promise me this much. Come if you find you can come." "Of course, I'll promise that." Cordelia went on to express sympathy, but Jackie interrupted. No need to worry about her. This was just about what marriage was like. Cordelia would find this out for herself after she'd been married a few years. Nevertheless, all Friday evening Cordelia did feel keen regret over the situation between Jackie and Murray, though whenever she looked at them, each seemed to be happy enough, and several times she saw them dancing together. On Saturday afternoon, Mr. Franklin motored out, as had been planned. He was going on down to Southampton to work a little and play at a little golf over Sunday. Cordelia watched him closely when he was introduced to Gladys, and a little later when Mitchell, thinking him a guest, asked about his bags. To neither of these two did Franklin betray by any slightest move or inflection that he had any interest other than that of a chance visitor. Particularly did Cordelia watch, with a little catch in her breath, when the butler and the lawyer faced each other, both strong, subtle men.
Each played his part to perfection.
With a little anticipatory thrill of excitement, Cordelia wondered what would be the scene and what its outcome if ever these two men should meet with masks removed. Toward the guests he met, Franklin had an easy yet unobtrusive manner. Several knew him slightly, more had heard of him. Cordelia noted that Gladys appraised him thoughtfully. Well-mannered, well-dressed single men of standing are to be recorded as possible social assets. Cordelia admired the way he bore himself. Each time she saw him, she found she was raising her estimate of him. He seemed so courteously reserved, so strictly holding himself out of other people's affairs. Yet she was certain that not a thing was escaping him. As a matter of fact, he was seeing even more than she thought. Toward the middle of the afternoon, the entire party went down to the beach, and presently, as she and Franklin walked along the beach apart from the others, Cordelia was telling him of her further discoveries concerning Mitchell, her conclusions concerning Gladys, and of her projected method of procedure. He approved her energy and her judgment. Again, Cordelia pulsed warmly under his praise. It was indeed something to have one's ability recognized by so able a man as Mr. Franklin. He cautioned her, however, against trying to move too rapidly. He would advise that she consult him before taking her next step. As a matter of fact, Mr. Franklin was seeing before himself the danger of her learning too much, getting too far into the inside. If that came to pass, it would complicate immensely his own subtle, delicately adjusted plans. He saw that the two of them were being observed by the guests, and he held Cordelia in conversation as much as he dared. He knew that he was establishing the impression among this smart company that he and the very popular Cordelia Marlowe were friends, and that was well. He was thinking of feigning illness in order that he might remain at Rolling Meadows and improve upon his opportunity. But this deception was not necessary, for on their return to the house, Gladys, having noted his attentiveness to Cordelia, and seeing him as a further barrier between Cordelia and Jerry Plimpton, promptly invited him to stay on over the weekend. After a decent hesitation, he accepted. Thus came about Mr. Franklin's introduction to Rolling Meadows and its circle. Behind his pleasant, composed features was a mighty exultation over the success of his maneuvers. First, Cordelia Marlowe had come his way, and now, hardly more than 2 weeks later, he was among these people, a guest, one of them. Oh, but he was getting on.
End of chapter 11.
Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott, Chapter 12, How Cordelia Learned the Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Don Sutton. Saturday night's dance was a real dance. A dance to please the dancingest and thirstiest dancers. The guests, accustomed to the gaiety, even the abandon of weekend parties, were soon bent upon making this the gayest of the season. To this spirited abandon they were incited partially by the music, which was a smiling, gurgling, swaying Negro orchestra, and partially by the plenitude and potency of the punch, champagne, and whiskey. Gladys, knowing what would be expected from one who intended to be a popular hostess all her life, had on her return from France laid in a 40-year supply of wines and liquors while buying was still legal. Cordelia tried to hold herself in abeyance. This was Gladys's party, and she wished Gladys to have the pleasure and the credit that are properly the hostess's. But she could not help it that she was more in demand as a partner than any other woman. Always it had been so, and secretly she gloried in this popularity, else she would have been something other than her sex. Whenever there was a dispute among claimants for a dance, she invariably gave her favor to Mr. Franklin. He was her guest. And then a further reason was that choosing a neutral, an outsider, would excite the least jealousy among her men friends, and so she found that a third of her dances were with Franklin, who, to her surprise, proved to be one of the best dancers in the party. This man could apparently do everything. She had a few dances with Kyle Brannon. As before, he talked with enthusiasm of her possibilities as a great motion picture star. Also, he told her he was now getting busy on that pageant to be given at his aunt's, Miss Phipps Moore's. It was going to a big thing, the biggest of its kind ever attempted, and Cordelia's part was looking bigger and better every hour he thought it over. She was going to like the part. Just wait and see. Despite all her seeming carefree gaiety, Cordelia took in everything that was happening. She noted, with a stab of jealousy, that Gladys's most frequent partner was Jerry Plimpton. As for herself, she had not once danced with Jerry. Well, that was just as she had planned it. And her eyes went inevitably to Mitchell, presiding imperturbably over the servants at the buffet, or moving with his butler's perfect impersonality among the hilarious guests. Again and again the thought shivered through her. What would this smart crowd think and do if that carved, expressionless face should suddenly alter and he should drop into their joyous midst the bomb of which she guessed to be the truth? But the most persistent, most enduring merrymakers eventually grow weary, even when stimulated by wine more precious than diamonds and rubies. By 4 o'clock, half of the guests were in their beds, and the crowd was rapidly dwindling. Though the grinning, singing Negroes twanged guitars and blew into saxophones with an unabated vigor which suggested that they could maintain their musical pace until old Marse Gabriel sounded his clarion signal for them to drop these instruments and take up harps of gold. Not until this hour did Cordelia have her first dance with Jerry Plimpton, which she told him was to be her last for the night. And as they danced, she noticed that Gladys was swaying in the arms of Franklin. "Let's have a bit of fresh air before you go up," Jerry remarked when the dance was concluded, and on Cordelia's acceding, he led her out upon the porch and over to a shadowed corner. Neither was conscious that Gladys and Franklin had also stepped forth, apparently with the same desire for air. Nor, for that matter, did any of the four know that the cautious, ubiquitous Mitchell was watching every move of them all. "Now I've got you here, and you've got to listen to me, Cordy," Jerry grumbled reprovingly. "Why have you been dodging me the whole evening?" "Have I been dodging you?" "In that very answer you try to dodge me again. Till just now you haven't danced with me once. Each time I asked you, you had all the next dances promised. What was the grand idea in treating me just as if I wasn't here? It gave you all the more chance to pay your respects to your hostess." "Oh, Gladys can go to—" He checked himself. "You're not going to get away with a thing like this without paying for it. And a big penalty." "What, for instance?" "I'll let you pay in installments. The first installment is, I'm going to kiss you." "You've drunk too much, Jerry. Don't be a fool." "I'd sure be a fool if I didn't." He slipped his arms about her and kissed her. This was far from being the first time Cordelia had been kissed, and she neither felt surprised nor did she pretend resistance. Also, she recognized instantly that Jerry's kiss was not that of a driving love, and she felt no lifting thrill. Rather, it was the semi-maudlin, sentimental kiss that has for its inception equal parts of titillating music, alcohol, and languorous summer darkness. Jerry could undoubtedly be the serious lover, but he was not the serious lover now, and wisdom cautioned her against letting his sentimentality sweep onward into temporary fervor. She loosed his embrace and moved a pace from him. "You've had too much punch, Jerry. Behave. Let's go in now. I want to go to bed." "Not till you pay another installment." He kissed her again. Then she strolled back in, and a minute later Cordelia was on her way to her room. Franklin and Gladys had seen, in shadowy silhouette, the embrace and kisses, but had not heard the whispered words, and so did not know the rather tepid quality of the dalliance. Franklin felt Gladys' fingers bite into his arm, and that clutch violently affirmed all that his watchfulness during the evening had told him. For his own part, what the kissing suggested suited him no better than it did Gladys. But he controlled his wits. He perceived that, in one respect, at least the girl beside him was an ally. "I presume those two are engaged," he murmured softly, and with settled purpose after Cordelia and Jerry had gone in. She told me there was nothing between them," Gladys returned, speaking with greatest difficulty. "I'm sure they must be engaged," he insisted in his soft, even voice. "I said as much to myself when I saw them at lunch at the Grantham the other day. You should have seen their manner to each other. There was no mistaking its meaning. They are undoubtedly engaged, and for some reason are hiding it for the present." "Excuse me," Gladys choked out and was gone. Franklin was satisfied. He had handled the situation very skillfully. He had put a spoke into that wheel. He had indeed, but even the very clever Mr. Franklin was hardly clever enough to foresee just how that spoke was going to affect the running gear of his own very complicated plans. Cordelia had been in her room no more than a moment, and before starting to undress, was before her long mirror for a final appraisal of how she had looked during the evening, when her door was violently opened, as violently closed, and there stood Gladys, her white bosom heaving spasmodically, her green eyes blazing with wild accusation and mad hatred. "Gladys, what on earth is the matter with you?" Cordelia exclaimed. Gladys came toward her, body tensely bent, fingers crooked like talons. "You liar, you!" she shrilled gaspingly. You dirty liar!" Cordelia stiffened, and a dangerous look came into her own eyes. "What's this about?" she demanded sharply. "Oh, you damn sneaking liar!" screamed Gladys. "Are you crazy? Do you want all your guests to hear you? If you've got anything to say, at least lower your voice." "Let them hear me. I'd like nothing better than to have them know the truth about you, the sort you are." There was, however, little likelihood of the guests hearing even this shrill, defiant voice, for the rooms of Cordelia, Gladys, and Esther were side by side at the front of the house, and the guest rooms were all in the wings, and to reach these rooms the guests did not have to pass through the part of the house where Gladys and Cordelia now faced each other. Nevertheless, Gladys' fortissimo of anger had in her last words subsided to a less penetrating tone. "Out with it quick," ordered Cordelia angrily. "What are you trying to say?" As if you didn't know. I saw you kissing him. Kissing Jerry Plimpton. So that's it. What's that to you? What's it to me? Why, kissing him after you told me he was nothing to you? After you had promised not to interfere between him and me? Why, I could kill you, you rat! Gladys's face twisted and writhed with the vehemence of unlovely passion. All that was primitive, elemental, childishly and savagely direct in her undisciplined selfishness now ruled her utterly. She felt no shame, no reticence, no restraint, due to the mere habits of civilized manners. She was just an uncontrollable flame of mad egotism. Cordelia herself had never been more angry. She had come here to try to save this girl. Why, Gladys didn't deserve saving. But before Cordelia's temper escaped its leash, there flashed upon her partial remembrance of the inspiration she had had the other day in the child's playhouse. If she could only make Gladys lose all control, either in anger or fear. At this moment Cordelia was conscious of no clear plan, but she proceeded exactly as if guided by one. Her manner was angry, but her anger was assumed. Also, her manner was taunting. Why shouldn't I kiss Jerry? Jerry seemed to like it. And what makes you so angry? Because Jerry didn't prefer to kiss you? Get out of my house, you hear me? Get out of my house, you cheap flirt! Kissing like a cheap shop girl on a park bench. At least, Gladys dear, Jerry chose to kiss me and not you. It was an unseemly, unsightly quarrel between the star graduates of fine old Harcourt Hall. Gladys grew yet more wild. Jerry didn't choose. You made him. You're trying to coax him away with your kisses. You're after his money. Everybody knows you've got barely enough to live on, and that's all. All you've really got is an empty name, and a few good looks, and a cheap popularity, and a scheming head, and you're scheming to get Jerry's money. At this, Cordelia could barely hold herself in. Perhaps it was the element of truth in Gladys's words that so inflamed her, but the growing anger she showed was still acted towards a purpose. She looked as if she were upon the instant of exploding. What have you got, you poor ninny? Not a thing but money. You admit I have family, looks, popularity, a good head, and you haven't a thing but money. That's the only way you'll ever get a man's attention, buying it with your money. Cordelia had tried to say something which would rouse Gladys to the last limits of her anger. She could have chosen no greater insult. Get out of my house. Pack your things this minute. Get out. And you think you can buy Jerry Plimpton with your money? The only thing you have to attract a man? When money is the last thing in a woman that would interest Jerry Plimpton. You poor fool. Why, you know Jerry will never. You shut up. Gladys' voice was an almost animal-like snarl. You get out of my house. Get out. You lie. I'll show you which of us is the fool. I'll show you whether I can interest Jerry. I'll show it to you by being married to him inside of a year. Her panting voice cracked in its rage. She was utterly gone, utterly lost. Cordelia's moment was come, and swiftly she struck. You think Jerry Plimpton will marry you? Marry you after you told him Francois is your child? Your illegitimate child? The devastating Gladys swayed back. Her flaming rage was gone as a candle that is suddenly blown out. Her tense figure loosed as though it were about to collapse. Her vivid features became gray and gaped and twitched with idiot looseness. Her green eyes now blinked with stupefying fear and horror. How did you find it out?" she finally asked in a choked whisper. "I was told." "But they all promised they would never tell." The next moment Gladys was abjectly clutching Cordelia, wildly pawing her, pouring out a frantic jumble of words. "You must never tell, Cordelia. Promise me you'll never tell, please, for God's sake. It would ruin me. I couldn't stand it. And I don't deserve it. I'll do anything you ask me to. I'll give you anything. Please, for God's sake." The very sight of this cringing, cowering creature, the instant before, so arrogantly insulting, made Cordelia feel sick. She wanted to throw off those clutching hands, close her eyes against that slavering face, but before she could reply to Gladys had entered a new phase. "It's all a lie, Cordelia. He's not my child. I swear it. He's Esther's. They put it on me to shield her. Just because by accusing me and threatening me they can make me pay money. I even have to pay Esther. It's the God's truth. I swear it. You believe me, Cordelia? Of course you believe me." Cordelia pulled away from the hands that had alternately clutched and imploringly patted her. "Don't lie like that." "It's not a lie. It's the God's truth, Cordelia. It's the God's truth. I swear it." There was a knock at Cordelia's door. Again Gladys was clinging to Cordelia, whispering frantically, "Don't make a sound. Don't answer." "Come in," Cordelia called. The door opened and Esther entered wearing a dressing gown. "I thought I heard Gladys in a temper at you, Cordelia, and I thought I'd better come in and stop her," Esther said. And then with surprise she noted the attitude of the pair, Gladys imploringly holding to Cordelia. Why this sudden change? What's it all been about? "Don't say a word, Cordelia," Gladys gasped quickly. "Please, I never told that before to anybody, and I'll never let it go any further. Not a word, please, for Esther's sake." "What is it?" Esther demanded sharply. Cordelia's reply was drawn from her not alone by Esther's question. She saw in this new development of the situation her opportunity to learn yet more of the truth. "I had learned that Gladys was the mother of Francois and told her so. She was just denying it and was saying you were his mother." Esther crossed, took Gladys by one shoulder, and looked squarely and sternly into the frightened face for a long moment. Gladys's gaze wavered and fell. I lost my head," Gladys stammered in a whisper. It's true about me, Cordelia." Esther loosed her hold upon her stepsister and turned to Cordelia. "How did you learn of this?" Cordelia had had her answer prepared these many days, and it came out with convincing simplicity, and in a manner to awaken no suspicion that all this might be the result of preparation and part of a great plan. "I told Gladys that someone had told me. That was not true. I was angry when I said it. The fact merely is that I had noted a likeness between Gladys and Francois, and the possibility had popped into my head. A while ago Gladys came in here and was very insulting. I completely lost my temper, and struck back by accusing her of being Francois's mother. She admitted it. With me, the whole thing was just a shot in the dark that chanced to strike the target. That's all there is to it, and I'm very sorry that I lost my temper." Cordelia perceived that her explanation had entirely convinced the two. Again, Gladys was eagerly fawning upon her. "It's not so bad as you think, Cordelia. You know only the worst. It's not fair to me to have you think the worst of me, and since you know the worst, I want you to know all of it. Then you'll see that I'm not really to blame, that luck's been unfair to me all the way through. Listen, I'll tell you the whole story." But just then soft steps were heard crossing the room. The three women whirled about. Coming towards them was Mitchell. He had entered and closed the door so noiselessly that they had not guessed his presence. "What are you doing here?" Esther demanded sharply. Cordelia had long been wanting to see the butler's face when it would not be the face of the butler. She again had her wish. The face was keen and smiling, with the cool, easy, ironical good humor of one who feels himself the thorough master. In this unmasking smile, in this real Mitchell, which Cordelia felt she was glimpsing for the first time, there was nothing brutal, nothing vulgar, nothing menacing. A villain and a devil undoubtedly, Cordelia thought, but a gentlemanly devil. "I'm here, Esther, my dear," Mitchell answered with bland pleasantry, "because I happened to be watching our darling Gladys, and I saw the look on her dear face as she followed Miss Marlowe upstairs. That look made me fear that something was due to happen which might possibly concern me. So I followed Gladys, and you will all excuse me, I am sure, for you will admit that a gentleman must be prepared to protect his name and his interests, and I listened outside the door. I heard all that was said, for the singing voice of our Gladys has a carrying quality that has been equaled only by Madame Sambrick in her voiciest days. I heard Esther stirring in her room. I got out of sight. I saw her come in here. I decided the party would not be complete without me, and entered just behind her. Is my explanation sufficiently adequate, dear Esther? You will leave us this instant. I'm sorry to appear disobliging to you, Esther, particularly since, as you know, I admire you so thoroughly, and since you and I have really always gotten on very well together, but I must remain. I have business in this company." "You get out of here," snapped Gladys in her choking scream. "Get out!" Mitchell regarded her with sober, rebuking face. "Gladys, I've often told you that I feared I'd be compelled to turn you across my knee and spank you. Unless you compose yourself, I shall have to conduct that somewhat intimate ceremony before the eyes of the present assemblage." She glowered at him furiously, but held her tongue. "I shall remain," Mitchell continued, "because I overheard that our little story was to be told in full to Miss Marlowe. I feel that it is my right to be present to check up on the details which concern me, and to see that I am not slandered." Cordelia, her interest in the story racing ahead, could no longer hold back the surmise which had been with her these many days. "I already know your part. You are Francois's father. I've seen how fond you are of him." Mitchell turned on her a pained, reproachful look. "You are correct about my being very fond of Francois, Miss Marlowe," and at that moment she felt all doubts of the sincerity of his affection for the boy vanish. "But really now, aren't you rather unjust to me when you think that I would choose such a person as Gladys to be the mother of my child?" You, choked Gladys. "Careful, Gladys, careful. Remember your weak heart, and don't forget the dangers of apoplexy. Shall we get along with our history? It's a long story, and I'm sure we will endure it better if we are seated. He drew chairs together, not with his manner of a butler automaton, but with smiling, ornate courtesy that was seasoned with mockery. Mockery which Cordelia sensed was directed chiefly at Gladys. Cordelia could not keep her eyes off his smiling face. She did not know what to make of the man, but somehow she felt growing in her a tentative, dubious liking for him, even though he did seem an undoubted scoundrel. "And now that we are all comfortable and cozy," continued the easy, pleasant voice of Mitchell, "let's unfold our tale." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dodi, Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 13, A Romance of Regret. And so, in the stillness of 4:30 in the morning, with the chief figures of Gladys's great world from which she had been striving to hide her story sleeping in profound unsuspicion all about her, the hidden and unrepentant romance of Gladys was at last unfolded to Cordelia. Gladys, Esther, and Mitchell all contributing their portions to the history. In the telling there was bickering and denial from Gladys, contradictions, explanations, elaborations, corrections from the other two. It revealed no new aspect of Gladys's character. It merely threw into stronger, more dramatic light the Gladys that was known. An heiress of leisure who believed that to her belonged the world, who loved whatever shone brilliantly at the top, whose egotistical will brushed aside all opposition and seized with swift directness what it desired, and who dodged and frantically ran away from any unpleasant consequences of having had her own imperious way. The tale was a portrait of Gladys's soul, but in truth not of her alone, for New York City, America, has its 10,000 Gladyses, duplicates in soul differing only in the details of their different social levels. Reduced to its essentials and arranged in chronological order, the history which the three told in fragments was a story which in its earlier phases was matched by scores of love affairs that developed swiftly and rushed to swift consummation during the reckless emotionalism of the Great War. In the Paris of that period, romance took no thought of the morrow, that vast belt of bursting shells and stifling gas which had bounded northern France had destroyed all certainty of a morrow. Today was the only certainty, and recklessly, without thought of the future, romance seized its only chance. In 1916, Gladys had met a Sergeant Grayson of the Canadian Forces while he was spending his leave in Paris. He was the latest of those young heroes who, at that period, were shining for their brief day with the glory of a supreme fixed star, only to have their brilliant flames flicker swiftly into oblivion. During this day of his glory he was being universally praised, and he had been slated for a commission. The glamour of his fame, the adulation with which his friends exalted him, made him from the first moment a figure of super-fascination to Gladys. And even when on the day of their first meeting he informed her that he was a citizen of the United States, and that until he had crossed into Canada and enlisted he had been a mechanic in a Detroit automobile factory. Even that admission of his lowly origin had not lessened her fervid adoration. He was a great hero, the hero of the hour. He was utterly splendid. Within 2 days they were engaged, and they were determined upon marriage before his return to the front. Gladys now confided her great honor and happiness to Esther Stevens, who was at this time confined to the hospital of the Countess de Crecy with influenza. Esther had opposed the marriage. "Do you think he's not good enough for me?" Gladys had demanded. "Because he was once a mechanic?" "He may be altogether too good for you. I can't say, since I have never seen him. But that has nothing whatsoever to do with my attitude. I am thinking of you both when I say the two of you are now living in a period of hysteria, and when I ask you both to remember that your marriage, entered into in this time of high emotion, will be lived out through sober, commonplace years. Neither of you is now in a state of mind to choose the person who will best suit you during the unexciting and perhaps disillusioning years which will come when this awful war is over. Be good friends in the meantime. But wait till peace and a normal state of mind return before you decide upon marriage. Then you won't give your consent? Most definitely I will not. Later on you will thank me for holding you back from such a course. Gladys had argued no further and had not told Sergeant Grayson of Esther's objection. She was not going to let any stick like Esther tell her whom and when she could marry. She had taken the lead in the matter, and 2 days later she and Sergeant Grayson, accompanied by his best friend Sergeant Farrell, had slipped away and been secretly married. 3 days after the marriage, Sergeant Grayson had left Paris to rejoin his company. He had not been gone another 3 days. Less than a week had passed since the marriage, when Gladys had begun to regret her action, and every day her regret had become more acute. It grew into shame. Each day in that period of the war had its own brilliant hero, and in the swift succession of radiances that flashed across the sky of heroism, the fame of Sergeant Grayson was sadly dimmed. In fact, it was being all but forgotten, save by a very few. In that epoch of great and crowding events, a single day was a long span of life for average heroship. With Grayson's fame faded, his glamour gone, Gladys was confronted with the unromantic reality that she was secretly married to a nobody who was just an automobile mechanic. Her soul writhed with the awful humiliation of her situation. She, Gladys Norworth, married to an ordinary mechanic. What would her world say when it learned? What was she ever going to do? And then, when Grayson had left her hardly more than a fortnight, and before his actual promotion to a lieutenancy, there had come the news of his death in action. This news had gained no more space than a brief paragraph. That was how long heroship lasted in those tense days. Gladys had wept when she heard this news. She had wept from relief. Since soldiers had to die anyhow, his death had been providential. How lucky she had been in that the marriage had been a secret one. Now, no one need ever know of her shame, not even Esther, who had advised against the marriage. His death had given her story its only possible happy ending. Perhaps no young widow was ever before so happy as Gladys. A month after her husband's death, Sergeant Farrell, who had just gained his commission as a lieutenant, reappeared in Paris and called upon the widow of his friend. From the first moment of his call, Gladys made no attempt to conceal that she considered her marriage a terrible mésalliance, that she was happy to be so easily freed from such an entanglement. Lieutenant Farrell called again, and on this occasion she noted that his manner was strained, embarrassed. It frightened her. And finally, she drew from Farrell that which made her profoundly grateful to the great luck which had been guarding her. Before Sergeant Grayson had gone into his final action, so Farrell told her, he had had a premonition that his end was close upon him, and he had confessed to Farrell that some 15 months earlier he had married a poor French girl in Paris, and he had asked his friend in the event of his death to carry out his instructions for providing for this earlier wife. To attend to these instructions was Farrell's present business in Paris. Through Lieutenant Farrell, Gladys met the French wife. There was an infant of 4 or 5 months, also a wedding certificate. With this new development, Gladys at first went almost frantic with fear, horror, with even in greater shame, a bigamous wife, no marriage at all. The bigamous wife of a mere mechanic, hardly better than her own chauffeur. How her friends, how all Europe, how all America would laugh at her if they knew the truth. And then she remembered. Grayson was dead. The marriage had been a secret. In response to her frenzied appeal, Farrell promised silence, as much for his dead comrade's good name as for her own. Again, Gladys was saved. No one need ever know. It would be just as though it at all had never happened. She felt an inner shame, a vast chagrin over her secret humiliation. And she knew she would always feel the chagrin and shame, but the world would never know of her shame. That was the great thing. The world would never know. Oh, but how luck had been with her when she had decided to keep that awful marriage secret. Relief flooded into her. Her old pride in herself returned. But this relief and pride were of brief duration. Soon Gladys knew she was to be a mother. Once more a frenzy of fear and shame seized upon her, unsettling all control, all reason. No longer was silence possible. She told Esther of the clandestine marriage, told her everything, and demanded to be saved. Esther wasted no single word in reproof. She suggested that they investigate that earlier marriage. The frantic Gladys would not hear of this. The marriage was all right, and investigation would lead inevitably to the discovery of her own illegal marriage and of her shame. Esther tried to discuss a reasonable course with her, but Gladys would have no such procedure. She had thought of a way by which the world would never know. If Esther would not help her, she would kill herself. Esther had had to yield to Gladys's plan, in its essentials, a very ancient plan. At this time, France was already asking aid of its friends in handling the problem of its war orphans. In conformity with Gladys's demand, Esther let it be known that she and Gladys had decided to adopt an infant, and had her application registered with the proper relief organizations. Thus, suspicion was forestalled. Then, through the kindness of the Countess de Crécy, the two were transferred to duty in a hospital at Dijon. Shortly thereafter, they took a secluded villa in the hills outside the city, and in this closely guarded sanctuary, Francois was born. When Gladys's strength was fully regained, she and Esther returned to Paris, where Esther sent word to the various relief organizations with which she had previously filed applications that they had been suited in the matter of an orphan. Thereupon, in due legal form, Esther and Gladys jointly adopted little Francois, and on their return to New York at the close of the war, this joint adoption had been confirmed. In Paris, toward the end of the war, Farrell, now a captain, had once more called on Gladys. He had seen the boy, and Gladys had told him of the adoption. He had smiled, but by no word had he given a hint that he was aware of the deception. Back in America, Gladys considered that all was safely hidden. She was now even grateful that the marriage had not been legal, was not even reconciled to Francois's illegitimacy. For had the marriage been legal, she would, in her first terror at learning she was to become a mother, have made known the marriage, and that marriage to a mechanic would have made her an absurd figure to be forever laughed at. Yes, granting her original mistake, things had all turned for the very best. For 2 years since her return to America, Gladys had felt the security, though keeping to herself, and given thanks to her protecting stars. And then one day Farrell, now a civilian, had called upon her. He was in a sad financial way, he had told her. He had regretfully referred to an episode of Parisian days, and had intimated that he might be driven to make profitable use elsewhere of his knowledge of that adventure and of the maternity of Francois, offspring of that brief and regretted romance. The old-time fear of Gladys had leaped from its peaceful grave in twice-fold its former greatest panic. The upshot was that Farrell had become her butler, and his butler wages were but a small fraction of the money he was being paid. Such was the story that came from Gladys, Esther, and Mitchell. Through it all, Mitchell smiled with satiric, imperturbable good humor, every moment perfectly at his ease, with no evidence of feeling guilt or shame. There was one aspect of the situation that still puzzled Cordelia. Why should Mitchell, able to make Gladys pay any price for his silence, have chosen to become her butler? During the recital, he had apparently shown no desire to hold anything back. So Cordelia now asked him this question. "I was still suffering from having been gassed," he answered. "I thought that a good home, a quiet life, and light work would help my recovery." His quizzical, amiable smile made Cordelia feel that he was playing with her. You said something of the same sort to me the other day, but that wasn't your real reason? It was a real reason, but possibly not my greatest reason. You see, Grayson was my best friend, and despite his somewhat oriental aptitude for wives, I admired him as a real man. I rather resented the manner in which Gladys promptly began to look down upon him, even before she knew of his instinct for connubial plurality. And somehow, after she did learn, I was yet more resentful of the way she came to be ashamed of him, not because of his Muley Rose failing, but because he had been a mechanic. So it pleased my low, vengeful nature to be close to Gladys, where I could rub things in a bit and watch her squirm. That may also have been a reason, said Cordelia, but it doesn't sound like your main reason. And right you are, Miss Marlowe. His smile was bland, enigmatic. But that's all the witness can admit at the present moment. Perhaps you will some day learn the main reason. Perhaps you will not. It will depend very largely on what our dear Gladys does. Through all the talk, Gladys had maintained an attitude of belligerent resentment toward the others, of an indignant, poignant sympathy for herself. She now burst forth. "It's not fair the way you've talked about me," she cried. "And it's not fair the fix I'm in and the way I suffer. I'm not to blame. I never did anything wrong, not intentionally." "People suffer sometimes as much from their foolish acts as from their sins," said Esther. "I wasn't foolish. I was just plain unlucky. And because I was merely unlucky, I've got this thing hanging over my head, and with Mitchell always threatening to tell." "If you had only acknowledged your marriage at the time as I begged you to," Esther remarked with the bored patience of one repeating an oft-made argument, "and had not tried to conceal the other things, people would have been inclined to regard you merely as unfortunate, and many people would have sympathized with you, and by now the whole affair would have been accepted and partly forgotten. And you would not have Mitchell and his threats hanging over your head." "Exactly what I have often told Gladys myself," commented the bland voice of Mitchell. "No use talking about what I might have done," Gladys cried bitterly. "Even now," Esther continued, "it would be best for you if you told the facts. That would free you instantly of Mitchell." "It's the truth," agreed Mitchell. "It would end me in a second. I've often told you that, Gladys, and in the future, please remember that I am now giving you that advice again. So go to it, Gladys. Tell everything." "And have everybody laugh at me and turn away from me?" Her voice was again rising toward a shriek of exasperated rebellion at her unjust fate. "I may be suffering, I may be pain, but what I've got is worth what I pay." "All the same," said Esther with a grim sigh, "I wish it would all come out somehow so we'd be through with this business." The very idea was too much for Gladys's raw nerves. She again lost herself in panic and seized Esther's arm. "Esther, if that ever happens, you'll stand by me. Remember, you promised. You'll stand by me, Esther, like you said." "On the condition we agreed upon." "You mean Francois?" "Yes." "But Esther—" "You know Francois is the only thing that keeps me here in your house. I care for him more than you do, and I'm a better mother to him. He's to be mine, all mine, remember? You still promise that?" Gladys wet her lips. Her green eyes were still bright with their frantic apprehension. Yes, she whispered. Before Cordelia could even wonder what this unknown compact might be, Gladys had whirled about and had cringing, fawning hands upon her. "You see, I'm just the victim of bad luck, Cordy, don't you? You understand that, don't you, dear? And you'll never tell what you've heard tonight. Promise me you'll never tell. Think how it would hurt me. Give me your word." Cordelia remembered her mission in this house, her obligation to Mr. Franklin. Her reply was carefully evasive. "I give you my promise that I shall never say a word to injure you." "Thank you, Cordy. Oh, thank you." And then at once, her hands menacingly crooked, she was glaring at Cordelia in furious, suspicious hatred. "I don't believe you. It'll be just like you to tell Jerry Plimpton you'd play any trick to get him away from me. Gladys! Esther caught her arm and pulled her backward. Once more there was a swift change in Gladys. Again she cringed and cowered. I didn't mean it, Cordy. I just went out of my head. That's all. I just went out of my head. If you'd been through all I've been through, you wouldn't blame me for forgetting myself occasionally. You're coming straight to bed, ordered Esther, in undisguised disgust, and with a good night to Cordelia, she led Gladys toward the door. Mitchell held the door open for them and bowed and whispered a courteous, pleasant-toned good night as they passed. Then he turned and moved quickly back to Cordelia and smiled at her his provokingly ironic but good-natured smile. There are a few things we still have to say, you and I, Miss Marlowe. I shall call for you in 10 minutes. I'd rather like a ride in that car of yours. You might change into something suitable. With that, Mitchell moved swiftly out and closed the door. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 14. A Ride with Mitchell. Mitchell's request, or command, accorded perfectly with Cordelia's own desire. He had not half revealed his true character. She was sure of that, and she was almost as curious to learn more of his suave, debonair, mocking personality as she was to learn why he wished to talk to her and what he might have to say at 5 o'clock in the morning. She changed rapidly into a suit, her thoughts racing exultantly. At last she had the full secret of Rolling Meadows, which she had been commissioned to secure. Mr. Franklin would be surprised. She could imagine his surprise when she told him, at the promptness of her work, as well as at the clever manner in which she had stilled all suspicion by pretending that her discovery was a pure accident precipitated by a pardonable loss of temper. He would praise her again, praise her warmly, for she deserved it. And certainly she was earning the money which was keeping her at the top. After this proof positive of her ability and practical usefulness in helping to handle a big and delicate affair, her ability as an endowed and very private good angel to help save people in distress, there was no doubt of her remaining in triumph and admiration through her own efforts up in her accustomed place. She wondered just how Mr. Franklin was going to handle the formidable yet indefinite force which Mitchell was. Of course he would somehow quickly rid Gladys of her incubus. That was Mr. Franklin's business. She felt regret that she necessarily would receive no public credit for her great share in this service, and yet Cordelia felt no thrill of elation on the score that it was Gladys whom her clever anonymous efforts were to extricate. Fundamentally, and aside from Gladys's character, Gladys's situation was commonplace enough, was even excusable. A marriage she had believed legal, and a child from that marriage. Only the fact that Gladys was Gladys, and insisted on being Gladys, had developed what should have been merely an unfortunate affair into a potential charge of social dynamite. Really, it doesn't matter much what happened to Gladys. She deserved just about everything she was likely to get. But oh, what an explosion the thing would make. That is, if anyone ever touched off the charge. In her swift meditation, her hasty moralizing, Cordelia did not perceive a certain likeness, a sistership, between herself and Gladys. That in different ways, both she and Gladys were striving for the same end, to keep from falling from their high places into disrepute or oblivion, to retain their splendid places in this beautiful world which was theirs by right, the only world they knew, the only world in which living seemed possible. When a cautious knock sounded, Cordelia opened her door and stepped into the hall. Mitchell had exchanged his butler's coat in favor of a dark sack suit. "No one will see us," he said. "There'll be nobody stirring for hours. But if we are seen, you can mention casually that you had a headache, thought a ride might cure it, and asked me to go along as a sort of footman to guard against the busy, ubiquitous bandit who is making New York famous."
Of course, he added with his mocking smile, we might have talked in your room, but a tete-a-tete in your room at 5 a.m. with a man, and a butler at that, might possibly have led to a scandal, and God knows we're not starving for another scandal at Rolling Meadows.
5 minutes later, the roadster was flitting through the pearl-gray dawn. They drove inland a few miles, turned into a dirt road, then swung into a track which led into an unfenced woodland of the low scrub pine, which on most of Long Island is the only excuse for forest. 100 yards within, Cordelia stilled the motor in a little spot that had been cleared by fire. Above the scrawny, ignoble trees, the morning was stealthily pushing up its edge of salmon pink. She turned to her strange passenger. His manner was courteous enough, but he was regarding her with that ironical, whimsical, challenging smile which that night she had seen for the first time break through his butler's mask. "Is this place quiet enough for your purpose?" she asked.
"It is perfection," he answered. "I wish to compliment you on your courage in coming to so secluded a spot with a man of my character."
"Don't talk rot," she said shortly. "Why did you wish to see me?"
"Because I knew you wished to see me, and it is my instinct to gratify a lady's every wish." No, excuse me, don't be angry," he said quickly, as he noted the hot flash in Cordelia's eyes. "I'm so used to chaffing Gladys that I get started in that manner before I think. I'll be serious. No, not too serious, but I'll try to talk sense. I wanted to see you and see you promptly because I thought we might have some interests in common. At least your discovery made you a possible menace to my interests, so I thought we'd better talk things out." "What shall I call you?" she asked abruptly. "Mitchell will do as well as anything else." "But that is not your real name." "So I informed you. Nor is Farrell my real name. We'll have to keep the real name on the list of things unknowable for a time. If you ever feel you know me well enough, you may call me Bob. Till then, in private, as we now are, you may address me as Mr. Mitchell, but in public I will be just plain Mitchell." She saw this last speech was meant neither to tease her nor to offend her. She regarded him with a direct cross-examining gaze, which he met with a courteous smile. "Just who are you?" she demanded. "I told you who I am the other day." There was just one way of dealing with such an impudent, facetious person. That was to take the upper hand, and to give him straight-from-the-shoulder talk, to ask hard, direct questions. "I don't believe a bit of that story you told me the other day," she said severely, "about how you came to be a butler. You told at least 2 lies that I know to be lies." Her accusation did not seem greatly to fluster him. "Just which 2 lies are you referring to?" "You told me then that you had known Gladys and Esther only a few months, that you had not met them in France. You had known them for 5 years. "Yes, that does sound rather as if I had fibbed. And the other one?" "You told me you were working as a butler because you needed light work. You had been gassed, you said, and were still weak. You weak? That night you let me in and I fell, you picked me up as if I were a feather." "Yes, that does sound like another fib," he admitted. "And what's more, I knew at the time you told them that they were lies." "And I," he said gently, "at the time I told them, knew that you knew they were lies." "What?" She stared at him. "Then why did you tell them?" "That I shall answer at some other time, perhaps." "How did you know that I knew?" "How did you know that I was lying?" he countered. She did not answer. That eavesdropping at the window of the child's playhouse was a matter about which she preferred to say nothing. "I shall answer your question before we leave here," he said, "and perhaps you may find that my answer is the answer to both your question and my question. Now as to the lies I told you," his tone had become that of apologetic inquiry, "is a person really lying when he is fully conscious that his lies are not deceiving his listener?" "That is pure quibbling," she exclaimed. "When is a lie not a lie?" Always an interesting subject, but discussing it might lead into metaphorical labyrinths far from our present business. Perhaps we'd better return to your original question. Just who am I? Yes, who are you? She was still trying to keep her attitude of ascendancy. You have some of the qualities of a gentleman, and you are something more than just a butler. Why are you masquerading like this? Just who are you? His answer was not direct. He spoke whimsically, mockingly, teasingly. Suppose we consider the possibilities, since you think I'm masquerading. Just who might I be? I might be a sociologist or a novelist, masquerading to get first-hand material for a book upon the idle rich. Or I might be an ardent lover, playing a part to be near the one I love. Some more she stoops to conquer kind of stuff, this time with reverse English. Or I might be Harun al-Rashid, disguised and moving shadow-like about my own particular Baghdad, to see how my subjects, my servants, live, so that I may be more kindly and more wise and more just. Or I might be an international spy, seeking to discover the document and the plot, and thereby foil the enemy. Or I might be a gentleman detective, or I might be a harum-scarum clubman, lately on a carouse, now fulfilling the terms of a foolish bet he lost. I might be... But why go on? You can supply all the possibilities. You've met all these situations, all these characters and stories. But just which one of these are you? Just which one I am not telling. But why not? She persisted. For my own reasons. Perhaps because I like the amusement of keeping you guessing at mystery, and perhaps because if I told you who I really am and why I am doing what I am, you wouldn't believe me. You'd say it was utterly improbable, and it would seem so amazingly improbable merely because it is really so simple and probable. You are talking riddles, she said. No, just now I'm trying to talk most simple truth. If ever you do learn all about me, that's what will surprise you, the obviousness of everything. I'm the most obvious man alive. You merely don't happen to see me, that is all. The only surprise you'll ever get is that there's nothing at all to be surprised at. So I warn you, please expect nothing. That makes you sound more of a mystery than ever. Who knows? And his cool eyes were now laughing at her. Perhaps that's just what I was trying to make myself sound like. His talk, while piquing her curiosity, had half angered her. It had seemed to her that all the while he had been quietly trying to make sport of her. Whoever you are, she declared, you will admit that you have behaved like a scoundrel, and you will admit that you are a scoundrel. Yes, I am a scoundrel, he agreed amiably, as though he liked the character. And when you know all about me, if you ever do, you'll know positively I am a scoundrel. Whatever mistakes you may make concerning me, don't mistake me for anything else. But you are a man of ability, even if you are a rogue. Why waste your time being a butler? I'm not wasting my time. I do not know of anything I could do at present that would pay me as well as Gladys is paying me. Besides, I am learning a lot which may later be of use to me. Besides, I like comedy, and I don't know of any better comedy than those self-appreciating fine people now at Rolling Meadows giving me orders and my taking them like an inanimate, errorless automaton. Besides, my chief reason for being a butler is one of those little items I am keeping for myself for the present. You realize, of course, that you are practicing blackmail? Blackmail? Of course, he agreed pleasantly. Do you consider that honorable for a man? She asked indignantly. But, my dear Miss Marlowe, he mildly protested, I've just been telling you I am not an honorable man. I'm a scoundrel, and a scoundrel just naturally blackmails. He can't help it. It's what he was made for, just as a singer was made to sing. And if he must blackmail, can you think of any individual belonging to any discovered sex who more thoroughly deserves to be blackmailed than Gladys? Cordelia found herself without an answer. As I said earlier tonight, I could not touch Gladys if she had the decency and courage to play square. But Gladys is a snob and a sneak and a coward. She thinks she is overwhelmingly important. What the world thinks of her means everything to her. And I know of no worse indictment against the world than that the fool world does bow down and worship her and her kind. For proof of this, see the photograph supplements of the New York Sunday papers. I mean no personal offense, but your own portrait is often in that same gallery of the brief immortals. I'm no socialist, no anarchist, I'm not even a quasi-Malthusian, if you know what I mean, but I sometimes think that a social uprising or a good-natured selective plague that would reduce the population to the extent of eradicating these treasured, carefully bred feminine orchids, I sometimes think that such misfortune would be a grand favor to the human race. But I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to grow serious and polemic. Again, Cordelia found herself without words, and found herself wondering more than ever at her companion. Was his talk more persiflage, fantastic foolery, or behind it was there a vein of seriousness? But to get back to my blackmailing of Gladys, I have yet another reason, a personal grudge. Whatever may have been Grayson's faults, he was a real man and the best and truest friend I've ever had. If I ever loved a man, I loved him. I'm talking serious talk now. When I saw Gladys that second time in Paris and learned that, even before she'd heard that story of his other marriage, she'd grown ashamed of Grayson, my best friend, because he had been a mechanic. When I learned that she was really glad he was dead, because her secret marriage and her shame would not ever have to come out, why, I made up my mind right then that I'd make Gladys pay if ever my time came. And I'm making her pay. Not just with the money I'm getting, I'm making her pay with the constant fear of being found out. And that's the highest price you can get out of your Gladyses. The fear that they'll be found out, and may go tumbling from their dazzling pedestals. But instantly his grim tone was light again, and he was once more smiling quizzically at her. I may have still another reason for my blackmailing, one that's just a bit more human. Francois is the son of my dearest friend. I regard him as my godson. He's the nearest thing to a relative that I now have living, and I think I couldn't care more for him if he were my own child. Esther and I are his best friends, but Esther has no money of her own to take care of him with, and of course she has little use for me, for I'm a bold, bad blackmailer. Who knows when Gladys won't feel that she's got to throw Francois overboard to save herself? And who knows when some clever man, she'll fall for a man who'll flatter her in the right way, may not get hold of her fortune and manage to lose it, big as it is. And who knows that I'm not taking Gladys's money while she's still got it, in order to save and invest it for Francois's later use? Who knows that what I'm doing is not merely taking out insurance for the son against his mother's folly? Cordelia recalled the letter she had found in his room, which referred to remittances which were to return a rich profit. And that's what you've been doing? Investing all that money for Francois? Who knows? And even if I were to declare I was doing it all for Francois, you know you should not believe an admitted scoundrel. He was now smiling openly. But why your repugnance to blackmailing? Fundamentally, it is one of our most important and respected business institutions. Its principle is exactly the same as that of all other successful business. One secures an advantage over another person, which the second person cannot resist, and one uses that advantage. That's how the captains of industry, also the lieutenants, sergeants, corporals, and buck privates, all got theirs, if they ever got very much. And blackmail in its less agreeable forms, why, we're all mixed up in it. We're all either holding people up or being held up because of big scandals or little annoyances and inconveniences which we are able to threaten and inflict, or which we wish to escape. Why, I dare say even you, Miss Marlowe, if you would scrutinize your life, have paid or may be paying blackmail in some form in order to avoid something which may seem to you unpleasant. No, you really must not say anything against our sacred institution of blackmail. That would be sacrilegious. Without extracting it or paying it, how could we be comfortable and respectable? She did not know exactly why, but Cordelia had a sense that his talk was becoming uncomfortably personal. "Is this why you asked me here?" she inquired. "To air your philosophy of blackmail?" I beg your pardon. I entirely forgot myself. When I get an audience, I'm a glib, as quenchless, as authoritative, and quite as meaningless as an English novelist on an American lecture tour. Abruptly, his appearance changed. His satiric eyes became keen, searching. You're right. I didn't ask you here to listen to the mere wagging of a loose tongue. It seemed to me that our games had become pretty thoroughly tangled, and that we should have a frank showdown. I have told you about myself. Now, just what is your game? She started. My game? You're not acting that innocent surprise at all well, he said sharply. Yes, your game. Surely you don't think I'm such a fool as to believe the tale you told Esther and Gladys, that your learning Gladys' story was due entirely to an accident and the losing of your temper? Surprised though she was, she tried to be stiff, coldly indifferent. You may believe it or not. What you believe does not concern me, but what I told Gladys and Esther was the truth. I'm willing Gladys and Esther should think your tale the truth, provided it doesn't interfere with me, but I know it is not the truth, for I know you came to Rolling Meadows to learn Gladys' story, and that you learned it in consequence of persistent, careful planning. I say again, your tale was not the truth. And again I ask you, what's your game? Mitchell, she said haughtily. Mr. Mitchell, when we're in private, he corrected. She stared at him, still trying to maintain her manner of haughty denial and indignation. You might as well drop that pretense, he directed. We'll get on better. I suspected you from the first, but I've been certain of your business at Rolling Meadows since the night I was talking to Gladys and Esther out in Gladys's old playhouse, and I heard you just outside the window where you were listening. You will recall that I spoke of a draft and closed the window. I think you will now admit I know what I am talking about. She felt her dignity suddenly deserting her. I believe that's the promised answer to your question of a few minutes ago, and also to my question. How did you know that I was lying? And how did I know that you knew I was lying? Are you satisfied with my answer? Her own answer was silence. And that isn't all I know. I've been watching you ever since. I knew what you were up to that day you thought you were questioning me so cleverly. And I know you got the story out of Gladys tonight through a skillfully prepared trick. I'm no fool. We'll get to our point much more quickly if you'll admit the truth. I'm right in all I said about you, am I not? Against her will, she slowly nodded. That's much better. Next. Now what's your game? I have no game. Even to her own ears this sounded unconvincing. Oh, yes, you have. None except that when I first came here I felt that something was wrong with Gladys. I thought if I found out what the trouble was, I might somehow help her get untangled. I had no other purpose. Of course, you suspected me. Then you must have planned in advance some way of getting rid of me. How are you going to do it? I haven't had a chance to think since I've known just what your hold on Gladys is. I see I can't call the police. Can't I appeal to your better nature to drop this persecution? The better nature of a scoundrel? No. Besides, Gladys won't want me to give up. She'll feel safer to have me around, where she thinks she knows what I'm doing. But to help Gladys, is that your only motive for hunting down this story? What other motive could I have? Gladys hinted pretty broadly at a possible one. It's plain enough to everyone that both you and she are interested in that very rich, very handsome, and very exalted Mr. Plimpton. With this story, you could certainly serve Mr. Plimpton with Gladys's goose very thoroughly cooked. This time Cordelia's indignation was sincere enough. I hope you do not think me that kind of a woman. I think not. But knowing Gladys has made me able to imagine a woman capable of doing anything. He regarded her thoughtfully for a moment. If you were not already a rich person, there is still another motive that might be ascribed to you, and a mighty big motive. What is that? The one we were discussing a few minutes ago, the ancient and universal motive of blackmail. If you needed money, and were not handicapped with scruples, You could not have dug up a better asset than this story. Gladys would pay you any amount you cared to ask. He caught the angry gleam of her eyes, and interrupted her before the rush of hot words got to her lips. "Oh, I don't believe that. I merely mentioned it as a possibility that existed in this situation. Of course, a person with your money would never even be tempted. Let's shift to something more pleasant." He was smiling at her again, respectfully enough, but with whimsical daring. "I'd much rather be on friendly terms, if that is possible. For I've read the cards and the tea dregs and the stars in their courses. They tell me that you and I are to be much involved together. We are already mixed up a bit, you know." "In what other way do they tell you we may be involved?" "It's rather early in our acquaintance for me to be too explicit," he replied with grave mischief. "Their predictions pertain to, romance. Cards, tea dregs, the stars in their courses, my own eyes. They all tell me that your fate is entangled with the fates of many men. Excuse me for mentioning names. There is Mr. Plimpton, a wonderful match, wonderful. The usual social prophet would promptly predict a marriage there. But the tea dregs are shy and non-committal. Then there's this lawyer, Mr. Franklin, who—" "Mr. Franklin?" she ejaculated. "Didn't you know? I saw that in him at once. He wants to marry you. He's clever and determined, and unless you wish to marry him, you'd better be careful. Take my advice, and be careful anyhow. There doubtless are many additional men who represent romantic complications, but I myself have knowledge of but one other. Since you are giving me a catalogue, what is the name of the third?" "His real name is not generally known, but people call him Mitchell." "You?" "Oh, I'm not saying I'm really in love with you, yet. No more than you are in love with me, yet. But I do admire you, and you know what admiration often leads to. I do not mean to be impertinent, at least not too impertinent. But since I was listing your possibilities, or your dangers, why, as an honest statistician, I was compelled to include myself. Now, which of the three of us is it going to be, I wonder?" "You are altogether too impudent. We'll be going back." Her foot reached for the starter. Just one more minute. All levity was gone from his manner. He was impressively serious. "You may think I have talked nothing but nonsense. In this day, the only way you can get hard facts listened to by the public is to play the humorist or the fool, and present your realities as a fool's jestings. But believe me, I've been talking nothing but mighty hard facts. And perhaps the most important fact of all to you, I have still to mention." "What is that?" "Gladys. Your getting her secret may be the worst thing that possibly could have happened to you. She'll fawn upon you, but you've won her eternal hatred. She'll be always afraid that you may tell on her, and she'll be always thinking how she can destroy you so that you cannot tell, or so that if you do tell, at least you will not be believed. And there is nothing that she will stop at. So look out for Gladys. And now you may step on that starter, if you wish." 20 minutes later, they were back at Rolling Meadows. The household was still hushed in its heavy Sunday morning slumber. The Mitchell who opened the front door for Cordelia and stood aside for her to enter was Mitchell the impersonal and impassive, whose butler's face proclaimed that in all this 30 years he had never smiled. Cordelia was more bewildered, more curious than ever concerning this man. Just what was he, really? And particularly, just how much of a scoundrel? End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dodi. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 15. Cordelia Makes Her Report. Although the household was still quiet with sleep, Cordelia did not even go to bed. Too many things had happened that night, and there were too many things to be thought out. And so she sat at an open window, her brain seething with meditations and plans. Wonder about Mitchell kept pushing into her mind. She promptly pushed it out. Mitchell could wait. She had more pressing matters. Her next step in this affair, which she felt was handled with much finesse and brilliance, was to give Mr. Franklin immediately news of her achievement. It seemed to her indeed a happy coincidence, a fortunate omen, almost as though high destiny was approving her action by giving this aid, that Mr. Franklin should be a guest at Rolling Meadows at the very hour she had brought their common endeavor to a successful issue. But fortunate though his presence was, nevertheless, so serious an interview was not an easy matter to manage in this houseful of guests. The interview would have to appear unsuspicious to Esther, and particularly so to Gladys and Mitchell, and very likely both would be watching her every movement. As for Jerry, most important figure of them all, Jerry did not dream there was anything for him to suspect. Breakfast had been announced the previous night for 10 o'clock for those who did not choose to be served in their rooms at a more indulgent hour, and when Cordelia came down at a few minutes before 10, she believed she had her stratagem for the interview worked out. Mr. Franklin was waiting, and she managed a word aside with him before they entered the breakfast room. "I have something to tell you," she whispered. "At the table, ask me openly to drive you around and show you the country." Of all the merrymakers of the night before, there were only 5 whose energy or nerves brought them to the table. Gladys, Cordelia, Esther, Jerry Plimpton, and Mr. Franklin, and of these probably only the 2 men had slept a moment. Gladys had appeared, so Cordelia guessed, only because it was her duty as hostess to greet her guests, and because nervous fear made her prefer to come down and be in the company of those who knew her secret, rather than remain in her room in an agony of frenzy and doubt as to what was possibly being whispered concerning her. Several times Gladys flashed glances at Cordelia. Her green eyes were in turn pleading, defiant, dilated with swift terror. Jerry Plimpton stole several questioning looks at Gladys. He was puzzled. "What's the matter this morning, Gladys?" he asked as they were finishing. "Aren't you well?" "Me? Oh, I'm all right." She laughed, but her laugh was high-pitched, almost hysterical. "I just didn't sleep much. Perhaps I was too excited from the dancing, and I had one of my awful nightmares." Just then, little Francois, who had managed the great adventure of an escape from his governess, came wandering into the breakfast room with the flushed, happy smile of childish success. Esther had a moment before gone out to search for him and relieve Jean. Gladys was nearest him, and toward her he ran gleefully and clutched her arm. "Oh, Mother Gladys!" he began. Gladys sprang up frantically, overturning her chair. "Don't you call me that!" she cried wildly, flinging off his hand. "Go away from me! Leave me alone!" Francois, frightened, began to cry. For a moment Cordelia thought that the truth was about to explode betrayingly from Gladys before this group, which would doubtless mean that all Gladys's world would soon know it. But again it was Mitchell who relieved the situation. All during the meal he had been the graven perfection of the servant who has no private thoughts or feelings. He now moved quickly to the boy's side and took his hand. "Mitchell hasn't shown Master Francois the bunnies yet this morning. Come on, let's hurry out and watch them eat." Instantly the boy was quieted, and Mitchell led him forth. Gladys desperately gripped her nerves. "He startled me so," she exclaimed, trying to smile. "I just didn't know what I was doing. It's that awful nightmare." All were now standing. Franklin saw this as his opportunity. "I have never seen the country around here. I wonder, Miss Norwood, if you would think I was running away from you if I were to ask Miss Marlowe to show me through a bit of it." To Gladys, this was a heaven-sent interruption to a nerve-wracking situation. Besides, it would improve her chances to be with Jerry Plimpton. "Not at all," she spoke up eagerly, and with affected lightness. "Take him out in your car, Cordelia, there's a dear, and show him everything. But don't let her race the breath out of you, Mr. Franklin." Half an hour later, the low-slung maroon roadster crept into the same fire-scarred clearing among the scrub pine where 6 hours earlier Cordelia had had her long session with Mitchell. Within 10 minutes, she had reported upon her experiences of the night, though for some reason, she could not have told what fundamentally that reason was. She omitted most of what Mitchell had said to her, and she only briefly sketched Mitchell's attitude. At least we have our suspicion backed up by facts, she ended eagerly. You now know exactly what the situation is. You can now act. Splendid, he said. I had no idea you would handle this matter so effectively and with such dispatch. What you've done has all been marvelous. I cannot congratulate you too warmly. And he went on in further praise of her. Now that we have all the facts, said Cordelia, just what are you going to do to get Gladys out of this mess? I'll help you, of course, for I take it to be part of our agreement. Though I must admit, she added, that I do not feel a full 100% of undiluted sympathy for Gladys. What am I going to do? Your success has come with such unexpected rapidity that I really have not had time to settle upon my exact procedure. Will you excuse me if I think the matter over for a few minutes before answering? Leaning back beneath her low-angle steering post, Cordelia, awaiting in suspense to learn what was to be their future action, watched his keen, handsome face staring straight ahead in concentrated thought. She would have been surprised indeed had she known that his quick brain was not giving first consideration to the facts she had just presented, that first of all he was considering something far different. This was the very devil of a situation that her unexpected quickness and unexpected luck had gotten him into. He had never wanted that she should get all the inside facts of this case or of any other case he might later assign her to. He had merely planned that she should bring him hints and fragments, which might mean little to her, but which would mean much to him, and which he might follow up through other methods and agents to his great profit, without her ever suspecting him or suspecting that she had been used. But her having learned all there was to be learned in this case complicated all his plans like the very dickens. With her knowing all the facts, it was going to be very difficult to profit out of this rich situation, this tremendously rich situation, without her guessing or even learning just exactly what he was doing. Here, developed from an almost chance beginning, was certainly the most delicate, difficult, and complicated problem he had ever had to handle. He had started with the sole idea that Cordelia, with her necessities, her ignorance, and her position, offered better than a gambler's chance to make big money. Now fundamental to all else, dominating all else, was his far greater dream concerning her. He was going to marry her, soar on the wings of her social prestige. Cold reason had first formulated this added plan, and now he realized that this ambition to marry Cordelia was supported by an even stronger force. He was in love with Cordelia Marlowe. The discovery of this fact in himself had at first quite dumbfounded him, rendered him uncertain of the very foundation of his life. He had always been cynical toward love, and his professional contact with love affairs, particularly his very secret contacts, had developed that cynicism. Love always caused its foolish victims to make wreckage of themselves, and he was determined that sentiment should never distort his clear vision nor disturb the smooth progress of his careful plans, and here was he, fallen madly in love. But his case had this alleviation. Love was merely approving and coinciding with judgment. His situation, as he now saw it, had many acute problems and dangers. He must keep Cordelia from learning about him somehow. He must in the end win her for himself somehow. And if she should ever learn about him, he must have planned in advance to keep her silent somehow. His first measure, so he decided, must be to get Cordelia away from Rolling Meadows, where she might see things that would cause her to suspect. At length he spoke. I find that I am not able, at the present moment, to say just what course it will be best to take. Before deciding, I think I am bound to consult the trustees of Miss Norworth's estate, in whose behalf I am acting in this manner. But whatever the decision, I am certain that you will be required to do nothing further. But I thought I was to help you see the whole affair through, she exclaimed. You have learned the facts. That was by far the most important and difficult aspect of the situation. The rest of the case can best be handled entirely by men whose business is the law. You see that, don't you?" "Yes, I suppose I do. But of course you'll clear the matter up?" "Of course. Though," he added, "you must not expect immediate results. We must protect Miss Norworth, so merely to rush matters along is not the most important thing. We must figure out the best way to eliminate and silence Mitchell, and that means we must have time to learn more about him." Before she could comment upon this, he had deftly switched to another subject. "Your work at Rolling Meadows is entirely done. I think you will be happier out of the atmosphere of the natural resentment of Miss Norworth. Also, our private business arrangement will be best served if you are now transferred to another case. I presume you can arrange to leave here in a day or so?" "Why, yes." She spoke hesitantly, with disappointment. She had really started the clearing up of this mystery. Its solution thus far was her handiwork, and there were many unfinished items about which her curiosity was acutely inquisitive. For example, what sort was the real Mitchell? What really was his part? "That will be excellent," said Franklin. "Then you will leave here tomorrow or the day after, just as soon as you can get away. That will be best. But it so happens that I do not have the next case quite ready for you. Is there some friend you might visit while I'm getting your next case prepared?" "Mrs. Thorndyke was asking me only Friday to stay with her." "The school friend you consulted when you feared you had lost your fortune?" "Yes." "Very good. By the way, haven't I heard rumors that Mrs. Thorndyke and Mr. Thorndyke are, having their little domestic troubles?" "There has been some talk, yes." It occurred to Mr. Franklin that for the second time, when he had had to find a place for Cordelia, kind fortune might possibly be thrusting opportunity right into his hands. Trouble in the Thorndyke family. They had money. Cordelia would be there. Certainly the current of large affairs had never swept more goldenly in the direction of his desires. "As a matter of fact, I already knew of this trouble of the Thorndykes," he confessed. "Again, you and I happen upon a rather odd coincidence. Relatives of the Thorndykes have confidentially approached me, asking me if I could not straighten out their difficulties and bring them together. It is a pity that such a couple should grow apart." "Indeed it is," agreed Cordelia. "I have tentatively promised to see if anything can be done. As I told the relatives, the first step must be to get the real facts which are causing the difficulty. Nothing can be done without knowing those facts, for the sole possibility of a cure is the discussing, the forgiving, the removal of these facts. You might help me very much if you could learn the real facts. More important, you would be helping your friends, the Thorndykes. Of course you would be glad to help them." "Of course I would." "Then, if you don't object, I suggest that when we get back to Rolling Meadows, you tell Mrs. Thorndyke that you accept her invitation." For a second time, Mr. Franklin was on a new subject before she could comment. "I hope you will excuse my freedom if I now take up a purely financial matter." His gaze was smilingly open, disarmingly direct, that of a businessman who is frankly grateful. Perhaps he had never acted better or with more caution than now. "When we made our business arrangement, we fixed a certain sum as remuneration which was to be paid to your mother. That was to be a fixed minimum payable in any event. In addition, in case of meritorious service, we spoke of a bonus which was to be payable directly to you." "A bonus?" exclaimed Cordelia. "I do not recall any reference to a bonus." "I'm sure I must have spoken of it." "Certainly I intended doing so, for it was most definitely a part of my plan for our arrangement. A bonus clause or understanding is nothing less than your most ordinary rights. If you were at all acquainted with modern business practices, you would be aware that a bonus is almost invariably demanded and provided for as a matter of course to meet cases where unusual quality of service or unusual rapidity of service may possibly be rendered. You had given both unusual quality and rapidity of service, and you have certainly doubly earned the bonus which we have always taken for granted that, in the event which has come to pass, we should be obligated to pay you." This was all most unexpected and surprising, and yet the idea of money which should be entirely her own, was breathlessly alluring to Cordelia. "If I did not understand any such obligation to be in the arrangement, I do not think you should regard it as binding," she protested hesitantly. "We cannot take advantage of a technicality of that sort," he smiled. "And please remember that I am not personally out of pocket in paying such a bonus. It will be charged up in our bill of expenses. To speak very frankly, I can understand the promptings of pride and delicacy, but I feel you have no moral right to refuse. I hope you will forgive my becoming personal, but you will recall that you took me pretty fully into your financial confidence at the time of our first interview. I can't help knowing that you need money. You could use the money, couldn't you?" She could not help smiling a wry, humorous smile. There were her bills that somehow never got paid up, those miserable, insistent duns that came incongruously in the same mail with insistent invitations from New York's finest homes. "My creditors could certainly use it if I had it," she admitted. "Then you shall have it, and at once. As to the amount, I had thought, don't hesitate to disagree if you think the amount should be greater, I had thought that perhaps you would consider a bonus of $5,000 fair." She blinked at him. She could not speak. $5,000! She moved unequal among the highest. Her friends had their millions. To Gladys, the amount mentioned would be unimportant. Jerry Plimpton could lose it in an evening of bridge and be pleasantly forgetful of it in the morning. But Cordelia, for all her position, for all the envy directed at her, had in all her life never had $5,000 at one time. No, not the half of it. Why, the miracle of $5,000 would work among her insulting creditors. "Even if I had thought of a bonus," she at length found voice to say, "I would not have dreamed of so large a sum." "Then we'll call 5,000 satisfactory in the present instance. But don't forget that there will be a bonus if you do as well with your next case." He drew out a pocket checkbook and fountain pen. "You must give me the satisfaction of settling this matter at once. No, after all, I can give you a check for only half the amount just now, but I insist upon that. In this account, my balance will just about cover such a check. The other half I shall mail from the office tomorrow. Not a word of objection, I insist." His swift, resourceful mind, which had just hit upon this bonus idea only 5 minutes before, had at the last instant perceived the superior protective value of 2 checks. If ever evidence should be needed, 2 endorsed and canceled checks would be more silencing or more convincing than 1. He filled out the check for $2,500, writing on his knee, blotted it by waving it in the air, and then handed it to her. "Don't thank me, please. You've more than earned it. And you may count upon receiving its twin in your Tuesday morning's mail." She slipped it into the pocket of her sports skirt. As for Mr. Franklin, as they started away, he believed he had handled the delicate matter extremely well, considering. The pleasant smile he held upon her was thoroughly genuine. End of chapter.
Chapter 16 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Tamrix. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 16. How Jerry Was Protected. On their homeward drive, they spoke of many phases of the Rolling Meadows situation, but all the while Cordelia's mind was dominantly, exultantly, upon that check in her pocket and its soon-to-be-born sister. Fresh confidence flooded her confident soul. She was experiencing the ancient and somewhat sordid truth that not courage, nor virtue, nor conviction of one's rightness, nor sense of personal powers, nor any inner glow of the higher faculties so enheartens the average mortal as does the material fact of the sudden and unexpected presence of a considerable sum of money in one's pocket. Cordelia could now face anything. All the party were up by the time they were back at Rolling Meadows, and some, as substitute for Sunday morning services, were already dancing to the phonograph. Gladys was dancing with Jerry Plimpton, and it was perhaps the added confidence and independence of the check in her pocket which stirred Cordelia to regard this couple with growing indignation in Jerry's behalf. She recalled the Plimpton tradition toward their women. The utmost was demanded from them. They must be forever beyond scandal's whisper. It was not decent the way Gladys was making up to Jerry when his family tradition would compel him to draw away if he knew the truth. Jerry should be protected. But Cordelia could not tell him. To tell would not be playing the game, and it might put her in light of a gossip and a sneak. But how save Jerry, without herself being the one to put him on his guard? Somehow Jerry had to be protected. She felt righteously decided as to that. Perhaps Cordelia's thinking was not entirely disingenuous, not entirely unselfish. Perhaps her righteous indignation and her concern for Jerry had their real origin in her own plans for Jerry's future. But for the moment she felt flamingly lofty and selfless in her righteousness. Inspiration, it seemed to her an inspiration, came to her in her dilemma. When the dance ended, she crossed to Gladys and Jerry, her determination masked beneath her usual high-spirited smile. "You'll excuse Gladys for a few minutes, won't you, Jerry? Gladys, I've a bit of news for you that I simply must tell you at once. Let's go up to my room." She was certain that Gladys would not dare refuse. Gladys did not. Cordelia took her arm, and they mounted the stairway side by side. Cordelia chatting with the appearance of lightness all the while, though she felt the arm she held tense and quiver. Inside the room, and the door closed, Gladys turned sharply upon Cordelia. In her green eyes was the suppressed hate, the cringing fear, the fawning subservience which Cordelia had seen in the small hours of that morning. "What? What is it, Cordelia?" she asked in a tremulous whisper. "First of all, I want to tell you that Jackie Thorndyke has asked me to visit her, and I'm leaving you in the morning." This was good news for Gladys, also bad news, for she had counted it as one point to her advantage that she had Cordelia in her house where she could watch her, where a sense of what is owed to hospitality might restrain Cordelia. Away from Rolling Meadows, what might not Cordelia do or say? "But, Cordy, you mustn't," Gladys cried in dismay. "You promised to stay with me all summer. You've got to keep your promise, Cordy. And after what's happened, you know I need you." "I've said I would go, and I'm going. We'll be just wasting time if we discuss it. Besides, I asked you up here on something far more important than my leaving you." The direct look of Cordelia awakened all of Gladys's fear. Gladys shrank away, cowering. Her figure huddled down and quivered as though her bones had turned to jelly. "Cordy," she gasped. "Cordy, you don't mean you're going to tell?" "No, but you're going to tell." "I tell? I tell? Tell whom?" "Jerry Plimpton." "Tell Jerry Plimpton? I tell Jerry Plimpton?" Till now her voice had been low-pitched. It now burst forth a defiant shriek. "I'll not tell him, and you can't make me. I'll not tell him. Never." "Be quiet, or you'll tell everybody." Cordelia caught her commandingly by the shoulders. Be quiet, I say. I'm going to tell you exactly what you're going to do, and you're going to do exactly what I order." Just then the door softly opened and softly closed. Cordelia felt no surprise whatever when she turned and saw that for the second time their interrupter was Mitchell. "At it again, Miss Marlowe," he remarked in his pleasant, mocking tone. "I gave you to understand, since I knew you were watching me, that I'd be watching you, and when I overheard our dear Gladys's voice, I knew that my place was with you too. Your affairs are my affairs. You would have told me anyhow, so of course you will excuse me if I remain. Don't mind me, please, go right ahead." He seated himself comfortably and smiled encouragingly at the two. "She's asking me to tell Jerry Plimpton," Gladys angrily explained to him. She turned back to Cordelia. "I won't tell him, I say." Cordelia acted upon Mitchell's suggestion that the proceedings ignore him. "You will tell, for you're going to listen to reason. You know as well as I do the attitude all the Plimptons have had toward their wives, and you know Jerry has that same attitude. They demand that their women shall be absolutely above reproach. You are not above reproach, at least not from the Plimpton standard. It's not fair to Jerry for you to try to lead him on, with him in ignorance. So it's up to you to tell him the truth. Jerry's a gentleman. You can trust him, knowing it will never go any further, but you've got to tell Jerry." "I tell you I won't do it. You can't make me lose Jerry like that." Gladys's face twitched with convulsive hatred, then with sudden understanding. "Oh, I see now what you're up to. You're trying to make me do this so you'll have a clear track to Jerry for yourself. It doesn't matter what my motive is. You've got to tell him. And I say again that I won't tell." Their gaze locked. There was a moment of silence. Then the bland voice of Mitchell was gently raised. "It seems that my entrance was quite providential. When two parties to a conflict cannot agree, then arbitration is the modern remedy. I nominate and elect myself as the third party, the arbiter. Now let's see if we cannot find a happy solution that will satisfy the wishes of all three of us. I take it that your chief desire, Miss Marlowe, is not so much that Mr. Plimpton be told the whole truth, as that he will be guaranteed protection against Gladys. I presume this latter will satisfy you?" "That will satisfy me, yes." "I will state I am entirely with you, Miss Marlowe, in not wishing matters to go too far at present between Gladys and Mr. Plimpton. So far, so good. Now, Gladys, Miss Marlowe's yielding a point puts it up to us to give her this guarantee which she requires. Now, you don't want Mr. Plimpton to know the whole truth. No more do I. It doesn't suit my personal plans to have a single extra person know, for there's no telling where the thing will stop if it be told. Once more we are in accord. That brings us straight to an arbitrated agreement. On the one hand, Mr. Plimpton will not be told. On the other hand, Gladys, you'll have to break with Mr. Plimpton. Give him up." "I won't do it," she stormed. "You can't help yourself. You have only the choice between giving him up of your own accord or having him explosively removed from you by his being told. I am quite certain that Miss Marlowe, if left no other recourse, will not hesitate to give Mr. Plimpton the fullest information. Just cast your mental eyes over those two horns of your dilemma, Gladys, and then seat yourself upon the softer horn." There was a moment of silence. Gladys regarded him with sullen defiance, and Cordelia was resentful of the cool familiarity with which he had taken this matter out of her hands. Mitchell stood up. "I'm sure you have made the wiser choice, Gladys. There's a writing desk over near the window. Come on over. We're going to take our pen in hand and write a little letter." Gladys hesitated, then sullenly followed him. At his direction she sat down and picked up a pen. I'll help you out by dictating the letter, he went on. Of course, it's to Mr. Plimpton. Shall we address him as my dear Jerry, dearest Jerry, or just dear Jerry? I think that dear Jerry will be about the right compromise between formality and affection, since this is to be a letter of farewell. Make it dear Jerry. All set? Let's go. This is the letter as Gladys's rebellious pen set it down. Dear Jerry, you are such an old friend, and such a good friend, that I want you to be one of the very first to learn of my secret. Remember, it is a secret. You must not whisper it to a soul, and you must burn this letter. I am engaged, and that is not the whole of my secret. I am not even telling you the name of my fiancé. That's the biggest part of the secret. There are circumstances which make silence for a time, but then I don't need to go into explanations to you. You may think my telling you this is a bit strange, but I felt I'd best do so. Otherwise, you might misinterpret the way I behaved Saturday night, dancing with you so much, and other times, but I know you'll understand. Always your friend, faithfully, Gladys Norworth. When Gladys had finished, Mitchell ordered her to address an envelope to Jerry's city home, to enclose the letter, seal it, and hand it over to him. At this last order, Gladys rebelled. I don't want him to get that. He'll think it funny later on, when that engagement is never announced. He may learn that there never was an engagement. I don't propose to look like a fool. Later on, when the proper time comes, you may write him another letter asking him to forget this one and telling him the engagement has been broken and that it's lucky you kept it a secret. But why should I announce a fake engagement at all? She stormed. Would you rather announce a fake marriage? He asked meaningly. I believe we've been all over that. And remember this. If ever you even whisper to Mr. Plimpton that the news of this letter was false news, then instantly he gets the real news. Now give me the letter and please leave us alone. Miss Marlowe and I have something to say to each other. She handed over the letter. Then she whirled upon Cordelia, all her passions blazing forth, hands clenching and unclenching in their furious desire to close on flesh. You've done all this, Cordelia Marlowe, she cried. I'll not forget it. My time will come, just you see, and when it comes, oh, but I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay. Her threats continued to pour out, but Mitchell stopped her, taking her by the arm and shaking her sharply. Gladys, do you think it's wise to talk like that to Miss Marlowe? Instantly, Gladys, once more cringing. I didn't mean a word of it, Cordelia. Honest, I didn't. It's just my nerves. I don't know what I'm doing. You know you're the best friend I have. That will do, said Mitchell. You will now please leave us. With her propitiating, cringing look, Gladys backed away and was gone. Mitchell turned upon Cordelia, again with his satiric, mocking smile. I really have very little to say, he began, except to offer my congratulations. Congratulations? I may seem premature, but congratulations are in order. Remember, I said in the woods at daybreak that I didn't yet know whom it was to be, Plimpton or Franklin or me. But I know now, at least which one it will be first. A most glorious match, the coming together of twin glories. The city, the country will ring with applause, even as very humbly I now sound mine. Your presumption is an insufferable insult. She angrily flung at him, and herself felt the impotence, the empty theatricalism of her words. He continued his mocking smile. Pardon me, but nothing a mere servant says can possibly rise to the importance of being regarded as an insult by a lady. Just as a servant would not dare to take as an insult anything a lady might choose to say. His smile grew more daringly humorous. But what a mix-up, democratic thing life is, now isn't it? The famous Miss Marlowe, the great Mr. Plimpton, the rich Miss Norworth, and the lowly manservant, also a few others, all entangled in one and the same situation. It is impudent of life, I must say, to attempt to impose any sense of equality upon people by such trickery. All the same, I certainly do wonder, how is life going to end it all? In the last chapter, I mean. Before she could attempt any response, he was holding out to her the letter Gladys had written. She took it. Mail it at once. It is your ticket to paradise. No war tax and no speculator's profit. It will admit you eventually. I hope you like the show. After the ticket taker lets you in, and while you still hold the ticket, and while later on you enjoy the spectacle, I hope you will think over my few remarks of this morning upon the subject of blackmail. Still, with his smile of challenging mockery, he bowed slightly and was quickly gone, leaving her blinking and gasping at his last words. End of Chapter 16. Read by Tamrix. San Antonio, September 7th, 2022.
Chapter 17 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kevin Manley. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 17. Readjusted Plans. Cordelia's gasping astonishment at the parting words of the smilingly polite and ironical Mitchell was swiftly transmuted by the chemistry of her nature into flaming indignation. She made no attempt to search out the implications and applications of his cryptic remark about blackmail. She was too thoroughly angered. Mitchell might be something better than the average butler. Indeed he was. Undoubtedly he was clever, and undoubtedly he did possess ability and power far above mere cleverness. But in his instincts, he was a bore, a clown who delighted in his clowning, altogether too presumptuous. Her hot resentment against Mitchell impelled her to make immediate use of the letter he had induced Gladys to write, and with it in her pocket she went down to the broad piazza. In the chattering crowd she saw Mitchell, with his deft impersonal precision, gathering the empty glasses of those who had felt the need of a pick-me-up to prime them for a new day. And there was Gladys, with high-pitched, nervous laugh, at the end of some story she was telling Mr. Franklin and Jerry Plimpton. Prompted by her resentment, her words intended particularly for Mitchell, and incidentally for Gladys, Cordelia said to Jerry, "I'm driving into the village to mail a letter, Jerry. Want to ride with me?" "Glad to," he answered. She did not look to see the effect of her words on Mitchell and Gladys. On the run into the village, her spirits were wildly high. If Jerry only knew that she was carrying a letter to him, and such a letter! But Jerry would never know of her connection with that letter. Later in the day she somehow did not quite feel so comfortable over the letter, but she forced these thoughts from her mind. That was the only way to dispose of disturbing matters, not to think of them. The party danced and drank all that Sunday afternoon and evening. Diplomacy no longer had need to determine Cordelia's policy, and Jerry was her most frequent partner, with Mr. Franklin next. The latter improved upon the impression he had made the previous day. Not only was he an adept and entertaining partner at dancing, but he was skillful and considerate at the bridge tables. What Jackie Thorndyke said to Cordelia was said in substance by half a dozen women who sought her out. "Cordy, old girl, I think your Mr. Franklin is a regular find. I've invited him out, and he's promised to come." When Mr. Franklin motored into town that midnight, it was with the triumphant feeling that he had never spent 36 hours to better advantage. He was certainly on his way up, thanks to Cordelia Marlowe, and with the cards he held, and the care with which he intended playing them, there was nothing which now could stop him. The following morning Cordelia stood beside her roadster saying goodbye. Her trunks had already been called for by a Thorndyke chauffeur, and there was only her traveling case for the impeccable Mitchell to set down in front of the extra seat. A few of the other guests had not yet gone, and since there was an audience, Gladys was effusively affectionate at the parting, but Cordelia knew that in Gladys's heart the urgent invitation to return soon was a malediction, and that the kiss was a bite. Esther was soberly gracious. Of them all, little Francois was most demonstrative. His arms around her neck held her tight, and he kissed her again and again, saying over and over, "Please come back, Mother Cordelia, please." The spontaneous, simple affection of the little boy stirred her profoundly. There had been little of such direct, free-flowing love in her life, and she held him close in response, and promised. And an inner voice remarked that Mitchell must have been right about the boy's father. Whatever the father's flaws, he must have been a simple, likable man, for certainly Francois derived none of his unspoiled simplicity from Gladys. As for Mitchell, till the last he was the efficient, emotionless butler, who could never possibly have had those 2 scenes with her in her room, nor that session in the burned-out clearing among the scrub pines. Thus Cordelia rode away from Rolling Meadows, relieved to be going, and yet with a trace of inexplicable reluctance, believing that her mission there and all pertaining to it were for her at an end, and that she was about to turn a fresh and more engrossing page, never dreaming in her young sureness of herself that life does not snip in two the thread of experience at one's will, her mind holding no hint that all the important things which were about to develop in her career were to be the direct consequences of those experiences at Rolling Meadows, and of these unanalyzed ingredients which were in that human container labeled Cordelia Marlowe. During the days which followed, Cordelia's life swept onward in what she excitedly and exultantly felt was the direction of her dreams, her greatest triumphs. The important events were few, yet her days all seemed crowded. She had never felt more satisfied with herself, never more sure of herself, never more confident of the future. The horrible stress and consequent maneuvering of her poverty were now removed, thanks to that unexpected bonus from Mr. Franklin, whose second check had come on Tuesday morning, as he had promised. She had the exhilarating satisfaction of achievement, of abilities successfully exercised. She had certainly justified Mr. Franklin's belief in her, and she felt that in due time, when she herself was quite ready, Jerry Plimpton would swing in her direction, now that Gladys was most properly removed as a counter-attraction. Of the undramatic but engrossing events of these days, nothing gave Cordelia more acute satisfaction than the use of the $5,000 which lay for a day or two in her surprised bank account. For, to persons unaccustomed to cash, cash is for a brief period quite the most thrilling thing in the world. She sent checks upon accounts to all her creditors. An hour of this scribbling, and her bank balance had swiftly receded to a little over $100, which was much above her average. She hoped her mother would not, for a time at least, learn of this sudden liquidation of her debts. She did not see just how she could render a plausible explanation to her mother of her possession of a sum unprecedented in the family history. She had been pinched all season by the scantiness of her wardrobe, had to rack her brain, and had been driven to most difficult makeshifts and expedients in order to maintain the proper show of charming and ever-fresh plenitude. But now, in company with Jackie, who was tautly restless these days, and was eager for anything that would keep her forever moving, she ran into town on several consecutive days, and was waited upon by her former creditors, whose faces the magic of her checks had rearranged into alert and obliging smiles. And presently her old debts were replaced with new debts, a trifle larger. But she had clothes, and she had need of clothes. She had need of everything that would make her stand out in attraction above all other women, for she was now seeing a great deal of Jerry. Cordelia had luncheon or tea with Jerry about every day, and several nights a week he ran out to Jackie's place. He seemed to be able to make unlimited time to see her. She wondered how he had taken Gladys's letter announcing the secret engagement. She was prepared to act thoroughly surprised in case he mentioned the news, but not so much as by a hint did he refer to Gladys's note. One day at luncheon, she and Jackie and Jerry were joined by Kyle Brandon, who wished to discuss Cordelia's part in the French pageant. That magician of the motion picture had never known the English language to hang back bashful and awkward and indigent in his mouth, and this day it poured forth in its most easy and confident affluence. His plans were now taking definite shape. Several of the best men on his staff were going to assist with the details. The pageant was going to be a wonder. Never had there been anything like it attempted before for social or philanthropic purposes. Particularly did he dwell upon Cordelia's part, making rapid sketches on the back of luncheon cards of her in this pose and that costume. Let him advise her upon all the costumes. Better still, leave the costumes almost entirely to him. He'd guarantee an effect never before approached by a figure in a non-professional exhibition. And every pose, every gesture would be a picture. In fact, an art photograph. In fact, he'd have his very best stillman and his very best cameramen on hand to get these matchless photographs by the score, by the 1,000 feet. And all the illustrated Sunday papers would grab her portraits, and millions of people would see her when the newsreels flashed upon the silver screen. Superb, magnificent. Cordelia laughingly begged to be excused from such publicity, but she perceived that Jerry was impressed and pleased. The Plimptons might be particular about their women, but in all the generations there had not been a male Plimpton who had not liked to have the public admire the woman he admired. At home that night, Jackie said, "From the way Jerry's eyeing you these days, he's soon going to be asking you what size engagement ring you usually wear, if he has not already asked you." "You're just dreaming, Jackie," Cordelia laughed. "Jerry just likes to play around. I'll bet you any amount up to 50 cents that Jerry asked you inside of 3 months. And you'll be a fool if you don't say yes, and say it quick." Jackie sighed grimly. "If you people do decide to have a try at it, here's hoping you have better luck than some people I know." Frequently during these days in town, Cordelia was seeing Mr. Franklin, and now and again she met him at evening parties at various country houses. After every meeting, her liking for him was a little further advanced. At one of the first of these conferences, Franklin got from Cordelia those facts he had commissioned her to get relative to the domestic affairs of Jackie and Murray Thorndyke. Jackie and Murray were quite open about their breach. Murray's case was unusual only in being so extremely usual. His inamorata was the premier danseuse of a popular summer show. He had bought her jewels, a foreign car, and was understood to be paying the rent for her smart summer cottage out near Rye. All this Jackie knew. As for Jackie, in her need for something to fill her time, she was seeing a lot of one Nicholas Drexel, more commonly known as Nicky, who shot across from the Hamptons almost nightly in his racing car. Just how far intimacy had progressed between Jackie and Nicky, Cordelia could not tell, but Murray knew all there was to be known, and had as yet said nothing about buying a gun and getting it into action. Jackie and Murray had frequently talked with each other about divorce, but neither wished to marry another person, so they were just letting matters run along as they were. Mr. Franklin pondered over this information carefully. Certainly, here might be scandal enough, but for his purposes it had this fatal defect. No one was interested in trying to conceal it. In the entire field of financial possibilities, there is nothing less profitable than a big scandal which no one has the decency to wish to hide. Mr. Franklin thought of shifting Cordelia into some situation which might prove financially more promising, but this he vetoed for the present. The social connections he was establishing through Cordelia's being where she was were too valuable an asset to risk by manipulating her into a situation that might be socially less fortunate. Besides, more and more, his various plans for Cordelia were becoming subordinated to the great and consuming plan of joining their powers and personalities with a wedding ring. And besides, there was the business side of Gladys's secret, needing all the attention and the very shrewdest attention that he could give it. Yes, every consideration advised him to keep Cordelia on at Jackie's, and to allay any scruples she might have about accepting money, if she seemed to be giving no service in return, he assured her that the information she was gathering about the Thorndikes was of the greatest value to him, and directed her to go on collecting facts which would help him remedy the deplorable situation of her friends. Having eliminated Cordelia as his agent in Gladys's affairs, Franklin's mind had turned to Mitchell as his most likely instrument for the furtherance of his interests. Mitchell was already collecting tribute from Gladys. If he could only gain some hold upon Mitchell, then he could make Mitchell greatly increase the amount of his levy, make Mitchell turn the entire payments over to him, and he, Franklin, would in no wise appear directly in the matter. Since Mitchell was admittedly blackmailing, Franklin reasoned that Mitchell was an experienced criminal. Very likely Mitchell had a criminal record which he wished to conceal. Possibly even the police were now searching for him in connection with some unpenanced crime. Either hypothesis supplied a very adequate motive for his hiding his identity in the guise of a servant. To get a clever criminal in your power and make him do your work for you, what more simple, more admirable? Franklin realized that he had to handle this Mitchell with very great care, for Mitchell was no ordinary person. Also, he had to be most careful on Cordelia's account. He must not involve Cordelia, betray her. She who was to be his wife must be kept clear of all admitted complications. About a week after Cordelia's departure from Rolling Meadows, Franklin motored out and had tea with Gladys, who had invited him to come whenever he could. He made himself extremely agreeable to her, and drove back, leaving behind with Gladys a highly increased opinion of himself. And he carried away with him a saucer on which were imprints of Mitchell's thumb and fingers. This saucer he sent to the police department, with the request that the fingerprints be developed, and that he be informed of the identity and record of the person whose finger story had thus been captured. He waited confidently and hopefully, but the police department report was disappointing. The owner of those fingers had no police record, nor was he wanted as a suspect in connection with any crime. This made Mitchell more difficult, but it did not make him impossible. He was undoubtedly a criminal, and as such was amenable to skillful handling. The only question was how to handle him. Through playing upon his cupidity, undoubtedly that was the way. 2 days after the unfavorable police report upon the fingerprints, Mitchell was in Franklin's office in response to a skillfully worded letter asking him to call. Franklin was cool, pleasant, direct. Visiting at Rolling Meadows, I was much struck by your obvious superiority to your position, he said. I am sure that you have had ambitions and training for something much better. I am right in that conjecture? Yes, very good. Now I can use an intelligent man of your type, and it occurred to me that I might offer you something that you might consider an improvement upon your present situation. I fear I could not suit you, Mr. Franklin, for none of my training has been along legal lines. Such training is not at all necessary for what I had in mind. You can do the work. Of this I have convinced myself, and you will find it easy. I think that the only serious point— he hesitated for emphasis' sake, then said with bland, quiet significance— is whether I can suit you in the matter of terms. Terms? Queried Mitchell. What terms did you think of offering? Franklin had now reached the moment for what he considered the showdown. He had decided that the only way to handle Mitchell, to work through him, was to offer him more than he was now clearing. Not offer it too bluntly, of course, at least not at first. The man was a crook. He would understand a hint. The two men sat gazing eye to eye. There was expression in neither face. My terms, said Franklin, steadily choosing his words so that their meaning could not possibly be mistaken. Of course, I do not know what you are now clearing, from salary, gratuities, and all other sources, but if you will come in with me, I will guarantee to double your present receipts. Double them, whatever the source, whatever the amount. He paused an instant to let this gather its full effect, then added his weightiest argument. And do not overlook this further consideration. the security one feels in handling one's affairs through a reputable and skillful legal firm. He believed he could not have made his offer more plainly. Mitchell did not at once reply. His face retained its direct, thoughtful, but otherwise expressionless look. Then it showed apologetic regret. "You have been most kind, Mr. Franklin," he said, "but I have no personal ability and no connection of any kind which could possibly warrant me in accepting so generous an offer." "Then you did not accept?" "No, it would not be fair to you." "At least there has been no harm in making you the proposal." "Quite the contrary. I thank you for the compliment." Mitchell rose, and with courteous poker faces the two men parted. Franklin was certain that the other had understood him perfectly, was more certain than before that Mitchell was a clever criminal, even cleverer and bolder than he had believed. Mitchell preferred to play a lone hand. That was the explanation, and he believed he could play it successfully no matter who might be sitting in the game. Yes, the man certainly had nerve. Well, he'd be eternally on his guard against this Mitchell. End of Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 18. How Experts Do It. Franklin's only remaining course, so it now seemed to him, to make a profit out of Cordelia's information, the big profit of a great lawyer who was keeping safely within the law, was through direct dealings with Gladys. But he must be extremely adroit and cautious at every point. Not only was there the danger which follows inevitably when a lawyer makes a slip, but also Gladys was one of that select and lofty circle whose good offices it was his ambition to win and keep. He planned with mathematical care, checked up and proved his results, again wrote a skillfully phrased letter, and 2 days after the call of Mitchell, he received in his office another visitor from Rolling Meadows, this time Gladys. She was openly interested in seeing him. It is the instinct and habit of the Gladyses of this world to be interested in every personable man who is not too old and the worth of whose position is being countersigned and endorsed by excellent signatures. Also, she was flutteringly curious as to the business that brought her here. She did not venture so far as to be coquettish, but she made her best effort to be charming, for she now saw Mr. Franklin as a polished and able newcomer destined to an increasing popularity among her sort of people. Mr. Franklin made his approach with the slow and devious consideration of a doctor announcing leaky heart valves. He was gracious, then sympathetic, then apologetic, then self-deprecatory. The sparkle of Gladys's smile died out. Her face grew ashen, staring. "I find myself in a most embarrassing, most humiliating situation," Franklin went on. "Believe me, I would not touch the matter I am about to broach to you, were it not for the certainty that some other lawyer would handle the matter if I declined, and I feel that I can give you consideration and perhaps protection that you might not receive from another. So it is largely for your sake that I have consented to act in this affair. I dare say you have already surmised what the matter is that I am referring to?" Gladys dared not trust her voice. She shook her head. "I regret, then, that I must put so delicate a matter into words. Briefly, a person has just come to me with a most unfortunate story. An affair of the heart in wartime Paris, a child born out of wedlock, and everything most carefully concealed from the public. I sincerely hope you now understand, so that it will not be unpleasantly necessary for me to go into further details. Also, this person has proofs, and threatens to make the story public unless— But you see what I am forced to lead up to. This person requires a price, a large price, in fact, in return for his part in keeping the story a secret from the public." Gladys attempted no denial. She sensed that it would be useless. Her green eyes were now beginning to flash vindictively. "I know who the person is!" she exclaimed. "Cordelia Marlowe. She always has needed money. She knows this story. She told me you were her attorney. It's all as plain as day. The person is Cordelia Marlowe." His eyebrows went up in a surprised protest that could not have been more convincingly simulated. "Miss Marlowe? I assure you, Miss Norworth, that Miss Marlowe has never breathed a word to me of this matter."
"Then it must have been Mitchell. He knows, and he's the only other person who might have told."
Franklin hesitated for the briefest moment. Perhaps it might be as well to let her think Mitchell his informant. No, that would not be wise. Mitchell was too able and too potentially dangerous a man to be put in a false position. He might strike back, and strike disastrously. "It was not Mitchell," he assured her. "I can tell you no more than that my client— I presume I must call him my client, though I detest this business, and as I told you am acting primarily to protect you— my client made it one of his first conditions that I should not reveal his identity."
"Then it's Cordelia Marlowe!" Gladys cried with conviction. "It's just like her. She's already used that story to hold me up."
Here was an interesting matter for Mr. Franklin. "Indeed? And how?"
"She made me write a letter to Mr. Plimpton, not telling him that story, but the sort of letter that would cause him to keep away from me."
"But her reason for that?"
"Isn't her reason plain enough? He was attentive to me. She wanted him for herself. She thought that driving him away from me would help her chances, and it most certainly will. It will send him straight into her arms."
This was most important news indeed, a new angle to his situation, requiring most careful thought, most adroit manipulation. Looking into the angry, jealous face of Gladys, it occurred to Mr. Franklin for the first time that they two had a very large interest in common, that sometime it might be to their advantage to unite their forces. But his sympathetic face revealed no trace of this swift premonition. "I assure you again that Miss Marlowe is not the person in question," he said soothingly. "And besides, the identity of my client does not affect in any way the real subject of this conference. This conference is necessarily limited merely to the matter of terms. I may say that I have no latitude as to terms. They were laid down for me in advance by my client."
"What are the terms?"
"The essential requirement is that my client shall be fully protected. Very frankly, we both know that he proposes to practice blackmail, and blackmail has its very severe penalties when it can be proved. That you may not take this matter too hard," he went on, again in his soothing voice, "let me say that you would be amazed, Miss Norworth, if you knew the number of most respectable individuals and families throughout the country who are paying heavily for silence. Really, there is hardly a family of prominence and wealth that is immune from such tribute. If you were in my disillusioning profession, you would realize how sadly true and commonplace this is. The skeleton in the closet," he permitted himself ever so faint a pleasant, propitiating smile, "is the most expensive member of the family to support, and every family is supporting one. So you must not regard this situation as a personal disgrace, or as an unusual injustice that you are suffering. Again, I assure you that your experience is almost the common experience."
"Perhaps you're right," was her indifferent response to his last remarks. That others might suffer was no concern of hers. And then, with her former sharpness, "Miss Marlowe, your client, in what way does she demand that she be protected against being found out?"
"My client requires, for his safety's sake, that his identity shall remain unknown, that he shall in no wise personally appear in the matter. He has required, in case we finally come to terms, that all business be transacted through me and in my name."
"Very clever of Cordelia, I'm sure."
He pretended not to have heard either the name she had used or her caustic tone. "My client came to me with a plan which was thoroughly worked out. He requires that the affair be disguised as a legitimate business arrangement, with documents to prove its legitimacy in case trouble ever should arise. His plan requires that I become your personal attorney, in charge of all your personal affairs, with a very large annual retainer. This retainer is, of course, to be the sum which I turn over to my client as the price of his silence."
"I see. What sort of documents will be required?"
"Two will be sufficient. The first will be a letter from you to me in your handwriting. In this you will say that you have heard of my ability as a lawyer. You will say that your affairs are in a very tangled shape. You will say that, prompted by your belief in me, you would rather like me to undertake the handling of these affairs, and you will ask for an appointment to talk over this proposal. The second document will be a contract, dated 2 days later than your letter, for my services for a period of years at a specified annual retainer, payable quarterly in advance."
"I suppose I'll have to agree to the documents. What will I have to pay?"
"My client has figured that.
Apparently, he knows how much you are worth. I suspect he somehow gained access to your last income tax statement. He figures that you have holdings valued at 30 millions, and that you have an income of about $1.5 million, less, of course, your taxes. He will charge much less for his protection than the government charges for its protection. $60,000 a year for the retaining fee is the figure he fixed, which is about 4% of your gross income. Reasonable, he thought it.
60,000! She gasped.
Please remember that I am not making this figure. I am merely transmitting it, he apologized.
60,000! It's preposterous!
I am inclined to agree with you. On the other hand, again he smiled at her, a bit humorously, as if to lighten the situation for her. On the other hand, if I were acting for myself and not for a client, I might ask even more.
More? She exclaimed.
A very great deal more.
How much more?
To be exact, $1.5 million a year less your taxes. She blinked at him and gasped again.
How could you do that?
His smile was disarmingly pleasant. I might tell you that the price of my silence would be your marriage to me. Very simple, isn't it? But pardon me, I did not intend to be led into a jest. She laughed in her relief. He joined in her laughter. At that moment, for the first time, it occurred to him that what he had conceived and suggested in fancy was highly practical and would not be a bad arrangement at all. Not at all, were his interest not elsewhere engaged. So you perceive, smiled he, you might be faced with a far more unpleasant demand.
I suppose there's nothing for it except to agree.
I think you are wise in saying that, though of course I am not approving my client's procedure. As a matter of fact, a new idea was coming to him. This arrangement may possibly have some slight compensation for you. As your attorney, even under such circumstances, I shall always be on the watch to serve your interests. She liked this man, despite this unpleasant business so obviously repugnant to him.
I accept that last offer and shall count on you.
Then that is also an agreement, said he. Neither of them guessed, in that brief interval of lightness, how important that half-jesting compact was to become to both of them in the events toward which they were unconsciously sweeping.
Is anything else demanded of me? She inquired.
Only one more thing. You are not to mention, not to hint, to a single soul that you are being victimized in this matter. My client has laid great emphasis upon this requirement. If it is broken, the penalty will be immediate publicity.
Having swallowed the camel, I guess I can down a gnat. I agree. And now I hope that's everything?
Yes, but since we have reached an agreement, and you are here, we might as well take care of the mere formalities. It will save you another visit. In fact, I so far presumed as to believe that we would come to terms, and I have everything prepared, including the contract for my services. Here is the contract. Also, I have a little confession to make. The last time I was out at Rolling Meadows, I foresaw a probable emergency need for some of your personal stationery, so I helped myself to a bit of it. Here is a sheet and a fountain pen. Suppose we first get rid of the letter you were to write me, asking me to assume charge of your affairs. Just date it. By the way, just when did Miss Marlowe begin her recent visit to you?
She came during the early part of June.
That was about when I thought. Perhaps it will help us all. In fact, my client made a point of the matter. If we antedate both the letter and the contract a little, I will date the contract the 17th of May, and you will date the letter the 15th of May. Now for the letter. Perhaps it will be easier for you if I dictate the letter's contents. All ready?
She took down his words in her large, sprawling hand. The letter done, he handed her the contract, saying,
Just glance that contract through. You'll find the terms exactly as I outlined, and you'll note that I've dated it the 17th of May. He himself glanced through her letter, most excellently drawn. Then he touched the button that signaled Kedmore, and on the appearance of his genial, porpoise-shaped partner, he introduced Gladys to him. Mr. Kedmore will help us execute our little understanding, he explained to Gladys. Just a matter of form. Holding out to her the letter written a few moments before, you identify this as a letter you wrote me some weeks ago?
I do, said Gladys.
Just glance the letter through, Kedmore. It is to be filed with the contract. Note that it is dated as Miss Norworth has just testified. I see, nodded Kedmore. Dated May 15th. Everything in perfect order. A stenographer was summoned from without. The The contract was signed and witnessed, after which the stenographer was dismissed and the benign Kedmore withdrew. A delicate hint from Mr. Franklin prompted Gladys to write a check for $15,000, the first quarterly installment of the pseudo-retainer, and a few minutes later he was shaking Gladys's hand at his door. "Remember, it was the best I could make out of a bad situation," he assured her once more. "And don't let yourself worry over this situation. I shall take care of you." "It's an awful lot to pay, but—" She grimaced and lifted her shoulders. Then she smiled at him. "You'll not forget to run out and see me?" "Indeed I shall not." When Gladys had gone, he stood with check in hand, exulting. This was the way to swing big things. There were a lot of clever lawyers in New York who were on the lookout for choice bits of business such as this. But not one of them, not the cleverest of the lot, could have turned this trick as cleverly as he. And he was safe. Covered, underwritten, guaranteed, at every point. He recalled the day he had read Cordelia's advertisement and the day of her visit, and the quickness with which he had seen his rare chance and had seized it. How right he had been. Cordelia had certainly proved his long-awaited opportunity. What a distance he had traveled since he had deftly attached himself to her. Yes, what a distance, and yet he had only just begun to travel. Into his soaring mind there slipped the unease of what Gladys had said about Cordelia and Jerry Plimpton. Cordelia swinging Jerry toward her by the use of that extorted letter. He had previously taken note of the danger of this attachment, but what Gladys had told him made this danger seem more acute. Steps had to be taken. One could not be too careful. His quick brain became busy. He recalled that Cordelia had told him she had checked out the entire $5,000 he had previously given her. That meant that she was again hard up. Another check was the thing. The more canceled checks he had, the surer he would be. So he scribbled a note full of more praise and gratitude, so phrased that she would have to regard the enclosure as clearly earned, and yet so phrased that the note would mean nothing to another person. Besides, he had advised her for her own protection to burn all his letters, and she had promised. Wrote out a check for $2,500, slipped it into the envelope, and himself went out into the corridor and dropped the letter into the chute. He was spending a lot of money, undoubtedly. But then one could not play for high stakes without putting a lot of cash upon the table. And in the end, the worth of his money, 1,000 times its worth, was coming back to him, for he was going to win. For how can the man possibly lose who, unsuspected by all, has loaded the dice, stacked the cards? End of Chapter 18. Read by Lorraine R. Allen. Chapter 19 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 19. Golden Days. Cordelia was now playing the drama of her life upon a stage, in a setting, however entrancing it may seem to those who gaze enviously upon it from the cheaper seats, where unusual and dramatic action is not considered good social dramaturgy. The incidents of life must be interesting. In fact, making them interesting is the chief motive and concern of such life. But the incidents must run smoothly, in their appointed order, and according to the scenario of one's engagement book. Furthermore, Cordelia was a lady, and a lady may dream and even scheme, but if she would remain impeccably a lady, she must limit herself by the code of her class, and must wait with seemingly mild interest and even smiling detachment for her plans to mature into events. She cannot, with compelling and colorful action, hasten her desires into swift and dramatic conclusions, as may a spirited woman who has a lowlier position to live up to and to risk. Here is the most tedious, trying penalty that accompanies the blessing of being a lady. One must forever be a lady. Cordelia's career, which she never ceased to regard as a thing of growing splendor, had now apparently reached one of those pleasant, eventless stretches where a lady can only wait. The days and weeks which now flowed by were of course exciting enough in their details, in their hopes, in their suspense. But whatever might be happening outside the boundaries of her knowledge, or whatever forces might be gathering, nothing of importance happened upon the surface of Cordelia's life, and nothing of importance consciously happened within her, and she ventured no further undertaking. Every hour was interesting and full. She was seeing Jerry Plimpton almost every day, and she sensed that they were nearing a rapprochement. She saw Mr. Franklin every few days. Gladys was frequently over to Jackie's place, and Cordelia drove frequently across to Rolling Meadows, for Gladys was insistently eager to maintain terms of friendship. There were frequent sessions with the enthusiastic Kyle Brannon, who was always having new ideas for her part in the pageant, and when not thus engaged, there were bridge parties and dances at this country house and that, and drives home through the beautiful but too prompt dawn. Just days of delightful routine, moving triumphantly toward an appointed culmination. But though Cordelia's life was now barren of large, dramatic events, that is, dramatic events of which she was conscious, she was fully conscious that life for her had never been richer, more full of promise, than during these splendid days, that she herself had never been more able to meet life, manage life, and yes, adorn life. Never before had she been happier, never so free from the care of money, never had she had brighter dreams, and never had her dreams been so certain of fulfillment. To her friends, to the host who admired her from a distance, she was Cordelia at her best, a super Cordelia. In a more resplendent way than ever before, she was that which all her life had trained her to be, and in a thoroughly human way, a way that warmed her with kindliness toward all and gave new strength and dignity to her splendid self-confidence, she was aware that she radiated ability and charm and graciousness and glory. Never before, to any such degree as during these expansive and expanding weeks, did that old half-humorous title of Cordelia the Magnificent seem so thoroughly deserved, so perfectly fitting, so much an inspiration on the part of the proud father who had bestowed it. Cordelia the Magnificent, she was nothing less. Occasionally her soaring spirits fluttered to earth, and she thought of Mitchell. In fact, her mind, particularly when she wasn't watching it, flashed down to him several times a day. Sometimes her thoughts were dominated by resentment of the man's cool insolence, again by curiosity. He had said that there was no mystery about him, that when she learned the full truth she would be surprised only by its simplicity, its utter obviousness. Perhaps he had not been telling the truth when he had said this. Certainly he was no ordinary person. Who was he, really? What sort was the real Mitchell at bottom? Not once during her several brief visits to Rolling Meadows did Mitchell again break through his butler demeanor. She was, of course, curious, even felt keen suspense over how Mr. Franklin was going to put an end to Mitchell's hold upon Gladys, his admitted blackmail of her. This achievement represented her cleverness, her effort. On one of Mr. Franklin's early visits to Jackie's place, this was at the end of the afternoon following his bargain with Gladys, Cordelia drew him aside and questioned him upon this business of Mitchell. "As I once before told you, the clearing of this matter will require time," he said. "But I am making progress. Excellent progress, in fact, for I am no longer merely working for Miss Norworth indirectly as the attorney for her trustees. Miss Norworth has placed all her personal affairs in my hands as her attorney." "Splendid! Is this arrangement a secret?" "By no means. I'm sure Miss Norworth will confirm it if you care to ask her." Here was a real accomplishment which Cordelia felt was due to her efforts. And when, half an hour after his departure, Franklin's letter of praise with the enclosed check for $2,500 was opened, she had slept till after lunch, and it was 7 o'clock when she turned to her morning mail, she felt that she really deserved the tribute he paid her, and she glowingly agreed with him that her service was so unique and valuable that she had fully earned this further bonus. The following day Cordelia was over at Rolling Meadows, primarily for an hour with Francois, and she managed a few moments apart with Gladys, during which she congratulated her upon entrusting her affairs to so able a man as Mr. Franklin. "That must mean, Gladys," she ended, "that there'll soon be an end to Mitchell's bleeding you." Gladys had been glaring since Cordelia's first word upon the subject. She now exploded. "It means that I am being bled 10 times worse than ever." "Worse than ever? How?" Cordelia's appearance of astonished innocence was altogether too much for Gladys. "How? You know how, damn you! You damned hypocrite! You crook! That's just what you are, a damned crook!" Cordelia stiffened. A dangerous gleam flashed from her eyes. "Gladys, you'll please explain exactly what you mean." But Gladys did not explain. Courage and anger left her with panic abruptness. She remembered how much further Cordelia might go if provoked, and she recalled Mr. Franklin's strict injunction to say nothing about paying out hush money through him. So once more she cringed, spoke of her uncontrollable nerves, vowed she meant no reflection against Cordelia. Cordelia went away puzzled, also incensed against Mitchell. At the very least, Mitchell should have been content with the tribute he was already exacting. Instead, Gladys had said he was demanding and receiving more. Yes, the man was a scoundrel. His behavior answered all doubt of that, and what a ruthless, unmitigated scoundrel the man was. Notwithstanding this unexpected failure in the matter of Mitchell, or rather the delay in her success, Cordelia did not return Mr. Franklin's $2,500 check sent in recognition of services extraordinary. She did not return it for the compelling reason that she no longer had it. She had very promptly either spent it or pledged herself to its expenditure. Of course, she had not paid anything on her new accounts at the shops. Those bills were less than a month old, and of course could not be considered as really owed for 6 months or so. But more than any other of her possessions, that smart, foreign-built roadster was the true index of her place in the world, and that roadster had been getting noticeably shabby. Scratched paint, a bent fender, nauseated and regurgitant growlings which excited the fear that the sickly car might some day spew out all its intimate organs immodestly upon the public highway. Of course, there was not enough money for a new car, not for a smart car, that is, so that morning she had driven her dependable pet into a New York service station and had ordered a thorough overhauling and a special paint job, the very best. The estimate had been $1,500, and as sophisticated automobile hospitals have the disobliging practice of requiring cash payments upon the delivery of a car, this meant that $1,500 were, as it were, held in escrow. And then her mother, always hard up, had written despairingly of irritating creditors, and Cordelia, in the full current of a spending mood, had endangered her mother's weak heart by sending her $1,000 check. Thus, once again, Cordelia's balance had succumbed to habit and returned to its homelike environment, which was bounded on the top by $100. It was just a bit annoying, even embarrassing, that she had spent this money, and had to forego the graceful gesture of returning it. But then, well, Mr. Franklin would soon have Mitchell thoroughly checked. And besides, Mr. Franklin must have known of this delay when he had written her the letter of praise and sent the check. It was going to work out all right. It seemed as if this Mitchell was the thread upon which were strung all the odds and ends of unroutine events of this delightful routine period. She had been at Jackie's a month or 6 weeks when Murray Thorndyke amazed his wife and the servants by coming home to dinner. This phenomenon had a very simple explanation which Murray was not called on to deliver. The dancing lady was just then preparing to introduce a new number in the summer show, and what with the time and temper required for her rehearsals, well, Murray decided to take a little vacation and devote himself to domesticity. His plump, good-humored, liquor-illuminated, yet essentially out-of-doors face had the eager light of one who bears surprising news. "Guess whom I saw lunching in the Grantham Grill? All those Grand Dukes of waiters kissing his feet, and him taking it as easy as if he'd never done anything else with his feet except have them kissed by Grand Dukes. Give you each 10 guesses, and lay you 10 to 1 you don't come within 10,000 miles. They had their guesses, then gave up. "That beggar that's been Gladys Norworth's butler. Mitchell's his name, and I tell you he looked just about as top-hole as they come, and acted as if he'd always had butlers, not been one. Now wouldn't that knock you dead?" Cordelia had expected Mitchell's reincarnation in human garb and with a different status. Nonetheless, she was just a bit startled by the event now that it had come to pass. She counted it fortunate, though, that she was thus learning of his transition at second hand, saving her from possible embarrassment should she unprepared have chanced upon the altered man. Murray was going rapidly on. "He was lunching with old Bill Graham, with old Bill of all men. Remember, Jackie, Bill was my best man. I stopped and was talking to Bill before I even noticed the Mitchell person. Hadn't really seen him when Bill started to introduce us. Mitchell took the introduction just as if he'd never seen me before, just as easy as that. As for me, I almost passed out, almost came apart. And that handsome beggar, cool as a cocktail, has fed me my soup God knows how many times. And him as cool... It was Jackie who interrupted his incoherence with questions. Cordelia did not need to ask them. She thought she already knew the answers. What was his idea in acting as a butler? I didn't have the nerve to ask him. I didn't have the nerve even to suggest that I'd ever seen him as a butler, not to that cool bird, though damned if I didn't feel all the while that he was grinning at me inside himself. What's he doing now that he stopped being a butler? Demanded Jackie. Opened some kind of an office, don't remember just what sort. Believe he represents some Western interests. I think he did say something about automobiles, on a very modest scale, he said. I gathered that he'd just recently come into a bit of money. He had indeed come into a bit of money, Cordelia grimly remarked to herself, and she knew just how he'd come into it. Afterwards I saw old Bill Graham alone, Murray babbled on. Seems old Bill had known Mitchell a bit over in France during the big scrap. Bill hadn't known Mitchell well, for Mitchell was with the Canadians. Says Mitchell had a buddy he was nuts about. The buddy was wiped out in 1916, after which Mitchell started to lick the Germans all by his lonesome. According to Bill, this Mitchell was a humdinger. Devil of a fine chap. Cool, reckless, liked by everyone. Didn't happen to make one of those spectacular military reputations, though, which are largely the result of accident, luck, and having a war correspondent look your way at just the right minute. But Bill said he certainly is one corker. Gee, wouldn't I like to have the inside story of that bird? Wherever Cordelia went during the next few days, the ex-butler of Gladys came excitedly into the conversation. Mitchell was by way of being a mild sensation. No one seemed to have news of him that was superior to Murray Thorndyke's vague incoherencies, and Cordelia did not choose to enlarge the fund of common knowledge by revealing her experiences, store of facts, suspicions, and conjectures. The talk about him found expression chiefly in the form of interjections and questions. An obvious gentleman who had chosen to assume the role of butler. How interesting, how extraordinary, and why had he done it? He must have had some big mysterious reason for working as a butler. Guesses at his reason flew back and forth across dinner tables. A list of the romantic guesses would very closely have matched the summary of possibilities the smiling, tantalizing Mitchell had made for Cordelia during their first intimate talk in the little burnt clearing among the scrub pines. Gladys was present at one of these dinners, and she was assailed for answers to these guesses. She professed ignorance equal to that of her questioners. "Didn't you ever once suspect while he was with you that he might be something besides a butler?" was demanded of her. "Not once," she replied. "And when he left me and turned out to be a gentleman, I was just as surprised as any of you." "Really? Just think of having had a man like that work for you as a servant. Now that you know what he is, how will you treat him if you ever happen to see him?" "I shall forget that he was ever my butler, and treat him just as I would any other gentleman." "Really? Then they'd have to treat him that way too, they supposed." Cordelia felt a grudging admiration for Gladys for the naturalness with which she acted this little scene. Except for Cordelia, not a soul at that dinner had a guess as to Gladys's real emotions and motives. End of Chapter 19. Read by Lorraine R. Allen.
Chapter 20 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 20. The Mystery of Mitchell. On the following Sunday, the time was now late in August, while out motoring with Jerry, Cordelia suggested that they drop in at Rolling Meadows for tea, her secret reason being a desire for a half-hour's visit with Francois. When they mounted Gladys's porch, there was Mitchell with the eager Francois on his knee. Gladys introduced Mitchell, and since Francois refused to leave his perch, Mitchell had to acknowledge the introductions sitting, which he did with a courteous modesty containing no hint of mockery. Jerry, experienced man of the world, was perfectly at his ease in shaking hands with and being pleased to meet the former servant. Cordelia, watching, felt approval for the manner of both men. "Mother Cordelia," promptly interjected Francois, "don't you think that Mitchell looks funny without his other coat?" "Mitchell, what did you do with your other coat?" "I'm saving it to give to your Brer Rabbit when he grows up," Mitchell answered with grave humor, "so he can be a big butler rabbit like the one in your picture book." Francois remembered the picture and laughed gleefully. "My rabbit will look funny in that coat, won't he?" He snuggled closer. "I don't care which coat you wear, Mitchell. I like you just the same." Just then Gladys's new butler, with outraged superciliousness which it was beyond butler nature entirely to conceal, handed the ex-butler his tea, and Francois, insisting that the story he had been hearing be continued, Mitchell drew apart from the others and resumed the interrupted narrative. Presently Mitchell crossed towards the steps, Francois clinging to his hand, and Francois called to Cordelia peremptorily, "Mother Cordelia, you haven't seen my rabbit for most a year. We're going out to see him, and I want you to come along." Cordelia surmised that the visit and the demand upon her had been adroitly suggested to the boy by Mitchell as a ruse to get her away for a private talk. Instead of being averse to such a meeting, she was flutteringly eager, and accompanied the two to the rabbit's private estate behind the garage. Sure enough, Jean, the boy's governess, soon appeared, and Mitchell swore Francois to obedience to Jean, administering a solemn oath with the humorous gravity in which the boy delighted. 2 minutes later, Cordelia and Mitchell were face to face in the seclusion of the sunken rose garden. She was the first to speak. Her tone was accusatory, contemptuous. "So you decided to end the butlering masquerade and become a man of affairs?" He was not ruffled in the least by the rebuke of her attitude. He smiled pleasantly. "Yes, I thought I'd better make a change, for rather unexpectedly and suddenly I came into some money that had long been owing me." "Don't you think you can deceive me by this story of having come into money? I know whose money it is you came into, and how you came into it. Gladys's money, and you came into it by blackmail." She would have been at a loss to explain the fierce strength of her anger against this man, had she been asked for an explanation. "I should have thought," she went on with more scathing contempt, "that you would have been content with the amount of blackmail you've been making Gladys pay you. Instead, you make her pay more, 10 times more, and you try to cover it all by starting the story of having come into money." His smile was gone. He was soberly alert. "One moment, please. Who said I was making Gladys pay me more?" "Gladys." "Our dear Gladys has both a gift and an affection for lies. She has been lying to you." "I don't believe it." "Gladys has been lying to you. Or else—" He broke off, a swiftly dawning thought in his eyes, and regarded her with sharp intentness. "Or else?" He continued his intent gaze. "Or else?" she prompted, mockingly. "Pardon me if I seem abruptly to change the subject of conversation. Mr. Franklin is your lawyer. How well do you know him? How far do you think you can trust him?" "He's my lawyer. That should be answer enough," she replied haughtily. "But how far is he to be trusted? I had a little talk with him the other day, and from the way he spoke—" He checked himself, then shot out a sudden question. "Have you ever, by any chance, let slip in Mr. Franklin's presence any of the facts of Gladys's situation?" This was distinctly none of Mitchell's business. He was most presumptuous. A lie was thoroughly justifiable. So she lied, and lied convincingly. "I have not." "Then Gladys is lying. No one is extorting further money from her." Against her will, Cordelia was convinced that Mitchell was speaking the truth. "Pardon me if I intrude so far as to give you a bit of advice," he continued. "About Mr. Franklin. From his manner to me, well, he's a clever lawyer, no doubt of that, but I wouldn't trust him too far. I suggest you don't mention anything about Gladys to him, and do not mention anything else to him that might ever be used against you or anybody else." "I believe that I am competent to form my own judgments and guide my own actions," she returned stiffly. He accepted her rebuff, and dismissed the subject of Franklin with a slight bow. "While we are on the subject of my blackmailing of Gladys, I want to give you the full truth about that matter. In fact, since I am once more myself, I'd rather like to have you know all the truth about me, or at least almost all. Including the mystery? Including the mystery. He was smiling again. Only, as I once warned you, you'll find it a poor mystery, really no mystery at all. First, as to the blackmailing of Gladys, I plead guilty. I've made Gladys pay me $2,000 a month all the while I was with her. I did it for Francois's sake. Every penny of it is invested for him. Again Cordelia was convinced he was speaking the truth. Suddenly she remembered the letter she had found the day she had searched Mitchell's room. The letter had referred to money he was investing, and before she could check herself a question leaped from her lips. "The letter I found in your coat spoke of investments. Were they investments for Francois?" His face was suddenly tense. "What letter?" he demanded sharply. Too late she saw her slip. She decided dignity would be her best manner. "You know very well I suspected you, and was trying to find out things about you. I searched your room and found a letter. It was typewritten, spoke of large drafts you had been sending, and was signed J." He regarded her searchingly for a moment, then said slowly, "If I remember that particular letter correctly, it told you nothing further." "It did not, but it made me ask myself a lot of questions." "About me?" "Yes, and why you should have that kind of a letter written you." "I think I understand. I think your questions can be answered. I'm not saying this is the full answer. Can be answered by one fact which you are well acquainted with. I was trying to conceal my identity, and desired to have no clues about which might connect me with my past." This seemed a trifle vague, but it was a sort of answer to the many questions that letter had aroused in her. "Why have you gotten this money for Francois?" His smile had once more returned. "Haven't I already made that plain to you? Because I wanted some protection for Francois in case Gladys ever does some utterly wild thing, of which she is thoroughly capable, and because his father was the best friend I ever had, and I feel that it's up to me to look out for my friend's boy. I have $25,000 put away for his care and education. That's absolutely all there is to my blackmailing story." Reluctantly, she began to feel a hesitant, dubious admiration for this man. She rather liked his humorous smile, now bold, now teasing. She did not know it, but her own face had begun to relax into a smile. "Then that brings us to your own story. Remember, a few minutes ago you promised to tell me." "The great Mitchell mystery." He was laughing softly with dancing eyes. She became aware that he had rather nice eyes. "Yes, the mystery of why you became a butler." "All right. A promise is a promise. Here goes. But sure you're all braced for a shock?" "Yes. Go on." "Remember I warned you that the great mystery was that there was no mystery. That the great surprise was that there would be no surprise. All ready for a shock like that?" He was just teasing her, and she knew it. But none the less his light words whetted her expectancy, her suspense to a keener edge. "I'm ready. Go on." "Well, I became a butler because—" He hesitated, still teasing. "Yes, yes." "Because I was broke."
"Broke?"
"I was broke. I needed the money." He chuckled. "I told you the only real point to the solution of my mystery was its utter simplicity, its utter obviousness. I went to work for exactly the same reason that every other man goes to work. I needed the money." Her face had gone blank. She felt as though something very large and brilliant had been deflated with dizzying suddenness, as though she had been cheated by some swift, amazing trick. Is that all there is to it?" she stammered. "Absolutely all there is to it." "But to go to work as a butler?" "When a man's hard up, he turns to the thing he can do best, or the thing which will pay him best. That's natural, isn't it? And very simple." She was beginning to understand how flat it was. But the thing was too far outside her experience, and the range of her thoughts for her to understand it fully. He saw the bewilderment in her face. Perhaps I'd better explain a bit. Remember what I once told you about how I paid my way through college by working in eating clubs during the college year and in big resort hotels and country homes during the summer? That was all true. Naturally, you don't know about such things, so I'll tell you that there's nothing a poor college chap can do which will pay as much, or at least enable him to save as much, as working in big resort hotels and summer houses. Menial, perhaps, but it gets you the money. You have no idea how many college boys are doing just that. Also some college girls. Naturally, the better you are, the more money you get, and I decided to become the best. Besides soldiering, butlering is the one trade I know, and if I do say it myself, I certainly am one good butler. I challenge the world. So you see, at Rolling Meadows, I wasn't a fake, and I wasn't really masquerading. I was just an honest-to-God butler working at his regular trade. Does this line of talk make things any simpler? She nodded slowly, still dazed. But you're going back to be a butler after being something better? For you had been a captain, hadn't you, or something? That brings me to a situation which a rich girl like you, a girl who has never been caught in a financial trap and had to pull herself out, simply cannot imagine yourself ever being up against. So, since experience cannot help your imagination, perhaps I won't be able to make the thing plain to you. It was like this. When the war was over, I found myself with a bit of an income. Nothing big, you understand, but enough to live on comfortably. My father and mother had died during the war, and of the heirs mentioned in the will of an aunt, I was the only one still living. The money was all in securities, and I left it there. Since I had a fair income, I decided to finish the technical education the war had interrupted. So I lived that life for a year, took things easy, spending every cent, was quite a swell about the third rate, had my smart little car, nothing like yours, of course, and things like that. Studied pretty hard, but otherwise I was one of the lilies of the field, and enjoyed being a lily. Well, in the meantime, a friend of mine had needed backing in a business venture, and I had let him have all my bonds to put up as security. About a year ago, when I was at the height of my joyous glory, thump, my friend was wiped out. There I was, suddenly, without an income, not a dollar in my bank, no idea where I was going to get a dollar, and with no end of social obligations. I was by way of being a social favorite, or thought I was. A giddy social favorite suddenly gone broke. Imagine my fix if you can, but you can't. He laughed at the memory of his predicament. Cordelia had a vague, but most uncomfortable sense that this thing had somehow become acutely personal. "What did you do?" she asked hurriedly. "Went to work. What else was there for a chap in my fix to do?" he demanded. "Went to work at the one paying job I really knew, being a butler. Since I'd known Gladys in France, as I've told you, and had a certain influence with her, I made her take me on. I've saved, on the average, $150 a month while I've been Gladys's butler, out of wages and tips. How many young doctors or lawyers save that much?" "You mean to say you've taken tips from Gladys's guests?" At her shocked tone, he chuckled again. "I took tips from every one of them, except from you. You didn't offer me any. That's one grudge I still hold against you. And why shouldn't I have taken tips? I was a regular butler, and all butlers take tips. Besides, as I told you, I needed the money. I was saving towards a stake. Shocked, are you? That's because you rich young ladies of fashionable leisure, never having felt the need of a dollar, can't put yourself in the place of a person who has simply got to have money." He mistook her wide stare, her parted lips, for a look of bewildered pity. He hastened to reassure her. "Don't feel sorry for me. I don't deserve it. The world's full of people doing more or less the same thing. And really, it's not hard at all. If a fellow's caught in a fix like mine, why, if he's willing to work, and is moderately honest, and does not have any false pride, and isn't afraid of people, and is able to see the points of the great human comedy, why, there's nothing he can't do, and have a good time doing it." She again had the sense that his remarks were somehow personal. She made haste to veer away from this discomfort. "It's really true, then, that your only motive was just to make money?" "My dominating motive, yes. Except for necessity, I would not have taken up my old trade. Of course, there were other motives. I'd long had it in for Gladys for her attitude toward my friend. Remember, it was not because she believed him a bigamist that Gladys grew ashamed of him. A lot of otherwise decent chaps, caught by the wild mood of Paris of those war days, forgot their Puritan morals and followed where fancy led. Remember that Gladys grew ashamed of him, once his glory flickered out, because he had been a working man, a mechanic, was ashamed of him before she had heard anything against him or had heard of his death. Being in Gladys's house gave me a chance to make Gladys writhe. And believe me, I'm not through with her yet. Wait till the right time comes." His closing words came out incisively, almost with a vindictive snap, in sharp contrast to the humorous, half-quizzical tone of all the rest of what he had been saying. But instantly he was again smiling. "I shouldn't have said that last. Sometimes my brain falls asleep while supposed to be on duty, and then my tongue wags just as it crazily pleases. So forget what I said." As if to cover his slip, he immediately went on. "You were asking me about my other motives. I've always been a bit of a, well, you might call it a plain and fancy fool. Was always ready for anything if I saw a chance for fun in it. That part of my nature was perhaps another motive, a very minor motive. At any rate, it's better than a comedy, acting the butler to Gladys's friends and being treated as a butler by them. And some of the things they've said to me, and before me. Undoubtedly there is a streak of the devil in me, for I've certainly had a lark." He grinned, somewhat impishly, at his memories. The next moment his smile had undergone yet another change, was challenging, daring, dancing, held direct upon her. "And these last few weeks there has been still another motive for playing the man of mystery and exaggerating the part a bit, really the biggest motive of all." "What was that?" "To excite your interest in me." "What?" "From the day I first saw you, I've been interested in you. A cat may look at a king, you know, and a butler may look at I haven't the right tag to finish that sentence with. But I couldn't expect you to look at a butler. Not unless the butler was unusual, say a man of mystery. Half the things I've done since you came to Rolling Meadows, I did with the great purpose of puzzling you, making you curious. Am I not honest?" Outrage was beginning to swell in her, but she had a swift suspicion, and a question she had been asking herself over and over these many weeks she now asked him. "That night you let me in, and picked me up, you started to tell me something or ask me something. What was it?" "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." His impish smile was yet more daring. "That was just a carefully thought-out little trick of mine to make you think about me, make you curious. Was it pity or curiosity that some poet once remarked was akin to love? As for me, I staked my chances on curiosity. I'm sure you get what I'm driving at, for you will recall I once listed myself as one of the men you might marry." She had grown furiously red. Of all the nerve!" "Oh, I had the nerve, all right. I've admitted that. My nerve is my fortune, sir," she said. "Also, I rather like and believe in myself. I haven't the money or the position of the estimable Jerry person, and never will have, but otherwise I have just as good qualifications for a husband. I recommend myself most heartily." She tried to say something, choked and lost her chance, for he was off again. "And now you know all there is to know about me, my past, my present, also my future purpose. Oh, yes, I should have mentioned that the friend I loaned my securities to finally got himself untangled and has squared himself with me. So I have my little income back, and my sweating brain cells are going to add to it. No, you don't know quite all about me. There are 2 things you still don't know. First, my real name. That's not important, and never will have the slightest significance. Mitchell is just as good and means just as much. I'm merely holding my real name in abeyance for a little personal reason. Second, you don't yet know one other detail of my relations with Gladys. That also I am holding back for a personal reason. Until, I might say, the market suits me. A man is entitled to 2 minor secrets in his life, isn't he? Oh, yes, there's a third thing you don't yet know about me. Now, I wonder if I should mention that. With the last sentence, his manner had become grave and hesitant. She should have known him well enough by this time to have suspected that he might be laying a trap for her. But with his 2 exceptions, he had again adroitly aroused her curiosity, thrown her off her guard. The third? What is that? He flashed his bold, dancing, whimsical smile at her. You don't yet know whether I'm going to be your husband. She stiffened, gasped, glared at his final outrage. If you feel that I have not yet proposed to you in the proper set terms, please consider I have now formally done so. I'm going to the house, she exclaimed. Yes, he agreed pleasantly. Perhaps we had better be strolling back to Jerry. Smiling with whimsical delight, he followed her out of the garden. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 21 of Cordelia the Magnificent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Snow Owl. Cordelia the Magnificent by Leroy Scott. Chapter 21. A Compact and a Warning. In the ensuing days of industrious pleasure, Cordelia glowered inwardly whenever she thought of that scene in the sunken garden. And she thought of it often. To be proposed to by such a man as Mitchell, the effrontery of it. And topping that insult, to have him laugh in her face while he proposed. It was a habit among her girl-friends, dating back to the old days of Harcourt Hall, to talk among themselves with an excitement subdued to indifference, first swearing the confidants to secrecy, which they hoped would not be kept, of their aspiring love affairs, their conquests, their proposals. Well, here was one proposal no one would ever hear her brag about. Her inclination toward Mitchell, at its intensest, was an itch to be his murderess. In her angered and contemptuous thinking, there was an aspect of the situation that never crossed the border of her mind. If one of Mitchell's objects had been, as he had proclaimed, to make her think of him, he had in that purpose been an unmitigated success. Cordelia had been proposed to by many men, all of them desirable men, whom she had pleasantly refused. But never had she thought so much, and so intensely, of any rejected suitor as of the provocatively smiling Mitchell. In her less indignant moods, her mind would drift to the story Mitchell had told her in the sunken garden. The more she considered the explanation of his mystery, the more commonplace and uninteresting did the man and his story seem to be. Just so do all mysterious phenomenon sink to insignificance in the human mind after they have received the mortal blow of an unmysterious and perfectly natural solution. After all, the thing was just as Mitchell had said. He had gone to work for exactly the same reason as any other servant, for wages. And where was there any romance in a servant going to work for wages? Yes, aside from his audacity and a certain glib trick of the tongue, the man was utterly commonplace negligible. By degrees, more from the operations of the subconscious than from any reasoned comparison, she had become aware of elements of similarity between his story and her own. Both had received unexpected financial blows. Both had had to meet a financial emergency or go under. Both had met their emergency by work, he as a servant, she by the valuable exercise of higher powers. So he thought she had never known the pinch and fear of the lack of money. If he only knew the truth of how she had been pinched and how she had worked. She laughed grimly whenever she thought of this. She was sure she despised and hated him. He was outrageously presumptuous. She decided to put him out of her mind. Thank heavens, there was little chance of her meeting him again. Despite what people had said in their first surprise at learning he was not a butler by long descent, they, after all, would hardly go so far as to invite him to their houses, and if they did, he probably had enough ordinary pride and sense of his own proper place to refuse their invitations. Gladys's was the only house where he was likely to be. Gladys wouldn't dare refuse to let him come. And, of course, there was Francois to draw him to Rolling Meadows. She'd go to Rolling Meadows as little as possible, and when she did, she'd go prepared to keep Mitchell very coldly in his place. He was permanently out of her world, out of her life. That was one comfort. And having decided that he was to be kept out of her mind, being happy that he was closed out of her world, she was naturally somewhat disconcerted and infuriated when out driving with Jerry, and when Jerry was chatting along as smoothly as his purring motor, and when Jerry would suddenly check his pleasant monologue with, "Don't you think so, Cordelia?" It was somewhat infuriating to be thus jerked back to herself, and the consciousness that her hands were angrily clenched, and that for some time she had been seeing only the whimsically smiling face of a man who was explaining away his unmysterious mystery. She only thought of him because he was so exasperating. That was it. Time would make her indifferent to such irritations. He really was an incident that was closed. Rather, an incident that really had never been. Time would thoroughly erase him. While life, except for these irritating eruptions of Mitchell in her mind, was sweeping onward for Cordelia with thrilling eventlessness toward an ever more certain consummation. Mr. Franklin was regarding this development of her affairs with no such content, and he had no such willingness to let matters take their own course, happy in the certainty that they would eventually drift into the harbor of his desire. He was the captain of his soul and of his fortune. He did not like the set of the tide, nor the looks of certain reefs that were lifting out of the sea. It was his part to stand unintermittently on watch and do some very expert steering. Of course, socially, he was sailing in the right direction, and sailing smoothly and rapidly. With this aspect of his situation, he was satisfied, tremendously so. But he was not pleased with the manner in which the lines of Cordelia's and Jerry's lives were moving, undeviatingly toward an intersection, a confluence. He could terminate this affair, could turn Cordelia from her course so that there would be no intersection. Of this he had no doubt, but he recognized that limitations were now upon what he might have done, and upon what he desired to do. He was not free to use his full wits, his full powers. He could not injure Cordelia, his future wife, in public esteem, as there was danger of his doing if he used all his power, and there should be an attending mishap. A limitation which he recognized even more clearly was that passion was a most treacherous impediment to clear, infallible thinking. He was still somewhat dazed by the wholly unexpected fact that he was in love with Cordelia, that his personal plans involving Cordelia, first conceived with a cool mind quick to see and calculate an advantage, were now captured and dominated by the first love of his life, a furiously passionate love. He was wildly jealous of Jerry Plimpton. He recognized that, and knew jealousy to be a weakness in any mind that sought to be cool and balanced. He realized that he was not fully competent, and that realization made him hold himself in restraint, made him cautious. He therefore decided that he would wait. Time might serve him better than he could serve himself. Accident, misunderstanding, temper might end her affair with Jerry. They might quarrel. Seemingly prospering courtships were forever being abruptly terminated. Yes, he would hold back for that chance. Cordelia, Jackie, Gladys, Jerry Plimpton, his partner Kenmore, the others who saw Franklin during this period, never suspected from his pleasant, composed face the torture of jealousy, of unaccustomed indecision and inaction that were tearing at his heart. One decision he did reach, since he hoped to win Cordelia without resorting to extremes, and since eventually she was going to accept him anyhow, it would be the part of wisdom to acquaint her now with his attitude. This would give her time to grow accustomed to him as a suitor, and if he were consideratively attentive, as he intended being, it would make her final turning to him all the easier. 2 evenings after he formulated this decision, which chanced to be just 2 days after Mitchell's proposal to Cordelia, he motored out to Jackie's and offered himself in marriage. He told his love extremely well, simply, with feeling. His was the advantage of being a most unusual actor, who in this instance was an actor tremendously in earnest. Cordelia was surprised and genuinely pained. Whatever her faults, she had never led men on, and had never taken pleasure in giving the hurt of a no to a proposal. Excepting, of course, Mitchell. His proposal she had not dignified by giving it a refusal. "I had no idea you felt toward me in any such way," she said honestly. "Of course I'm complimented. It seems trite to tell you that. But I'm sorry. I don't feel that way toward you. Excuse my boldness in asking it. But do you feel that way toward any other man?" he pressed with loverly eagerness. "No, I've no right to ask that. But may I ask this? Have you given your promise to any other man?" "No." "Then I shall keep on hoping," he said. "Please don't," she begged in distress. "I'm sure it will not make any difference. And besides, it will be rather embarrassing in our business relations." "It will make no difference whatever in our business arrangements," he assured her. "I trust that you consider me enough of a gentleman to believe that I would not take advantage of our business relations to force my love upon you." He smiled wanly, the smile of a brave man who is suffering anguish, yet smiles to lessen the other's pain. "Even though you tell me there is no hope, I shall still go on hoping. I can't help it." She was deeply moved, even thrilled. She would never accept him, of course. But here was a proposal that was an honor. Long after Franklin had bowed in brave smiling pain over her hand and had driven away into the night, she tingled with pity and pride. Inevitably she compared the 2 proposals so recently made her. The latter respecting, anguished, of a brave man who hoped hopelessly on. The former of a man who felt no more deeply, who respected her no more highly, than to turn his proposal into a grinning jest. Mr. Franklin was a gentleman. She was going to be kind to him and considerate, just as kind as she could be without awakening the misapprehension that her kindness was love. As for Mr. Franklin, he drove through the night with no such pang in his heart as had shown upon his face. The proposal had gone off even better than he had expected. The seed was sown. He would cultivate it with the always appealing attention of a heart that hides its heartbreak. Time would help on its growth, and there were other stimulants in reserve. He was a lover well content. On taking further thought, it occurred to Mr. Franklin that, since he had decided it was wisdom to bide his time and use only his slow and less powerful measures, he had been overlooking very considerable possibilities represented by Gladys. Careful consideration of these possibilities developed no concrete practical plan. Nevertheless, on the Sunday afternoon following his proposal to Cordelia, he motored out to Rolling Meadows.
Mitchell was there, but he was down at the beach with Francois and Esther Stevens.
So Franklin very easily managed a confidential session with Gladys. He approached the matter of his visit with directness and every appearance of an impressive frankness. Miss Norworth, I am going to speak openly with you. I am going to put all my cards face up upon the table. When you and I reached our little understanding by which it was agreed that I was to serve you nominally as your attorney, I then remarked that I hoped the time might come when I might serve you in fact. If not serve you as your attorney, then serve you as a friend.
I believe that such a time has now arrived. And on the other hand, a situation has developed in which I believe you can serve me. We have certain interests in common. I suggest that we join forces, help each other, and thereby help ourselves.
He had roused her to excited eagerness. Yes, of course, if we can really help each other. What are the interests we have in common? 2 individuals, Mr. Plimpton and Miss Marlowe.
Instantly her green eyes were glittering. You should know how much interest I have in Cordelia Marlowe. Pardon me, you are interested in Miss Marlowe, and I shall show you how in just a moment. I suggested that we be very frank. I shall first be frank regarding myself. Miss Norworth, I am in love with Miss Marlowe, and I have very real hope that she will some day marry me.
Gladys stared. Well, she ejaculated. Well, I never guessed it. That certainly is news. You've asked her?
Yes.
What did she say? This very eagerly.
She refused me, but very kindly,
and without being egotistical. I have reason to believe she will some day answer differently. Oh, no, she won't, Gladys exclaimed bitterly. She's got Jerry Plimpton hooked, and you can just bet she'll hang on to Jerry Plimpton.
I admit Mr. Plimpton is my difficulty, and his name naturally brings up the other half of my proposition. I have been very frank about myself, Miss Norworth.
Now I'm going to be equally frank about you,
even though I may seem presumptuous and intrusive. I know that you feel toward Mr. Plimpton exactly as I feel toward Miss Marlowe. You want to marry him. Now, don't be angry. Don't feel that modesty requires you to deny this. We're both human. We want what we want, and there's no reason we shouldn't have what we want if we can get it. Gladys regarded him non-committally.
It irked her pride to admit she wanted a man with whom another woman had walked off. What's next? She asked. You see, our situations are identical. Identical except for the one detail that a different person represents the difficulty in each case.
If Mr. Plimpton were eliminated, I could more easily attain my desire.
If Miss Marlowe were eliminated, I am certain Mr. Plimpton would swing straight to you. If I marry Miss Marlowe, your problem is solved. Mine is solved if you marry Mr. Plimpton. To repeat, our interests are identical. Our first common effort should be to break off the affair between Mr. Plimpton and Miss Marlowe. You agree in that, I presume?
Gladys did not agree, at least not in words.
To say that she cared for anyone who apparently was more interested in Cordelia Marlowe, that was too much. But growing fury was in her eyes. "Then you want Mr. Plimpton to marry Miss Marlowe?" He prodded her gently. At this she exploded. "I do not. Marry him through having made herself attractive with my money? Those new clothes. My money paid for them. That smarten-up car. My money paid for it. She's getting him, and she's making me pay for him for her. Then you are willing to join efforts to break the affair off?" "I'll join you in anything to break it off. But how are we going to do it?" There, Mr. Franklin had admitted to himself, was indeed the rub. But he did not wish to admit as much to Gladys. He was hoping that somehow she would prove the desired means. "We'll find a way," he assured her confidently. "Our first step was to reach this understanding. That in itself we must consider a very great accomplishment." He regarded her seriously, slowly nodding his head for emphasis. "A very great accomplishment indeed." And then after a moment's apparent meditation of their problem, he asked, "I wonder if any method had occurred to you by which you might influence Mr. Plimpton away from Miss Marlowe?" "Indeed there has," she cried, "and one that would work." In his quick interest, he leaned sharply forward. "Yes? And what?" "Tell Jerry Plimpton, straight out, where and how she's getting that money she's spending. From me. And blackmail. Wouldn't he drop her quick when he learned that? And say," in the excitement of a fresh idea, she gripped his hand, "you just said we'd work together, back each other up. Right here's where we fit in together. You know all about her getting that money from me, for she gets it through you. Why, you and I can go before those two, and you can come right out and prove everything I say and make her admit it." His excitement, which had flamed high for a moment, died into sudden ashes. There were a few facts bearing upon his own relation to this blackmailing, which he preferred to remain in blessed obscurity. And Gladys's idea of exposing Cordelia would almost surely drag these facts forth from their protecting shadows. "For your own sake, we dare not try that plan," he said. "If we accuse her of blackmail, we are certain to start Mr. Plimpton asking the question, on what grounds was she able to extort blackmail? That would lead straight to your, unfortunate experience and the child. If we were to force Mr. Plimpton into learning this, no, that plan will not do." "I should say not," Gladys breathed in alarm. "Have you thought of any other method?" "No. Have you thought of anything?" "Yes, but not a plan that would be immediately practicable." "What is it?" He smiled. "As your lawyer, I think it wiser that you should not know. Then you will always have the plea of innocence. Besides, I do not wish to use this method until all other methods have failed. There is an element of danger in it. It might possibly involve all of us unpleasantly. But I will use it, if necessary. And I think as your lawyer and your friend, I can guarantee you that in time Mr. Plimpton will be paying his attention to you." He stood up. Her eyes were sparkling. "I'm glad that we have had this understanding," he went on, "and that we are now partners. I have just one further suggestion. The opportunity, it may even come as an emergency, may arise at any moment. I think I may say without conceit that I have had more experience than you in handling sudden situations. I suggest, therefore, that you watch me and be ready at all times to follow my lead and support my actions and statements. I'll go even further than making this suggestion. I ask that you consent to its being a part of our agreement." "I agree," she cried, "and gladly." They shook hands upon this fact. During the moment that he held her hands and gazed down into her eager face, a voice within him, not the voice of emotion, but perhaps that of cold, practical reason, once again whispered that Gladys possessed everything which the great world admires, and that he had only to stretch out his hand and take her. Gladys was still talking with eager animation of this new alliance and its hopes, as she accompanied Mr. Franklin to the piazza on his way to his car. She was so engrossed that she did not see Mitchell sitting on the porch with Francois, and was startled when he stood up. She flushed, for she suddenly recalled the letter he had compelled her to write, and his forcing her to promise to relinquish all aspirations to Jerry. Then she stared at him defiantly. "Mr. Franklin is my lawyer," she announced to him, "and we have just been discussing a matter of business." Without waiting for any response to this, she introduced the two men. They greeted each other without embarrassment, with equally matched ease, no restraint in their manner over the fact that one had so recently been a servant, and over the fact that so recently they had sat face to face, all expression masked, while the lawyer had made a veiled proposal. Franklin spoke of his pleasure in learning of the change in Mitchell's fortunes, and wished him prosperity in his new venture, and in his proper station in life. Mitchell thanked the other for his good wishes. Their talk ran on for a minute or more. Its substance was of no consequence, the talk of men who are using words to hide their thoughts. While they thus stood face to face, with no apparent purpose beyond this courteous chatting, each was swiftly remeasuring and revaluing the other. They were rivals in love, but it was not as such that they were now considering one another. As rivals, each regarded the other lightly. Mitchell had guessed Franklin's intentions toward Cordelia. He did not regard Franklin as the really dangerous contender. Jerry Plimpton was that. As for Franklin, he did not even know of Mitchell's proposal. Cordelia had kept the oath she had given herself, and had let slip no whisper of the insult he had offered her. Rather, they studied each other as instinctive opponents, and in their 100 seconds of well-bred small talk, each altered his previous estimate. Franklin judged Mitchell to be less formidable than he had formerly thought him. He had learned from Gladys the amount she had been paying Mitchell as hush money, and he could but set a man down as a mental weakling or a coward who took so little when he had power to take so much. But for all that, instinct warned him that here was a man who might still prove dangerous. Mitchell's concern, while he studied his rival, was of a very different order. Despite Cordelia's assurance to him, there had persisted in him a fear that she might have unconsciously let fall some fragment of Gladys's secret from which the whole had been reconstructed, and that she had thereby become the innocent tool by which Franklin was enabled to extract blackmail from Gladys. But Franklin's look, and more especially Gladys's cordial manner to the lawyer, dissipated this fear. Gladys would never feel such eager friendship for a man who had become a menace, who was extorting her money. Mitchell was relieved that he had been mistaken. But though he acquitted Franklin of guilt in this matter, he felt no increase of confidence in the man. At parting, the two men shook hands pleasantly, perfunctorily, like casual Sunday afternoon acquaintances. But when Franklin had gone, Mitchell turned to Gladys with his cool, tantalizing smile. Francois had been led away by his governess during the scene with Franklin. "Just what might have been the nature of your business with the legal gentleman, Gladys, my dear?" he inquired. "My business with him is none of your business," she snapped. "You are forgetting, my dear," he returned pleasantly, "that your business is always my business." "This is not, and I shan't tell you." "Oh, yes, you will." He regarded her meditatively with his amiable smile. Perhaps it was Cordelia's presence in his mind but a few moments before, as the possible unconscious instrument of Franklin, that prompted his next question. Was your business concerning Miss Marlowe? It was not? But Gladys's swift flush was a confession. So, your business was concerning Miss Marlowe. Now, just what could be the nature of that business? Let's think. He was silent for almost a minute. Gladys, your greatest interest in Miss Marlowe is connected with Jerry Plimpton. Jerry Plimpton. That's it. She did not respond, but her angry flush was again answer enough. He spoke sharply. Gladys, to oblige me, you are not going to interfere with Miss Marlowe. From the interest you take in Cordelia Marlowe, one might think you were in love with her yourself. This outburst was no more than the unpremeditated reaction of her anger. But instantly she saw the possibilities that lay in her words. Oh, isn't that just too rich? What a story that will make! My ex-butler in love with the proud Cordelia. Won't Cordelia just love it when that story gets around to her? Mitchell perceived how humiliating such a story would be to Cordelia, how utterly disastrous to him if started prematurely. But he gave no sign to Gladys's gleeful spite that it had accidentally hit the bull's-eye. You will start no such story, not if you have any regard for your own happiness, he warned her in a low voice. I do admire Miss Marlowe, but my only interest in her affair with Mr. Plimpton is for her to have a fair chance to get him if she decides that he is the man she really wants. And I'm going to see that she gets it, even though I may privately think Mr. Plimpton is not the right man. A fair chance, without any complications, any tricks from you. That's why I made you write him that letter. Now, I believe I have made myself perfectly plain. Never before had he spoken to her with such intensity. His present force, his motives, may have had their origin in that quixotism he had confessed to Cordelia. He loved her deeply, but he desired her happiness so greatly that he could fight against himself and on the side of the rival she preferred. Gladys was, for the moment, taken aback by his grim force, but she was too rebelliously angry, too engrossed in herself, to question that intensity's significance. I'm tired of your always interfering with me, she flared at him. I'm not going to stand it any longer. I'm going ahead and do just as I please. If you try any game, Gladys, he continued in the same low, even voice, eyes straight into hers, I'll be sitting in that game, and I warn you now that I'll be holding the highest card. I may not play it till I get good and ready, but don't you ever forget that I'll be holding that card. Though she was furious, her next words came in a whisper. Oh, I know what you mean. You've threatened to play it often enough, Francois. But other people now also hold that card, and it's not worth so much. Besides, if any one of you dares play that card, it's then not worth a cent to any of you. That's what I've been telling you this long while, and advising you to go ahead and play that card yourself. That particular card. But I'm not saying whether I'm now referring to that card or some other card. What other card can there be? I'm not saying. I'm just telling you I hold the highest card and advising you to behave. She glared at him in baffled puzzlement, then burst out. What will you take? How much? To clear out of my life forever? Leave me alone. His smile came slowly back. There is a certain price I might ask. You just spoke of what a delicious story it would make if it were known that Gladys Norworth's former butler were in love with Cordelia Marlowe. Don't you think it would make an even more delicious story if Miss Norworth were to announce her coming marriage to the said former butler? You wouldn't dare ask such a thing. And you, my dear, you wouldn't dare refuse. Her face was pale, blank. Never before had he gone so far as to suggest such a price. He laughed softly. Don't worry, Gladys, dear. I'm not going to ask you. You should know that I know you so well that the only terms on which I'd consider the proposition of being endowed with thee, and all thy worldly goods, would be with thee left out. I rather fancy that the price I will require for clearing out will be a very great deal more than that, and a very great deal less. In fact, I can give you this fairly positive assurance. Some day I shall go, and when I go, I shall not require the price of a penny for myself. But when the account is thus settled, I am very sure that you, if you still had your choice, would vastly prefer to have paid by giving your former butler both your fortune and yourself. I believe that's all I can think of just now, my dear, and if you don't mind excusing me, I'll see if I can't find Francois. With a smile of ironic courtesy, he strolled away, leaving her cursing furiously in choking whispers. He was pervaded with grim satisfaction. As he had told Cordelia, he had an old and long bill against Gladys, and he was missing no opportunities for exacting small payments upon account. End of chapter 21.